Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and as you can see, we can now clearly see Tropical Storm Beryl, which, as of the latest update, actually got upgraded a little bit. Wind speeds of up to 70 miles per hour, max wind gusts of up to 75 miles per hour, and minimum pressure of 987. So the pressure is continuing to drop with this storm. We noted this morning that it was starting to drop a little bit, and yeah, it's continuing to drop even further. Now, that hasn't really translated yet into, much stronger winds, but we did get a little bit of an increase of 5 miles per hour. But yeah, okay, so Stream Elements is working. Okay, so let me try the share thing. So the share thing should be WX Scan. Oh yeah, it's definitely spinny, but it doesn't come up as a link. Okay, I'll have to fix that. I think I have to add HTTPS to it. But yeah, so this is what we're looking at right now. There's Beryl. Still on track here to come up to the north near Palacio, Bay City, and Lake Jackson. Appears to be somewhere in that area is where we're going to be expecting a landfall. No significant shifts, at least. Well, let's go check actually the latest here on the cone as well. So here's the latest cone. Yeah, no significant shifts for landfall. They did actually take out Port Lavaca, though, so it's a little bit further east than it was a couple days ago. But Palacio, Bay City, Lake Jackson, El Campo are going to be in there for probably the strongest winds of the storm. If it does reach hurricane status, you guys will be in that hurricane warning there. So hopefully you guys have made some preparations. We also are going to be expecting quite a bit of storm surge there in Galveston Bay as well. Potentially anywhere from hurricane force wind gusts or sustained tropical storm wind gusts are going to be possible there going into the Houston area. So a little bit of impacts there could be expected as of the latest here. And then kind of zooming out, you can see eventually, this storm's going to go up there near Tyler and Bossier City, over there near Little Rock, as well as a tropical depression with 30 to 40 mile per hour winds as it goes into Little Rock over near Cape Girardeau, 25 to 35 mile per hour winds over here into Indiana, southern Illinois, 25 to 35 mile per hour winds, and then and then it strengthens a little bit. I'm assuming as it goes over the Great Lakes. I don't know how hot the Great Lakes are, but that's a little interesting. It might be as it interacts with the jet stream more than anything that we might get a little bit stronger winds near the center of the storm as this pushes into Canada. So also watch out, Canada. Looks like, yeah, you got a potential tropical depression coming your way. That just feels weird to say. That can't be right. Surely that'll be a post-tropical depression by the time it gets to you. But we'll see as that happens. That I don't know. That might be Toronto's first tropical depression ever. I don't know. I'd have to research that, but I would assume that that's pretty rare for you guys. And technically, if the center goes directly over the lake here, it would be making landfall in Canada, which is kind of an interesting fact there. Hurricane Genesis over the Great Lakes? I hope not. But yeah, this is what it currently looks like. And as you can see, it's got a lot more spirals in it than the last time we looked at it. It's certainly, still there. It's still there. It's still a tropical storm. So, definitely going to be keeping an eye on the storm. Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting path. I do agree with that. For sure. Here's what it looks like on the satellite view. Let's go ahead and pull that up as well. As you can see, that dry air is still kind of in the core of this storm, which was a scenario. It is keeping the storm weaker, and thankfully, it looks like it's going to keep. I think it's pretty safe to say here that this is going to keep the storm from going through any significant rapid intensification. But there is still some dry air kind of working in that storm, so it hasn't completely closed off its center of pressure just yet, as we can tell on radar. But thankfully, now that the radar is so close, this is going to give us the best kind of view of the storm as it approaches. You can see that we do have some outer bands of tropical storm Beryl now about to pull into areas like Palacio, Port Lavaca, Lake Jackson there. And then eventually, we're going to start to see some extra rain start to pick up there near Galveston a little bit later in the day. Thankfully, so far, not a whole lot of tornadic activity out here with this storm so far, which is kind of what we were expecting. The HRRR said we were going to have like a tornado thing going on already, but it seems like that model was wrong. The convection really isn't sustaining itself as it makes it onto the land a little bit further out from the storm. So that tornado risk is going to remain low until we start to get into some of these outer bands. Now, some of these outer bands could eventually try to bring a little bit of a tornado threat. Let's kind of look at the velocities on them. Yeah, not really seeing too much spin in them just yet, so we might have to keep an eye on that. But it'll probably be more of a tornado threat as the center gets a little bit closer to land and we start to see some extra convection up there as well. But I mean, look, it is a more organized storm, certainly, than it has been since its entirety of being in the Gulf of Mexico. This is the most organized that Beryl has been, and yeah, it's not rapidly intensifying. It is dropping in pressure in terms of its center, but in terms of sustained large scale convection around the center, it's not really happening. We don't really have a very organized eye wall in there at all. I mean, that eye wall would mostly form here in this area of the storm, and as you can see, that dry air is kind of making it into the storm still from this direction, where we have kind of a lack of convection kind of happening on the western side here. Houston is getting flooded again. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility as this pushes up. Like, all of this rain here is eventually going to be moving up into the Houston area, Sugarland, the Woodlands as well. And that's going to bring some tropical storm force winds and potentially maybe a couple bouts of hurricane wind gusts. So definitely a scenario where, we're not talking about a Category 1 further inland going into Houston, thankfully. But this thing still will pack a punch in terms of that flooding rain and the winds and potential for power outages. And in fact, let's go see if we have any power outages yet. Power outage map. We'll check it out. I would surprise me if we had a lot, but we have had some gustier winds out there every now and then. Yeah, we do have a couple power outages so far. Out there, we have about 19,000 people without power. Seems like it's mostly down here and then up where the severe thunderstorms are right now. So not a whole lot of power outages along the coast associated with Beryl just yet. So the power outages, at least associated with Beryl, are not ticking up. But yeah, by the time we get to about 1 a.m., which is going to be right before landfall, we are expected this thing to be a hurricane still. But it is still struggling with that dry air. But, just the fact that the pressure is dropping indicates to me that this storm is trying to make an attempt of becoming a hurricane here. We'll just have to see how long it takes those winds to kind of catch up to that drop in pressure. Again, sometimes those winds can kind of lag behind a little bit. We do have some new airplane passes in the storm as well. We have a 989 over here, a 986 and a 988, and in fact, it almost looks like Beryl, at least as of recently, is taking a northern turn kind of directly right now, which would be a little bit earlier than expected. So we'll have to keep an eye on where that pressure tracks. It should maybe it might be wobbling a little bit to the north, and it might wobble back. So we might see that little track there kind of continue off to the northwest again. But as of right now, it does seem like that center of pressure is traveling a little bit more to the north. And if we kind of look at the projected path, it's supposed to go north or west-northwest still. So a little bit of a deviation to the north most likely is a wobble. It's not a significant enough or a long enough deviation to be concerning for maybe more of an easterly impact there of the center of the storm. But yeah, landfall is in 7 hours. No way it makes Category 2 with the dry air in place. Yeah, that was always on the upper end of the model runs. Again, people were calling for Category 3, Category 4 hurricane as this thing made landfall. But, again, none of the models ever said that. And it's acting just as the models, projected here. So, a little bit of faith finally back into the models. But, You never know. This storm might try to surprise us right before landfall. Maybe get to a stronger Category 1. But as of right now, it kind of looks like the projections here are for about an 85 mile per hour windstorm there. Also, we have a live cam here in Galveston, Texas. You can see we got some clouds off in the distance. I don't really think that those are thunderstorms. Well, yeah, I think on the left side of the screen, we might see some thunderstorm activity over there. We are going to have Connor Croft and Storm Hunter Media out and about. Oops, let me get Connor Croft's scene set up here again. Interact, and then let me get his feed up. I didn't know they were going to end their stream out there right before I went live, but they did end their stream. But they're going to be they're going to be coming back alive later on today. So let me just get this set up here really quick. Forgot to set up his little scene here, so let's do that, and then Connor Croft. There we go. So yeah, we'll have all of them. We're also gonna have Brett Adair. I don't know when he's going live. Usually when he gets busy with chasing, his communication kind of falls off. We also have Tornado Pagey, who is out there chasing right now. She is live on YouTube, and look at that. That's a thunderstorm. If I am correct, they're in Oklahoma. I think she's trying to get her camera on the stand there. But yeah, this is Tornado Pagey. She's live on YouTube, and this is the first time she's made it on stream. Man, look at that shelf cloud there. That is beautiful. Holy moly. What a storm. Oh, that's a great capture. But yeah, I think this is in Oklahoma. I'm not sure exactly because she doesn't have her location up. She's kind of a beginner on YouTube, so I would say now is more important than ever to try to support her. But yeah, I mean, look at that. That is a really cool looking thunderstorm. Oh, she's in Oklahoma. Yeah, I know she's in Oklahoma. I just don't know exactly where she is. But yeah, oh my goodness. Look at this! Look at this sunset starting to happen here in Galveston, Texas. Hold on 1 second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is the view from Galveston, Texas. And as you can see, you get a little bit of a sunset coming in. It does kind of look a little breezy out there. You can see on the tree on the left side of the screen, there is a little bit of a breeze happening up here in Galveston. And that is expected to pick up as this thing comes closer to landfall and then also kind of pushes up into this area. So this is going to be a great cam later on in the night to monitor those winds, see how strong this storm is as it comes into the Galveston, Texas region. Again, this camera was provided by WX Scans, which we will also be using as well to communicate with you guys. So as you can see, we actually already have a bunch of posts out here. I think that was when Max went live earlier today. He's also using this app now, so we'll probably be able to get tons of more videos and photos to come onto this map with even more of a reach. So it's super cool. It's a Max Velocity, Evan Freiberger, WX Scans collaboration here. And yeah, if you guys want to share, well, actually, let me set this up on before we do that little thing. Let me set this up on Stream Elements a little bit better here, just to get it so it comes in as a link. So let me just do that real quick. That chat bot, chat commands, custom commands, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do what happens if we do HTTPS. It's HTTPS semicolon. It's double forward slash, right? Not just one. I might just be able to put www dot in front of it. Let me see if that works. www.wxscan. Okay. All right, let me see if this works. Share. Should come up as a clickable link. Last time it didn't. Why is that not clickable? I don't know why that's not clickable. Maybe I have to put the HTTPS there. I don't know. HTTPS there, forward, activate. All right, let's try this. Twitter or not? Share. Sorry, guys. I need to get this figured out before we can talk about all that. There it is. Let me see if it works. Perfect. All right, yeah, that works perfectly. Okay, so the HTTPS was important. But yeah, you can share it there. The link is in the chat. If you ever want to get the link, just put !share in the chat. And yeah, what you do is you come on here, you can post photos and videos for free, whatever you capture. We want to show it on stream. We've already got a couple of folks. Here's an example of what it looks like. Looks like this is over there near kind of like the landfall point. We got a picture of a really interesting cloud here as well. It's a great photo that was sent in by Papa Zach. Also a little bit further south in Portland, Texas, had another little view of the trees there as well. Also over here from Bailey Zimmerman, looks like we had a thunderstorm earlier. Yeah, a little bit of a thunderstorm. Some rain as well there, and that was around the Houston area. So if you guys want to help, contribute to the information sharing on the ground, again, please do it safely. Do not put your life at risk doing that. But if you got a photo, you might as well share it. And so again, that link is in chat. All you got to do, if you forget the link, just put in !share. But yeah, super, super cool there. A great way for all of us to communicate and know where you're communicating from. But yeah, so that's the latest there. And yeah, here's the storm here. So, we're just kind of sitting here, waiting for stuff to happen. I wish I had more cams down here, but unfortunately we weren't able to get any cams down there. Yeah, I just got a message on Twitter from WXScan. Let's read it out. We are doing a thing for the next 12 hours as of 9 p.m. today till 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, anyone that signs up for premium for $2.99 is entered to win a $250. Winner will be announced on Tuesday at noon. Okay, so they're doing some sort of promotional thing. I don't think I'm gonna be pushing that too much on my channel, but yeah, I mean, if you do sign up, just keep in mind, $250. Apparently, they're doing a little giveaway there on the WX scan as well. Not guaranteed to win it, by the way. The entire eastern wall is open. Yeah, it is completely open. As you can see, we have that dry air kind of filtering into the storm, which is keeping that convection from really forming. I mean, you can see that kind of pushes in. That might be coming off of land here from Mexico, actually. Which is interesting. Or it might just be kind of wrapping around and then filtering in on that side. Not exactly 100% sure where that dry air is coming from, but it's definitely coming from somewhere, and you can see it's having an effect on the storm. What you look for these kind of storms is for them to become more vertically stacked and to have a completely closed off center for that that rapid intensification to begin. And because we don't have any of those elements, the chance of rapid intensification, like up to anything more than like a stronger category 1, is pretty low. We might, if we can see this thing organized like right now, close that core off, get rid of that dry air, this thing might have the capability of reaching Cat 2 before landfall. But as you can see, it's been dealing with that dry air for quite a while. So I'm just not convinced that it'll be anything stronger than a Category 1. And, that's just kind of been my thoughts this whole time. Any chance for a west shift? It's always in play. We do got to watch those subtle movements here on the airplane data, which they're tracking the center of the low. The last kind of wobble was a little bit more to the north, so we haven't really gotten any recent wobbles back to the west yet. But it's something to keep an eye on as this gets closer. How does the 3D look on radar? I don't know. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, the 3D works really well for hurricanes. Doesn't work very well for storms, but it looks freaking cool on a hurricane, or sorry, on a tropical storm. That's really cool. Sorry, I've been brainwashed today. I've been watching like a bunch of different streams on YouTube before I went live, and like some people had like the hurricane Beryl already up. I've seen a bunch of articles with that as well. So, not a hurricane yet, tropical storm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Unfortunately, though, once it starts to go on land, it starts to block the city. So it's not going to be super useful as it makes it onto land. But it looks like Bay City just got some thunderstorms there. Maybe another thunderstorm about to make it into Bay City as well. And we're watching this kind of band of storms here about to move on to the Texas coast. Hey, thank you, Chuck, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, another thing that I want to encourage for this stream, if you guys live in this hurricane warning or even in some of these tropical storm warnings, I want you guys to be sharing this stream on your social medias. That'll help us reach the people in the path of the storm as it gets closer. Again, we're not expecting like catastrophic impacts out of this storm except for some of the storm surge that could be possible, but we could see some widespread power outages. People do need to have a plan in place for that, and they might have some questions about the storm. You never know. You got a couple neighbors, couple family members that follow you on social media in your local area. They'll have some questions and concerns, and they can come over here and ask them. Also, make sure you're hitting that like button. It helps us on the YouTube algorithm as well. Do we have a chaser in College Station? No, we do not. The chasers are going to be mainly near the coast of Texas, just to that's because that's where the strongest impacts are going to be. But can't rule out some tropical storm force winds of up to 60 mile per hour, and maybe some max gusts of up to 70 miles per hour there for the College Station area. So I would definitely, be prepared for some potential power outages and flooding. Again, the flood threat with this storm is pretty significant. So let's kind of check that out. We're talking about 8 to 12 inches. We could see some areas where flooding could be a major issue. It does seem like this is downtrended, though, a little bit, mainly because we're dealing with, at least as of right now, a little bit of a weaker storm than what was forecasted. So the rainfall, and it's a little bit of a drier storm, too. It's dealing with a little bit more dry air, so that rainfall is not going to be as much further down the line, but still talking about anywhere from 4 to 8 inches near the Houston area. Also, over there near Port Lavaca, Bay City, about 6 to 8 inches, maybe some isolated spots of 8 to 12 inches there in that region. Then south of Houston near Galveston Bay could get 8 to 12 inches as well. 6 to 4 is the yellow. Here, maybe some isolated spots of 6 to 8 inches in between Dallas, Fort Worth, and Shreveport, going up near Fort Smith. And then after that, we get into this darker green, which is 2 to 4 inches. I'm trying to figure out what would be the best orientation here for the 3D. Can y'all tell it's 3D even if like from the bird's eye view? Like I can looking at my screen, but I'm not sure if that's obvious like on a phone or a TV. Yeah, those outer bands are starting to make it into Bay City. You can see it just went over Bay City there and Palacio. And then eventually Lake Jackson, all along the coast here, south of Indianola, near to Matagonda. I think that's how you say it. Oh no, too much rain, can't see. Matagorda Bay area as well. About to start to get some of these outer bands. The winds will start to pick up as that starts to happen. Looks neat on TV. Cool. Glad you guys can see it. I mean, I guess I could like do like a slight angle. I just don't want to angle it too much because when you angle the 3D, it kind of makes it look like it's, yeah, not going to angle it. Because when you angle it, it makes it look like it's somewhere where it's not. Like if I angle it like this, it looks like, that outer rain band is already in to the coast. How long will I go live for? I'm thinking about doing it all the way until landfall. I have a thumbnail prepared. I might have to do a little bit of editing to it. If this thing gets, because I do need to do a little bit of editing to it, but if this thing gets upgraded to a hurricane, I have a thumbnail ready, so I'm pretty much good to go. Probably will be live at least until like 7 a.m. When Outer Banks hits coast, does that limit the intensification? Yeah, so as the storm interacts with land, that will limit intensification, yes. It does. It starts to, the land has friction. It interacts with the storm. While it's over the ocean, there's not a whole lot of friction, and it has extra heat that is coming out of the ocean, feeding the storm. So you lack those two things, and also there's usually drier air over land as well. And so, yeah, you will see this thing as it interacts with land, especially the inner core, start to weaken. You'll be here most of the time, going to be up at around 3. Awesome. We pulling an all-nighter? Not necessarily. I already slept. Like I slept 8 hours in between 10 and 6 p.m. So, I mean, I pretty much just woke up. So it is technically an all-nighter, but my energy levels are similar as if I just woke up recently. Has the storm slowed down a lot? Let's go check on that. I haven't seen the latest speed on it. I think it's still around like 12. Yeah. So it's slowed down since the Caribbean, for sure. Moving west northwest at 12 miles per hour. Or north northwest at 12 miles per hour. So it's still moving at around the same speed. Last time I looked at it, I think that was the current speed of it. So it hasn't really slowed down at all. No. Hey, thank you, Shelly and Diane, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. You'll be here on and off throughout the night. Okay, that's fine. Do I think DFW will get tornadoes tonight? No, I don't think so. The track brings us in the western side of the storm for you guys, and you might see some sprinkles here and there, but for the most part, I'm not really expecting literally any impacts. Maybe some gustier winds on the outer edges, but it'll be barely noticeable in comparison to the background conditions. The tornado threat is going to be on this northeastern portion of the storm. That's where it's going to be maximized. And then also later on, kind of more in the eastern portion, as this scrapes up the coast near like Houston, we can actually go over the latest tornado threat. So here's the newest updates on the tornado threat here. As you can see, we do have, still Sugarland, Houston, Galveston, the Woodlands, Beaumont, Port Arthur in that 5%. I really do think this is going to be a later on threat here. So maybe associated with these bands coming in on land here, most likely would be these kind of storms here. Might have to watch for rotation, so we'll keep on flipping over to the velocities to check that out. But yeah, you can see Port Arthur, Beaumont is in there, and then we also have a 2% there near Lake Charles as well, Victoria. So tornadoes are certainly going to be possible with this storm. If you guys are in this region here, just be ready pretty much from now until later for this storm to potentially cause some tornadoes. Going into tomorrow, you can see that we also have another tornado rest. That's going to be for like Beaumont, Houston, Galveston, Bossier City, Longview, Texarkana, Hope, Camden, El Dorado are all going to be in that 5%. And then we got a 2% around that for Tyler, Lafayette, Monroe, Little Rock, and Jonesboro. Even going all the way up into the Boot Hill of Missouri needs to be weather aware. Hey, thank you, Hannah Moore, for the $4.99. I do appreciate that. What is Wolf City expecting? Wolf City, I think you guys are outside of the tornado risk. Yeah, I'm not really expecting much for Wolf City out of this. Might have to watch for these storms here. Yeah, it looks like you're gonna have to watch out for these storms. They shouldn't be too severe by the time they make it to you, but you might get some rain. But this is not associated with Beryl at all. Yeah, that's the latest there. Uh-oh. Got a little black bar on the right side. I figured out how to fix it, though. All you got to do is this. Yeah, that's the latest there for the tornado threat. Just be weather aware. This thing is going to be, even after it makes landfall, that wind threat and everything is going to kind of transfer into more of a tornado threat. So at first, we're going to be talking about trees down, power outages, significant storm surge, all that kind of stuff. And then as we get into the like early morning tomorrow, kind of going into the evening, we're probably going to be majority talking about tornado warnings. You have a feeling that tomorrow we'll see an enhanced risk for tornadoes, 10% non-hatch. It's possible. It certainly is possible. There's a little bit of uncertainty just given how strong this storm is in comparison to what some of the models have been saying. A weaker storm will certainly carry usually a more isolated tornado threat. But I mean, it's gonna have some spin. It's gonna be interacting with a trough, so there's gonna be a little bit of shear in the upper levels too. And yeah, definitely could get some tornadoes, especially on like the northeastern to eastern side of the storm later on as it tracks up to land. I am kind of curious what the HRRR is saying further down the line. It hasn't really been accurate near the coast. Okay, so it looks like the HRRR is getting a better handle on this storm. So yeah, it looks like that, like after it makes landfall, it's going to kind of push up to the northeast at around 2 p.m. But yeah, looks like right around like right around like 1 a.m. It's going to start to pick up there for the Houston area with some outer bands coming in with a little bit of a tornado threat. Could get tornadoes on the outer bands even going into 8 a.m. on the 8th. So that's going to be tomorrow morning. And then once this thing starts to push up into parts of, it looks like Houston could be, at least according to the HRRR, but just don't pay attention to this too much. It's not really great with tropical cyclones, but to be fair, that's smack dab in the middle of the average. So it's actually not doing too bad of a job there. But yeah, this right around 11 a.m. could be when those tropical storm conditions are going to be picking up for the Houston area, and then that kind of picks up up to the north and east. You can see we still have some convection ongoing over there near Beaumont, pushing off to the north and east. Around 5 p.m. on 8, you can see we have these little supercells here as well. We could have widespread tornado warnings and a decent amount of tornadoes out of this storm. I do want to see if we can track this classically here. Yeah, decent upper level winds there. Some decent lower level winds. I mean, we could totally see maybe even some attempts at strong tornadoes. Those are usually pretty rare. But you can't completely rule out a strong tornado with a tropical system. That is interesting, especially with that dry air entering it around. I have a feeling that these storms could be pretty tornadic there. And that pushes off to the north and east. And then after that, it seems like we're dealing with a little bit less of a tornado threat, but still can get some spin ups there going into the 9th as well. But that's a little bit too far out to really call out with much accuracy. Yeah, that's the latest there. Let's go check over here in Galveston and see if we can see any thunder and lightning, because there should be a little bit of a thunderstorm off the coast. I'm not sure how much lightning it's going to have. Yeah, a couple of beans there. Yeah, couple of beans, couple of supercells. Definitely got to watch out for some tornadoes. You're a storm chaser. All right. Well, thank you for letting me know. What about Conroe? Isn't that close to like Huntsville? Yeah, it's south of Huntsville. Um, you're kind of close to the core, so the tornado threat should be lower right next to the core. But that's still a little bit of a tornado threat could be possible briefly there going into the early morning hours there for Conroe. Let's go see what Paige E is up to. It's like she's approaching the storm here. A little bit low service, but we'll come back to her hopefully when she gets some better service. But you can see there's a little storm. Again, this is in Oklahoma. She's live on YouTube, but we'll come back to her in a little bit. Thanks for the live watching from Illinois. All right. Well, thank you for coming. And thank you for watching. I do appreciate that. Recon 66 knots. Let me see. We see what the latest recon is, at least with the surface data here. Yeah, 58 knots on the north eye wall and 54 knots on the northeast eye wall on the latest pass. The latest eye pressure is 988 millibars. So let me see what those are. Let me see what the threshold is here. So we will go knots to mph. Oops. So let's see, 58 would be about 66 miles per hour near the surface, according to the drop sonde. But that's just one area of the storm. The plane is flying in other areas, and they take that flight level data, and then they kind of extrapolate it down to the surface. So probably some stronger winds in there than 66 miles per hour, but that was just what the latest drop sonde has said. Hey, thank you, Alora, for subscribing. Welcome. Do I think there'll be any damage in the Dallas area? No, not from this storm. Not from this storm. The only damage from any storms that is possible in the Dallas area, which is a low chance, but could eventually, if these storms can last long enough, might get some of these storms, maybe a severe warning could be possible as these kind of push a little bit more to the south, southeast. We'll have to see, but I think the latest model runs actually don't indicate this thing fully making it into Dallas, if I remember correctly, unless that's changed. Yeah, the latest model runs don't push this down into Dallas, so it seems like an outflow boundary is developing, but I think what essentially is happening here is that tropical storm Beryl is stealing all the moisture. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Look at that outflow going over now. Yeah, it's pretty cool. West side of the storm is safer than the east side. For sure. Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. The strongest winds are probably going to be packed in this region here of the storm right now. If that eye can close up a little bit after battling that dry air, then we might see some stronger winds filter in on the west side. But I do believe that the strongest winds are going to be on the right side of this storm, probably until landfall. Watching from South Georgia, the horror just remnants. Yeah. Yeah, Georgia is not getting any remnants from this, but yeah, I mean, when hurricanes do come into the area, typically you do see remnants, unless it's a really fast moving storm. The outer bands have arrived. Yeah, let's go check that out. Insurgent. Where's Surgeon again? Surgent. Uh, Texas. Am I spelling that right? Probably not. Is it Sergeant? Oh yeah, it's A. Okay. Sargent. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you guys did have a thunderstorm come through there earlier, and then another thunderstorm, or that outer band, the very outer band is now pushing into your area. So if you're there and you want to take like a picture out of a window or something, or oops. Yep. If you're out there and you want to take like a picture out of a window, or if you're just taking videos and pictures already and you want to share them with me, we do have a little partnership with WXScan where you can post on this website here, and yeah, you can get a photo on the map, and then we will show it for everybody to see. I think our latest photo came in at 5:05. I don't think we have anything recent. They are working on an update for this that will show the most recent photos as green. Yeah, most recent one was at around 6:18 p.m. This one's at 8:35, so this is pretty recent. Yeah, this is located kind of near Lake Jackson. And you can see that they are also seeing that sunset. This was taken by Xander. So thank you so much for taking that photo. That is helpful and letting us know what's going on there. But yeah, if you guys want to share this, the link is going to be in the chat here. And I'd love to show it. I'd love to show it on stream if you got something. Yeah, link is in chat right now. It's a bit windy here, but confusing being that I'm right in the line. Just wondering if you need to do anything else. Depends on where you are, Sarah. I'm not exactly sure where you are. Thank you, Bell and F, for subscribing. I do appreciate that. When Hurricane Laura passed to my west in Louisiana, it was bad here, but another one passed to the east, and the weather was calm. Well, it's not always the same way. Every hurricane's got different flavors, right? Different kind of aspects to it. They all kind of shape differently. Some are interacting with more dry air than others. Some are, got plenty of moisture. Sometimes it kind of dissipates quickly. Sometimes it keeps its intensity a little bit over land. If it's going quicker or faster, if it's moving slower, it's going to lose that intensity as it goes further inland. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting, how many different flavors there are of a hurricane. So it's making landfall now? No, it is not making landfall now. The outer bands are technically making landfall, though. Back again this evening. All right, well, welcome back. Is hurricane going to hit Louisiana? No, it is not going to hit Louisiana. Like 100% positive on that. Unless there's only one possibility for this hitting Louisiana. If someone picks up the Earth like a snow globe and shakes it a little bit, we might see impacts. But as long as some giant alien doesn't do that, we'll be all right. Hey, Dreambert, welcome. Should be worried if you're in Bossier, Louisiana. Bossier, I think that's yeah. You're gonna be in the tornado risk for tomorrow. So I wouldn't be worried about like the winds from this storm, although still could maybe see some spotty power outages, some tree limbs go down, because there will be some pretty sustained winds and the ground will get kind of saturated a little bit. But no, I wouldn't be worried there for like hurricane impacts or anything like that, but I would be worried for the tornado threat. That's what you should be worried about. I wouldn't panic, but I would definitely have a way to get alerts as that comes through. It happened to Men in Black. I literally thought of that exact same thing when I said that. The little cat with the little universe in its collar. Any chance of landfall in Galveston? I think for the Galveston area, I'm not expecting a landfall. If anything, this could maybe wobble a little bit to the northeast, and come close to Lake Jackson, which would still bring some pretty decent impacts into the Galveston area. So, I would certainly have be preparing for some pretty intense winds. Here's the current view from Galveston, Texas. So we will be watching it here on the cam as it comes through. We also have Brett Adair stationed there near the coast, who will be monitoring the storm surge. I don't think he's live just yet, though. But yeah, could get pretty intense there, especially near the coast, and those winds could be anywhere from 50 to 60, maybe some wind gusts of up to hurricane force winds can't be ruled out, especially if this does a little bit more of a northerly or like kind of like an easterly jog last minute. You're in Angelton. Okay, let me see where Angelton is, Sarah. And thank you so much for the $2. Angelton, Texas. Yeah, you're in a hurricane warning, so yeah, I would definitely, if you've already done your hurricane preparations, you're good to go. There's probably nothing more that you really need to do. But if you haven't done any hurricane preparations, like preparing for power outages, buying extra food and water, you should be getting that done ASAP, as you are running out of time. Does seem like some of those hurricane force winds are definitely going to be possible for you if this strengthens to a hurricane. Again, it's still not at that status just yet. This is tropical storm Beryl still. And the pressure hasn't really dropped much. with the latest aircraft recon planes, at least in comparison to the last update that we have had with this storm. Yeah, it looks like that one plane we were watching has finished, and we still have one in the storm. Yeah, 988 millibars. So the pressure isn't dropping rapidly. I mean, these storms have been in the storm for quite a while, and it's been kind of wavering in between 985 and 988. So it did drop, but now it's kind of going back up as some of these last plane passes. You dropped your beef Wellington? Oh no. That is tragic. I am so sorry to hear about that. Hopefully it didn't hit the ground. Is Louisiana getting winds from the hurricane? Yeah, I mean, northeastern, not from like the hurricane, and one, it's not a hurricane, it's a tropical storm. But as it moves into land, it will eventually be downgraded to a tropical depression and could see some like maybe 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts on the outer edge, maybe gusting up to 45 at max there. So yeah, some impacts could be possible there. There's a plane. No, it's not a hurricane, guys. This is a tropical storm. Um, So just, I know there's been a lot of people posting and saying Hurricane Beryl, but what they're doing is they're anticipating the landfall later as a hurricane. But no, it's not a hurricane, it's a tropical storm. But what was the question though? Yes, there is a plane though in the tropical storm right now. I'm not sure if it's done. It kind of seems like it might be finished. Looking at the latest data here, kind of looks like it's kind of flying away from the storm right now. We'll have to see. Your local popular store here in Texas put a limit on products, but not brisket. Uh-oh. Someone just got a bunch of brisket. What about Sugarland, Texas? That's near Houston, right? Sugarland, Texas, yeah, could be expecting some tropical storm force winds as it comes in. Also, maybe a little bit of a tornado threat as well from some of these initial outer bands, which we're still monitoring. Latest velocities, though, not really seeing a whole lot of spin in the atmosphere at this moment. Hip barbecues work with the power out. It does, but they don't work too well in the rain and wind. Because you have to close the lid, so it should be all right. What's it going to be in the Arkansas tornado risk and what time? So for Arkansas here, we'll go to the latest model runs again. Kind of just go through that for the new folks coming into chat. So yeah, so as this thing kind of pushes up to the north here, you can see that a tornado threat's going to start around 4 p.m. for Louisiana. That's going to move up into Arkansas probably around like 9 p.m. tomorrow, and then it should become, there could still be some lingering, pretty intense, storms going on, maybe with some tornado threat, but for the most part. It seems like that tornado threat will be kind of, around 8 to 11 p.m. There around the Little Rock area. But, could see some of these cells, even though they don't look particularly too strong. Still have some spin. If they can become surface-based, could try to drop some more tornadoes near like the Little Rock area as well. But we'll have to see. Lower threat up there near Little Rock. The highest tornado threat is there in the southern area of Arkansas, over here near like Camden, El Dorado, Hope, and Texarkana. I hate it when that little black screen or that little black bar pops up. But yeah, that's kind of what we're expecting there for Arkansas. Really nothing like too crazy happening up there. But definitely to be weather aware, police. Could see a couple of tornado warnings happen up there and a couple of tornadoes as well. We will be covering that threat as well tomorrow. Let's see here. We'll go over to the extruded 3D. There we go. Hey, thank you, Mandali, for subscribing, and Sabato. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. Glad you found us. Tornadoes on the dirty end of the storm. Exactly. You're not ready for the storm in Arkansas. It's okay. It's not going to be crazy in terms of the winds. It's just, whatever you typically do for a tornado watch, I would be doing for this storm as it approaches, especially down there in southwestern Arkansas. The current pressure of the hurricane is 988 millibars, so a little bit lower on the pressure. Than it was yesterday, but a little bit higher than it was moments ago. I'm guessing that any tornadoes that do spawn will be like the quick QLCS ones we get with severe thunderstorm lines. It's kind of a unique scenario up there. I don't know if they're going to be quick, or I mean, some of them might be a little bit more, long track, but I don't think we're gonna have like violent tornadoes or anything, or like a bunch of strong tornadoes. So they should be on the weaker end, but some of them might stay on the ground for a little bit. The criteria for a long track tornado really isn't that long of a track, just to let you know. So when I say that, we're not talking about, tornado being on the ground for 100 miles. We're talking like, I think the minimal criteria is 9 miles. You just fact check that. Um, yeah, there's no hard definition to it, actually. Never mind. But most people think it's like, I think the average person thinks it's probably, somewhere between like 9 and 20 miles is considered a long track tornado. Houston people get in land. San Antonio. No, San Antonio is going to be okay. But yeah, Houston and League City and Galveston certainly do need to be weather aware as this storm approaches. Tornado threat will start to pick up as we go into the overnight hours, into the early mornings, and those winds could be pretty strong as they come up there. I mean, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds sustained is certainly enough to cause a decent amount of power outages. For Corpus Christi, you guys are kind of on the drier side here, so most likely somewhere between like tropical, probably like some tropical storm force winds, like 40 to like 50 mile per hour wind gusts could be possible, but they're going to be pretty scattered. I think the main core of the storm, the strongest winds are on the kind of eastern side, and going to be up here on the eastern side of the storm, where we don't have as much dry air happening. I appreciate that, Doug. Thank you so much. Will the tornado threat reach central Louisiana? Yes, it won't be as high. I don't think. Let me just double check on that. Yeah, I guess it does just nudge into central Louisiana, but if you live over near like Monroe, Lafayette, it's going to be a 2%, but there still could be a threat for tornadoes further closer to central Louisiana. Yeah. So I would certainly, be weather aware and have a way to get alerts. And that's going to be tomorrow. It's like LaPorte, Bayville, and Deer Park on the Galveston Bay are gonna get hit. Yeah. They're definitely gonna get some like over here, like near Treasure Island and Galveston, are definitely gonna get some potential tropical storm force winds. Maybe some hurricane force wind gusts are gonna be possible there as well. What about Kingwood, Texas? Oh, thank you, Miranda. That's the first time anybody's ever complimented my waterman skills. Amanda says you're an amazing waterman. I know it's a typo, but it's funny. What can Victoria expect? Potentially some hurricane force wind gusts for sure. Let's kind of check in on some of the latest intensity guidance here. So yeah, we still only have like one model indicating this thing even makes it up to category 1 strength. Most of them bring it to a strong tropical storm, bringing it inland. And, without any rapid intensification, I think this is pretty accurate. It's either going to be a tropical storm or a kind of weak to mid level category 1 by landfall. So, still some possibilities there of this being a hurricane by landfall. But again, it's not 100% certain. I mean, again, all of these models for the longest time have been indicating that this storm would stay tropical storm strength, and they've been pretty spot on for the most part. We'll have to see if this thing can try to make a push for Category 1 strength. And, we should be getting an update on that by 10 p.m., which would be in the next 40 minutes. But it doesn't really seem like we've had any significant escalation in the winds. Hey, thank you, Skeeter, Dennis, Charlie, Galveston, Sheila, Alpha, and Omega for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, Dallas is going to be all right. Where are those tides come from? What part of the coast? Tide times. Yeah, so I did find out that Radar Omega actually has this really cool tide thing. I didn't know it was a thing. Forget where it is. Oh, it's in the marine data. Marine tools, tide forecast points. So we can actually go up and down the coast here. Where it matters the most is going to be on this eastern side. So when this thing makes landfall, looks like high tide is going to be at 10:20 a.m. Low tide at 12:21. So looks like we're going to be kind of in between low and high tide there. Here's the chart for that as well. Also, over here looks like near Galveston, high tide is going to be at 9:42 a.m. there. So that's but I don't think that's going to, yeah, and then 8:09 a.m. Right on the Galveston Bay entrance. And so, it looks like, this thing's going to be making landfall kind of in between high and low tide. Will that help the surge down a bit? No. The storm surge that we're expecting out of this storm, we haven't had any major changes on it, except for over near Matagorda Bay, and over here near like Galveston Bay. We've actually had some downgrades also around Corpus Christi. I'm still expecting like 2 to 5 feet in between like Mesquite Bay over there near Matagorda Bay to San Luis Pass, 4 to 7 feet, 4 to 6 feet there. In between San Luis Pass and High Island, 3 to 5 feet in between High Island and Sabine Pass. So 4 to 7 feet there, that's a little bit of an upgrade, and that can cause some significant impact. So if you live near Matagorda Bay, make sure that you are really paying attention to those beaches if you live nearby and you haven't moved out of the way yet. I would consider doing that. Also over here near Galveston Bay, 4 to 6 feet, that can have some impacts as well. So, just make sure that you guys are preparing and staying away from the coasts, please. That's when that, storm surge is going to be the greatest, and it could cause some problems there, especially if you get tripped up and you fall into those waters. You might not come back. So please do not go to the beaches during the storm. It's going to be dangerous, especially as this thing is making landfall. And thank you, Miss Jacqueline and Paul, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we were talking about tides. Yes. Let's go see what Paigey is up to. She's getting gas. This is the view from Galveston, Texas. I guess this camera doesn't have night mode, which means it's probably just about to get pitch black. So not really sure how helpful this camera will be later on. But yeah, none of our storm chasers are live in the region yet. I don't think. Yeah, Storm Hunter Media is going live at 10:30. Connor Croft is going live at 11, so that's when they go live. Let me double check with Brett Adair, see if he's going live yet. Well, let's see. He's not live there yet. Let me check on the Live Storms media page. We'll have Brett Adair out there as well with Storm Hunter Media. And yeah, Brett Adair is not live yet. He's stationed over there near Galveston. He'll probably go live when the impacts start to increase in that area. I do want to check in on some of these velocities here. We actually got a little bit of spin here with this storm. So yeah, it's mainly going to be with these part of the storms that are oriented in this way, where spin and water spouts will be possible. We're actually starting to see, here, let me make this a little bit smaller here in terms of the frames. Yeah, a couple little areas of spin are starting to develop. The question is, will they make it to land and cause a tornado threat yet? We'll find out about that here soon enough. But there could be a little bit of a tornado threat there with that kind of northeastern portion of the storm. You're in Pearl Land, about 20 minutes from Galveston, and it rained off and on, but nothing major. Gotcha. Thank you for the on-the-ground report. I do appreciate that. All right, see if we have any new posts on WX scans. Yeah, it seems like we're getting a couple of posts from like the Houston area. Oh wow, check out this post not too long ago. Here in Houston. Yeah, a couple shots there. That's pretty cool. This was in that rain.
So the favorability here for tornadoes is definitely high tomorrow. I do want to reiterate again, we will probably have several tornadoes.
Can you tell who's on the television there? We have another one here from downtown Houston. Oh wow. And some decent rain. You can really see it streaming across there, the window there. That's pretty cool. So that was at around 4:46 p.m. there as well. But I'm not seeing anything new. No new posts. These are all older posts. If you guys got any videos to share, the link is in chat right now. Click on that link, go to the website, post a picture or video. It's free, and I will show it on screen. But yeah, that's the latest out there. Now, low to mid Cat 1 is the most likely. That's always been uh, kind of the most likely scenario with this storm. There was a chance for some rapid intensification, but it seems like Beryl is getting mainly just dry air into there. So that's gonna hamper that rapid intensification ability there. New storms forming on satellite. Let's go check out the satellite imagery. Yeah, there are some storms starting to, at least we're starting to get some colder cloud tops in and around that center of the storm as well, which might, drop the pressures a little bit further here, but still some decent amount of dry air. This thing just try to intensify last moment. It's still going to kind of struggle with that. But again, we are expecting this thing to develop into a hurricane before it makes landfall. But yeah, some thunderstorm activity. We've been seeing spotty on and off thunderstorm activity associated with this storm. For a while it pops up and then, as you can see, it goes away and then pops up and then goes away. And that's because of that dry air that's still kind of circulating around that storm. If we come over here to the lower level water vapor, you can see that we do have some dry air still working its way into the kind of south, I guess the east, the western, southwestern area of the storm, which is causing this thing to kind of struggle to intensify, which is what we like to see. But there is still some, convection ongoing. You can even tell on radar as those things start to fire. You can also see some more reds starting to try to wrap around the storm right now. Will the eyes be close to League City? I think League City is. So we got Pearland up there. You guys are in a hurricane watch. I thought League City was like near Galveston. Yeah. It should stay pretty far away from League City. But if we get a little bit of an easterly jog, it might come a little bit closer to League City. But so far, not too many. I mean, it does kind of seem like it's still on a little bit of an easterly wobble, actually, as of this latest scan. And maybe an eye trying to close a little bit here if that's the center of pressure. But if the center of pressure is more back in this region, then that just might be some rain kind of wrapping around some area. But, that might be trying to close there. But I'm assuming it would be this area here of the storm. I am kind of curious. Do we have another airplane pass with this storm with that convection? And with that convection, and yeah, we got a new plane that just took off from the port from the what appears to be Florida. And yeah, that other one finished. Yeah, all the planes have finished, but we do have a new plane en route from Florida. So we should get some new data from that. It's almost in the center of the storm. So it is about to probably drop some dropsons, and that will give us a better indication of what the storm is doing near the surface. It looks like those outer bands are now pushing into Bay City, areas like Lake Jackson as well, Palacios. And then after that is going to be Port Lavaca, Adena, El Campo. Expecting to see some, gustier winds with this outer band starting to push into land there. And then your second one is going to be this band here. And then you will have the band that's going to have the more intense winds back here in this region. When will the storm exit Houston? It looks like that's gonna be, probably sometime around like 3 p.m., 3 or 4 p.m., but still could be getting some rain and a tornado threat on the southern side of it. So it'll be a while. That'll be tomorrow. Chance of a Cat 2 landfall, I think it's pretty low at this point. Pretty darn low. It's only a matter of time before this thing starts interacting with land and we start to see it start to lose some of its strength. So I mean, it really only has. Let's see, it's 9:25. This thing is expected to make landfall just after 1 a.m., probably around like 2 a.m. out there. So definitely, not a whole lot of time. We're only talking about it. Let's see here, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. And yeah, I mean, we'd have to have some pretty intense intensification from here until landfall for that to happen. So I'm leaning more to like at max, like a stronger Category 1 hurricane right now, but you can't technically rule out a Category 2 strength. So still keep that in the possibilities, but regardless, the preparation should be the same. Still going to have that chance for some significant, significant flooding, storm surge, and also potential for some tornadoes as well. Do want to check over here near Galveston? Yeah, still good to go there. I also want to check in on the velocities here. Yeah, still noticing a little area of broader circulation, a couple little areas of broader circulation. Here with the storm, another one over here as well. This is just to the east of Lake Jackson, but nothing like tight or concerning just yet. It's like Beryl is struggling to become a hurricane again. Yeah, and that's because we just have so much dry air moving into the storm right now. You sent a video? All right, let me see if I can find it. Oh wow! Here's a view as of 9:04. So this is pretty recent. There you can see some clouds off in the distance. That's a cool shot. There's another one. So this is over here near El Campo as a 9:04. That was from. Never mind. That's from El Campo. Never mind. Oh, in El Campo. Okay, yeah, that was in El Campo, Texas. Let me see when this one was sent. This was sent from Michaela Rule at 9:21. So this is a recent video here as well. This is in the Galveston Bay area. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's the storms off in the distance. No lightning just yet. But you can actually kind of hear the winds in the background as well. Thank you for sharing that. And again, if you guys want to share photos, the link is in the chat. Click that link. You can share a photo or video for free here on WX Scan, and we can, kind of see where it comes from. But yeah, thank you guys for sending that in. I do appreciate it. But yeah, as of right now, obviously it's hard to tell. Oh, here's another one at 9:23. I think this is from earlier though. But yeah, from like 9:23 over here near Lumberton, Texas. This is from DM. A little gusty, kind of the calm before the storm there. They're near Lumberton, but thank you for sending that in, DMC. Yeah, if you guys want to get your photos shown on stream or videos, send them to us. Interested, if you guys have any videos there near Bay City, if you guys have like any photos here near Bay City, Lake Jackson, or Palacios, definitely want to see what those conditions are like. That is if you've already taken a photo. I don't really necessarily want you guys to put your lives at risk to take photos or videos. So, that's leaving that completely up to you and what you are comfortable with. You'll send more as it goes on. Thank you. No problem, Charlotte. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate that. Sent me a DM about 3 hours ago with severe traffic from evacuations. Let me see. Find that. Oh wow, yeah, there's some pretty intense traffic ongoing. Leaving Texas here. Look, or not leaving Texas. I don't know where this is. Yeah, this was in Conroe where they've done some evacuations. Yeah, a lot of people leaving the region, getting out of the way. Hopefully that traffic has kind of calmed down by now. and it's not as congested. Thank you for sending that in, RG5. I do appreciate that. Is San Antonio going to get any rain? Probably not a whole lot, to be honest. Like most of the rain's going to stay to your east. Beryl to make one last dying roar. It could, or it's just going to, continue to be a tropical storm. People just won't let go that this storm can be weak. But it could strengthen to a Category 1, which is not necessarily a weak storm. But it's definitely on the weaker end of the spectrum. You heard here in Indiana, I'm in the Beryl cone track. Yeah, a little bit. 25 mile per hour winds to 35 mile per hour wind gusts is going to be possible there near Indianapolis. So watch out for that. Lake Jackson. Oh, okay, gotcha. Send a video when there's some wind. All right, appreciate it. Yeah, so that's near Lake Jackson. Yeah, there is some storms coming through, so. Thank you, John and 31 Red Ball for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Do I think it's going to stay a tropical storm? That's hard to figure out. We do have aircraft recon though in the area. Most models have it staying a tropical storm, but again, the waters are pretty warm out here. I'm expecting it to be a little bit more bullish than the models are indicating, but I don't think as bullish. I think here's where my percentages are. I think 30% tropical storm near landfall, 50% a Category 1 hurricane, and like a 20% it's a Category 2. I think I'm comfortable with those numbers right now. I do still think a tropical storm landfall is possible. If this thing continues to strengthen, but I mean, it's only 5 miles off from a Category 1 hurricane. So, this is the center of pressure here. We do have a little bit of a jog to the north. It kind of looks like that might be developing to be the center of pressure. So I wonder where this will move. We might get a little bit of an earlier landfall than expected if that's the case, if that's where the new center is going to be. It kind of looks like it, at least on radar. Let me see if the plane is flying. Let's see if it's investigating that area or the area to the south. It still could be down here to the south. But either way, it's a little bit, we're in a kind of a little bit of an eastern wobble here. Let me go over, pull up the Hurricane Hunter plane. Oh yeah, he's investigating this area. So yeah, that's probably the new center of the storm there. Interesting. So yeah, we'll see what it is. Some decent winds coming off of the plane right now. Flight level winds of up to 57 knots. They're kind of in these outer bands. We'll have to see what the surface data is saying. But yeah, the plane is inbound. It's about to go through the center of the storm, and it's about to give us a lot of data. It's going to be helpful in determining what this thing is looking like at this moment and what it could possibly look like in the future. That might be a new format. That might be that new center of pressure. There, we'll have to see. They'll probably drop a drop sound in there if those winds really drop off. That's how we will know. Actually, here, we'll leave the Hurricane Hunter planes up for a little bit because they're not too annoying to look at. Overlaid over everything. They're kind of thin. It's a thin little line, so it's not too annoying. And, once it updates, if we really start to see these little wind barbs here start to drop in wind speeds as it approaches this area, then they're probably going to drop a drop sound right in this area, and we should be able to get a new lower pressure. I would have to wonder if that, if this is if it is officially trying to close off here. If it is officially trying to close off, this thing might start to intensify here. But again, if that's where it currently is, I mean, let's see, that's 66 miles off the coast. This thing is moving at about 13 or 12 miles per hour. So that is 5 hours from landfall. Would you put this around like 2 a.m., I think, Central Time? Yeah, 2 a.m. So that'd be a little bit ahead of schedule. Oh no, the clock. Still don't understand. It's like, doesn't matter which clock I use, it always just messes up. This is Tornado Paigey. She is in Oklahoma. I know a lot of people probably don't care that that is the case, but there are some storms out here, and some of them have been severe. Not. I was hoping we could come over here and look at the lightning, but hey, if you guys want a lightning show, the lightning should start to be able to be about to pick up here on Paigey's stream. So if you guys are interested, there's a little flash there as well. We still have a view here from Galveston looking out for some lightning flashes here, but there's not really too much thunderstorm activity, at least where this camera is looking. If it was looking a little bit to the east, a little bit more to the east, we'd be able to see these outer bands. But once these outer bands move in, we'll be able to see them from here. And also we have Brett Adair in the area too, once he decides to go live. Okay, looks like kind of some breaking news here. But the VDM just reported an eye wall for the first time in Beryl. They're saying it's still open and it is 40 miles wide. That was as of 30 minutes ago. So they are officially calling this an eye wall now. Wonder how many times, or wonder how long it takes for this to update on Radar Omega. I've never used Radar Omega's overlay for that. Yeah, the eye is still open, but there is now officially an eye wall, is what they're saying, the hurricane hunters. Night stream, yeah, we're gonna be streaming for a while. I got plenty of energy. Honestly, we can probably do a 24-hour stream from now and wouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, it wasn't a nap. It was just me going to sleep. But yeah, I decided to stay up super late, all the way into about 10 a.m. today, from yesterday to 10 a.m. And I went to bed at 10 a.m., woke up at 6 p.m. So I'm well rested, ready to go for the long term. Okay, there you go. There you see the winds just dropped off on the latest update. There's that. That's probably the center of pressure in that region there of the storm. It's a little bit south of that area, so still kind of seems like that circulation is like somewhere in this region, and this just might look like an eye wall, or that could be an eye wall. They might have just gone a little bit too far south. They might make another pass directly in the center there, depending on what their data says. But you can see those winds really drop off. When you get into the whites here, that's the wind dropping off, and the stronger winds will get up into the yellow, oranges, and reds. Their flight level. So we'll have to see what the latest dropson says. They should be dropping a dropson out of the storm here right as they pass through there. So we should have some a little bit more detailed data, out of the plane. All right, let's do a little update here on the outer band. Looks like it is now moved into Bay City. Part of it is also moving into Port Lavaca and Port Comfort. Again, this is going to bring some heavier rain and potentially some stronger winds there. Also, Lake Jackson as well is going to be getting some rain and wind there with that. And we're still watching over here for Lake Jackson for the potential of a couple of spin-ups. We actually have a little area of rotation here. Little area of rotation. If that makes it to land with that strength, they might throw a tornado warning on that south and west of Freeport. Definitely got to watch that area. That could eventually be a waterspout or could already be a waterspout there. And if that can make it on a land, that would probably kick off the tornado threat there. But, next in line is going to be Victoria Edna El Campo here with this outer band that is starting to move in. This little circle is not 40 miles wide. I'm just going off of what the hurricane hunters have said. And so they would say the eye wall would be, I guess, in this region. I don't know. I don't think it's 40 miles wide, but that's just what they reported. So maybe something like this, an eye wall. They say it's not closed, so it wouldn't be this little thing here. It would be this kind of wider one. So still a pretty broad circulation. Not super tight. We don't have like an inner eye wall yet. They might be calling that like an outer eye wall at this point. Had a tornado in Beaumont, Texas. Thomas Williams shares a video with 12 News at around 7:30 p.m. Where's Beaumont? Beaumont, Texas. Really? Huh. Maybe from that storm earlier? Let me check the velocities on these. I mean, there's subtle spin in there. That's interesting. Yeah, potential tornado happened up there near Beaumont at around 7:30. Hello, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Let me put Pagey's stream under me for now. Where is it? This would be this one. Yeah. Howdy, howdy. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you guys. Getting closer to landfall here. Not quite there just yet. But we do have the outer band starting to impact some folks out here near like Bay City, Port Lavaca, Lake Jackson, where those winds are going to try to pick up here. Let's see if we have any of the latest METAR data out here. Let's look at the wind speeds. Yeah, so the wind speeds here are sustained at around 12 to 20 miles per hour, or 21 to 29, or 21 to 20 miles. Oh yeah, sorry, 12 to 21. I was right the first time. But yeah, 21 miles per hour, 29 mile per hour wind gusts over there near Port Lavaca, near Bay City. 20 mile per hour winds and 37 mile per hour wind gusts. So it's getting pretty gusty over there in Bay City. North of Lake Jackson, 12 miles per hour and 20 mile per hour wind gusts there as well. Near Galveston, we're also getting some decent winds as well. We've had a report of a 31 mile per hour wind gust there near Galveston. Also in downtown Houston, measured a 25 mile per hour wind gust. So the winds are getting a little bit gusty. Our strongest sustained winds, though, appear to be in the Corpus Christi area with 25 miles per hour sustained and 37 mile per hour wind gusts there near Corpus Christi. Oh, we just got another one over here near Palacio. Or Palacio, is that how you say it? Pistachio? Palacios. Palacios. I think that's how you say it. Of a 36 mile per hour wind gust there. 26 mile per hour sustained. So we'll keep checking back in with those every now and then as we get that data to come in. Palacios. Oh, Palacios. Gotcha. Palacios or Palacios. Is it now a category 1? I don't think it is. We might have gotten a new update. Sometimes they do it early. No, not yet a category 1. The update should come out here within the next 16 minutes. So let me Hopefully this doesn't slow down my computer too much. Seeing people jumping the gun. Yeah, they're probably jumping the gun unless we've had some sort of word out there. But yeah, it's still a tropical storm as the latest NHC update. But, you know, in 15 minutes, this thing might be classified as a Category 1. We'll have to see. Uploaded a couple of photos. All right, yeah, we'll go check back in with that real in a second. It's gonna go to Sugarland. It's gonna bring some gustier winds into Sugarland. That is for sure. So definitely be prepared for that. Could get some power outages over there as well. Sorry, I'm just putting the finishing touches on the thumbnail if this does get upgraded to a hurricane. Yeah, let's go check out. Yeah, that update's going to be coming in any moment here. Let's go check out over here. Let me see. Somebody said that they posted some photos, so again, it's really hard for me to find the photos. The app is still kind of in its baby stages. 502. Just gonna have to click around, I guess. 654. We're getting posts from the Houston area, maybe. All right, I'll search this on a. Oh, there's that. Near Stafford, Texas. Here's the view here of a beautiful sunset. So that was probably a little bit earlier in the day there, but yeah, beautiful sunset out there in Stafford, Texas. Thank you for sending that in. That was from Barry from Houston. That was a couple minutes ago there. Also, this was during the first band. Oh my god, playing catch in a hurricane band. Uh, very cute, very cute. Looks like you guys got a little bit of not a hurricane band. Sorry, tropical storm band. Sorry, a little bit of rain ongoing here as well. A little ponding in your lawn as well. So it's like you and your dog had a lot of fun. I was at 9:04. But that was posted a little bit earlier in the day when the little rain band came through the Houston area. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Again, it's so hard to find where. Yeah, I've already looked at that one, I think, where these things are posted. If you post multiples, it doesn't show up. I have to like zoom all the way in, and I don't like that. Well, I can't show that on screen, but yeah, still some little kinks to be worked out on the map, but they'll get there. Let's see here. No tornadoes are going to go to Sugarland. It's possible, actually. There's going to be a little bit of a tornado threat up there for the Houston area, so I would definitely be weather aware for tornadoes there in Sugarland. All right, let's see if that drop zone has been officially into the storm here, at least at the eye. Yeah, we got an eye drops on, and let's see what the pressures are. 987. So another, we just got a drop of another millibar from where it was before. So we were at 988, and now we're back down to 987. So I guess breaking news. We've dropped a millibar again. Oh, okay, here's a video. This is from WX Scan. Somebody posted a video here as of 9:48. Look at that. A little bit of rain moving in, and this is over here in Lake Jackson, where part of that outer band is starting to move into the region here. This is from Joseph. So yeah, that rain is picking up. Thank you for sending that in. That is a huge help. It allows us to see what's going on there at the surface. So again, if you guys want to share any photos on this app, the link is in the chat. But thank you so much for sending that in. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please hit that like button. It helps us reach people in the path of these storms. Also, consider subscribing for future coverage if you guys ever need tornado coverage or hurricane coverage, tropical storm coverage in the future. We keep you guys up to date, and I do appreciate your guys' financial support as well. A huge shout out to everybody that has donated. I think I did get some Venmos that I haven't talked about yet. So yeah, Melissa sent a $25 Venmo to $25 Venmo. So I do appreciate that, Melissa, as well. That's the latest here on the storm. Waiting for that hurricane plane to come back in. So it's going to come down here to the south and then kind of loop back around and go back into the eye. So we shall see. Small drop in the pressure, a 987. So no big drop since the last time a Hurricane Hunter has been out here, which is good news. Let's go check in on that rotation here with this part of the band. It looks like that little area of rotation did dissipate. But there's still a little bit of broad circulation here near Cedar Lakes. It is starting to make it onto land. Here's a special marine warning saying a thunderstorm capable of producing water spouts is moving into land. It's a little bit on the broad side, but we'll have to watch these little circulations. We also have a couple of circulations inland here near Sweeney and Cedar Lake as well. So it does seem like that tornado threat might creep up here slowly if these storms continue to rotate like they are. That's going to be mainly associated with this portion of the band. And thank you, Ion, for the 35 on YouTube. Thank you so much. Here in Lake Charles. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, you guys are going to be having a little bit of a tornado threat later with this storm. So that'll be tomorrow mainly. Tomorrow morning to afternoon. Yeah, WX Scan, if you could circle and send me a photo every time somebody posts on the website, I think that's going to be a good implementation there to allow me to see what's going on. The eye wall has not closed off. It's still an open eye wall.
Warning
Oh,
has
there's
been
that
issued.
tornado warning. This is our first tornado warning of the storm. Let's see where it gets placed. I'm assuming right here. Yeah. So we got a new tornado warning here for Cedar Lakes and Cow Trap Lakes there as well. You guys need to be going to your safe spots. It's the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. And right in there, there's that area of circulation. Water spout could be ongoing, making its way onto land right now. It's a little bit broad, but certainly I'd be in your safe spots there near Caltrap Lake and Cedar Lakes. There just to the west of Bryan Beach. There we go. The first tornado warning of the storm. We'll keep on coming back up there and checking in on this. But yeah, I mean, certainly a that little band there is going to be causing a tornado problem. Hey, thank you, Colette, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. And Tommy as well. Thank you. Here in Pasadena, how is our outcome looking? Pasadena, Texas. Let me see. Pasadena, Texas. Yeah. Little bit of rain there. As of right now, maybe spotty rain showers here and there. You're near Houston, so yeah, everything I've said for Houston goes for you too. You're in a tropical storm warning out there. Could get some hurricane force wind gusts eventually. Rain, a tornado threat as this band slowly tracks up to the north on the northern side of this storm. Thank you, Sup Girl, for the 7. Appreciate that. Is it going to hit Jonesboro? I don't know what state that's in. Surprised there's no tornado watches. They typically don't issue tornado watches. You know, it's pretty well known that there's tornado threats. Sometimes they do issue tornado watches though for a storm, for a tropical storm. But I mean, no, yeah, they do issue them, but you know, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Just depends on how the tornado threat evolves. If we do get some more tornado warnings, then you know we'll have to you know they'll probably issue a tornado watch if we keep on seeing sustained rotations here with this kind of outer band here. Yeah, latest scan here on this rotation, we still have an area of some broader circulation. Again, this thing could try to wrap up and produce a tornado here in the short term. So if you live over there near Cowtrap Lake, just to the south and east of Churchill here in Texas, you guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. It's just to the south of Lake Jackson. Again, a safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. See you later, E-Man. Thank you for tuning in. New update is in. Still a tropical storm. There you go. Still a tropical storm. Beryl forecast to make landfall as a hurricane along with the middle Texas coast early Monday. Conditions will deteriorate overnight with dangerous storm surge, flash flooding, and strong winds expected. Minimum pressure has dropped 1 millibar, which is what we just saw from that plane. That plane's drop zone, and also 70-mile-per-hour winds in this storm still. So still not officially classified as a hurricane. But as this gets closer to land, we might start to get more updates from the Hurricane Center. What do y'all think? Do y'all think this little plane gets in the way? Is that a little bit annoying? These little lines here? Or do you guys like seeing the plane? How fast is it moving? 10 miles per hour, so it's slowed down at 2 miles per hour. Oh, you didn't even notice the plane? Picture of Houston, Texas of the low clouds on X. Let me see. I can't show that. Thank you for taking a screenshot of it. What I can show, if there's low clouds moving into Houston, we do have a camera in Houston. Let me go bring that up here real quick. I want that one. I want this one. There we go. This is in Houston, Texas. As you see, the Houston skyline is off to the left. The camera's a little bit blurry, but you can see that there are some lower hanging clouds. I think actually some of the tips of those skyscrapers are actually in the clouds. We'll keep this camera up because that camera in Galveston is really dark. This is a live view from Houston. Put one in the chat if you live here. Or in the surrounding areas like Galveston, Lake City, or Sugar Land. It's when the lowest pressure of the storm pushes into shore. That's the latest there. I'll put that underneath me here, so we can have a constant little view here of Texas, Houston, Texas. Oh wow, we got a lot of people from Houston. If you guys live in Houston, make sure you're sharing the stream on your social medias. You have, you'd be surprised how many people are looking for coverage like this. I mean, it's not every day, that you get to. Oh, by the way, they did allow that tornado warning to expire. Little update on that. So now we're back down to 0 tornado warnings. But you'd be surprised how many people in your area would love to come into this chat and ask some questions. Let's give an update on this rain band here. So that is now moved past Bay City, going into El Campo and Adena. Port Lavaca still getting part of that. Then we got another little rain band. Looks like that's moving still just to the east of Lake Jackson, about to push into Bay City. So another little round of heavier rain is going to be moving into Bay City here shortly. Houston taxes. Oh, yep, a train is coming in. Yeah, this is a train cam here in Houston. So its main purpose is to see trains. Secondary purpose is to see hurricanes now. Yeah, a little bit of a train there. All your Amazon packages are still in route on that train. And if you ordered an entire pallet or an entire shipping container full of coal, it's also coming. If you ordered 1,000 gallons of oil, it's on its way. I appreciate that, King Gaming. Thank you. We try our best to keep you guys informed on the storms. Let's check for any new rotations. I'll check on that old one. Yeah, that one has gotten pretty broad. But again, we're going to see little spin ups in and along this little line here. So every now and then we'll get a little tornado warning here and there. So we'll keep on checking on those areas of rotations. But this one that was tornado warned earlier is now broadened out pretty significantly there. So that is why they've allowed the tornado warning to expire. You're glad to see your tons of. Okay, so CJ is getting his tons of coal and oil delivered there. It might go north. It is going north, yeah. That center of pressure is right here with the storm, and from here on out, it should be going north. So a little bit more of a shift, I would say, to the east, at least at the center of the track. Actually, quite insignificant. Actually, oh wow, this is kind of some breaking news here. The center of the track now goes into Houston. So you guys were a little bit to the east of that. Yeah, it looks like Houston is going to get kind of the center of the storm. It's not going to be a hurricane, most likely. I guess it could still technically have some hurricane force wind gusts in there. So looks like they did shift that track a little bit further north again. So that's some breaking news there. That little shift to the north that we saw on the pressure, on the drop zones that were coming out of the hurricane plains, it looks like they're taking that seriously. So potentially some stronger winds there for Houston. Still expecting anywhere from, Category 1 strength, 75 mile per hour winds, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, to 45 mile per hour winds and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the Houston area. Just depends on how long this thing lasts inland, but it does seem like we're going to be getting some impacts out there in Houston. Probably could get some decent power outages from that as well. That is a little bit concerning. There, it's not like a worst case scenario. Again, this storm is definitely not on the stronger side of hurricanes if it does ever get to that status. But you know, as of right now, it is a stronger tropical storm, so it's not going to be super intense, but it's certainly going to be enough to knock out power. It's going to be windy. It's going to be loud for a while, and yeah, going to be watching out for the flooding threat with this storm as well. What time should Houston expect those impacts? We're talking, you know, probably around like, you know, around 7 a.m. It's really going to start to pick up there in terms of that rain and also the stronger winds there for Houston. Will this affect the Dallas area? No. Utah needs rain. Yeah, I wish you guys could get some rain. There is actually some decent drought that's going on out there. So yeah, it looks like the plane is now turning, so it'll do a little turn and then probably go over to here, and I'll probably do a little turn, go over to in this area here, and then it's going to make another pass into that eye. Yeah, if you guys are in like the pink colors or the yellow colors here, you know, I'm starting to wonder if they're going to start issuing like hurricane warnings. I guess they haven't issued any hurricane warnings for the Houston area, but it seems like it's going to be a pretty close call. I wouldn't be surprised if last minute we do get hurricane warnings for around the Houston area if this thing, you know, strengthens to like a mid-level category 1. But if it's just, you know, barely a category 1 by landfall, probably not going to see that get issued. Yeah, Houston definitely needs to be on alert here. Another little shift will bring stronger winds to Houston, because you know there's a big difference from the storm being over here and being right here. This should lower though the tornado threat for the Houston area, but you know still these outer bands could cause some tornadoes. That should be the main tornado threat there for Houston, which should be on the lower end of things. But you know, we could get some spin up tornadoes out of this little band. Uh, Maybe we'll see. We're keeping an eye on it. It's a little bit of a weaker storm, so that threat isn't going to be as strong. But you know, it certainly is going to exist. Should College Station expect less tornado wind impact? Yeah, a little bit less with that little shift to the east. College Station could still get some pretty gusty winds on the backside, but again, the strongest winds are going to be on the right side of the storm. Still could see some tropical storm force wind gusts, tropical depression, storm, you know, winds out of this sustained. But yeah, you know, you're going to be now on the western side of the storm, which would be like a pretty much, it should be pretty close to zero tornado threat. I'm trying to like figure out how to like keep Houston and the hurricane. For some reason, at the best zoom level, Houston goes away. I don't know why they would ever take off the Houston. I mean, I guess you could still tell where Houston is, but Northern Track gives it a little bit more time over the Gulf. It does, yeah, it certainly does. But again, this thing might try to strengthen here. We'll have to see. But I don't think it's going to, you know, strengthen significantly to like a category 4 or 3. I think, you know, the highest end of the spectrum is a low end category 2. But what I'm expecting is this thing to barely make it to hurricane before landfall at this point. Is the eye over Cyprus? No, the eye of the hurricane is currently off the shore. Let's see here. I do want to see if we have any new marine data. in the area. Oh, wow. There's actually a buoy that is like really close to the center of the storm. So, yeah, it's measuring 58 mile per hour wind gusts there. And that is right into the near the wind where like some of the stronger winds are with the storm. So, yeah, 58 miles per hour there near the center. And that's on the surface too. So that gives us a pretty good understanding of what the winds are truly like in one of these stronger rain bands. It's probably where the strongest winds are currently with this storm. Wind speed sustained to 44 miles per hour. Let's also check back in with some of the METAR data out here as well. Let me turn this off. Go over to the METAR, bring up the wind speed, see if we have any changes there. Yeah, no major changes. Still around 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. Yeah, 33 mile per hour wind gusts there. 21 in Bay City. So it looks like it calmed down after that first initial part of the line came through, but it's probably those winds are probably going to pick back up with this next little line there. You know, where the winds are probably going to be at their strongest for areas like crap, I already forgot how to pronounce it, but Palacio, Bay City and Lake Jackson is going to be when they're really going to start to pick up is right here. Oh my gosh, there's actually a METAR station out in the middle of the ocean. I didn't even see that. Yeah, as of 9:55, 46 mile per hour sustained at the surface and 63 mile per hour wind gust. So that's the strongest wind gust we've officially confirmed there near the surface, at least with the METAR data. Still pretty gusty also in Corpus Christi as the latest there. Let me turn off this really quick. We'll come back to that every now and then to check in on the latest updates there. Also, another little gustier winds and rain band is pushing into south of Port Lavaca. And then still some heavy rain is happening over here near Lake Jackson. And that is also being accompanied with some stronger winds as well. I'm not seeing any stronger areas of circulation, though. They're associated, any new ones associated with that there. Let me see if we have some new photos here on the WXScan site. I'm not seeing any new ones, I don't think. Yeah, I've already seen this one. Yeah, not seeing any new photos out of the area just yet. I do want to see if Bread Adair is live yet. Yeah, Bread Adair is officially live. So we now have Bread Adair in Freeport, Texas. So let's go ahead and set him up. I'm going to put him here. Shoot. Actually, we'll do a duplicate here and turn this to Brett. If I change this, that shouldn't change that. Okay, it does. Shoot. Hold on. I have to make some alterations here. Just give me a second. Let me set this up. So there's that view there. And then we'll get Brett set up. I am going to have to change this. Take that off there. And I think there is a view somewhere that is already kind of set up. Hold on. Come here. It's this one. Control C, and we'll put this one here. Perfect. And then I have to resize it. Just give me a second. I know it's a black screen. And then I'll put that there, bam. And then we'll get Brett Adair. This is Live Storms, Live Storm Media here. And this is Brett Adair, who is here live out there. It says not for broadcast, but we do have permission from him directly to show this stream here. Let me also bring up the nameplate here as well and change this to Brett Adair. So this is kind of our first look in the storm here. And let's see if he's talking about anything at the moment. We'll bring up his audio. He is in Freeport. Oh, I can't hear him. Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him like at all. I don't know why.
Could Drew put a radar box in the bottom right showing a location?
I don't hear anything.
Would that be helpful? Hold on.
Is there any rain? Can y'all hear the rain? Really quiet. All right, I might have to adjust the audio here. I mean, it's full blast, or it should be, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can't hear him, unfortunately. Let me see if he's on YouTube. That might be a better medium. He might have gone live on YouTube. Brett Adair live. Yeah, he is live on YouTube. Okay, yeah, we'll just do this. This will be better to get that audio in. Hey, thank you, Michael, Maddie, and Scott for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome. So let me get this set up here real quick, and we'll be back to the full coverage here. Being a little finicky. It happens sometime. There we go. There. And then interact. Listen in. His audio might be off. I'm not hearing anything. Just make sure my sound is on. Yeah, my sound's on. So his audio just might be off. Yeah, this is Brett Adair. He's live in the storm. And let me see where he is exactly. He is near Freeport. Let's see where that is. Yeah, he is. He's kind of in like, yeah, he's just to the south. So here's Brett Adair. He's just to the south of Galveston here, about as of 3 minutes ago. They're near Freeport, Texas. So he's going to be near the coast as this thing gets closer to land. So we'll have him up here as well. Perfect. And then, oh, not perfect. Let me expand that up to here. And then bring this over to here. Perfect. But yeah, he's in the outer... Actually, it's still bleeding over a little bit. Hold on. There. That should be good. Yeah, perfect. But yeah, he is in this outer rain band there that is located near like Treasure Island. He's pretty close to Treasure Island, so he's getting some heavier rain there. I'm thinking he might probably go a little bit to the south. He's probably slowly working his way down to the storm. But yeah, Brett Adair, he is on the storm. We'll keep track of him on his storm chasing little website here. The right flank. Yeah, that's going to be the area where the strongest winds will be. Yeah, that's above the surface, so that's not going to be making it down to the surface. But definitely some stronger winds in that band of rain there. And we just had a hurricane hunter fly through here, collect data, and the latest data is near the surface, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that's probably the area right there where the strongest winds are with the storm. Yeah, Connor is going to be live at 11. We'll have him, and then Stormrunner Media should be live in about 11 minutes. I don't trust the NATO cast with this storm, but we'll see. What's going to happen in Detroit with Beryl? I'm not really talking about that just yet. That's a little bit too far out in the future. Starting to wrap up now, and that one band close to the center is getting stronger too. Not necessarily. Yeah, this one right here is going to be that strongest wind band there. Yeah. I think if any part of the storm is going to, push this storm into hurricane strength, it's probably going to be this little rain band right there. So, if that continues to strengthen, we might get an update here within the next 45 minutes that this is a hurricane. But as of right now, we're still waiting on the plane to make a new pass into the storm. And you can actually see that wind field is pretty big still with this storm. There with those tropical storm force winds. And thank you, six thick for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Starting to wrap up. All right, no, I already read that. When is it going to hit Houston? So it's going to get pretty close to Houston, probably around like 10, 11 p.m. I mean, a.m., sorry. That's when the center is going to be pretty much right over Houston, bringing the strongest winds and rain there. Are spin up of tornadoes a risk? Yes, and they're going to be a risk associated with this band right here. In fact, let's check to see if we have any new areas of rotation. No new areas of stronger rotation near the shore just yet. We do have some trying to spin up out here a little bit further out from the shore. That's about all I'm seeing. Still have to watch out for some spin-ups here in this area, but so far so good. Not seeing any dangerous rotations, at least near the land. In terms of where this outer band is going, looks like Lake Jackson just got impacted there by part of the band. A little bit heavier rain is going to be now start to fall there. Bay City, the rain is kind of calming down a little bit. But yeah, I mean, just got some, potentially some little bit of a gustier winds with that portion of the storm. Let's go check this thing back on satellite again. See what that's looking like. Satellite view. There. Yeah, it's certainly got that you can definitely see that area of convection on the northern side really pop up there. Landfall should be sometime between like 2 and 5 a.m. Just depending on if this storm slows down or speeds up. You want to ride with the hurricane hunters? Yeah, that would be really cool. That'd be really cool. It'd be really scary though. You have to understand that, the turbulence in that flight, that plane bounces around a lot as it approaches. It gets really hectic. But man, once you're in that eye and you get to see the stadium effect, I mean, that is an experience that I'm sure is unprecedented. It's probably one of the coolest things you could probably do on Earth other than like go to space, in my opinion. Yeah, Tyler Kurtz is live, but I am not using his stream this stream. I'll be using Brett Adair, Tyler Kurtz, and Stormrunner Media. I mean, not Tyler Kurtz, sorry. Brett Adair, Connor Croft, and Stormrunner Media for this stream. How many miles per hour? As of the latest update that just came out not too long ago, we're sitting at around 70 miles per hour with this storm. Flight level winds, yeah. That they measured those. before they went into the eye before this latest update. The winds into the surface are not that strong. Again, flight level winds is not surface. This thing is going to get upgraded due to the surface winds, and they're dropping drop zones within this storm, and we're getting, I think it's like 50 to 60 knots on the surface. Yeah, and flight level winds is above the surface. In some scenarios, you can assume that some of those are making it down to the surface, but for the most part, they don't. Yeah, it is starting to organize a little bit better. Let me take off this plane data here. We'll probably keep the plane data off and just rely on projected track. Oh, wait, not the projected track. Crap. So many options to choose from. It does get a little bit confusing every now and then. Take that off there. Perfect. Yeah, you can really see that convection is wrapping around the storm right now. And you can see it pretty clearly on radar, too, that this thing is trying to organize a little bit further. We should get another hurricane plane into the storm here shortly, which again is going to give us some sort of indication of if that pressure is still dropping. We had a little bit of a drop in the pressure, 987 from the last planes that came through. And eventually, as this Hurricane Hunter plane goes back in, if that is continuing to drop, then we are starting to see Beryl make an attempt at becoming a hurricane, which it should do right before it makes landfall. The radar looks for Shrio, Texas. Yeah, we'll do a radar update in a little bit. We'll kind of switch back and forth. We'll watch this view for a little bit. This isn't the coolest view. I mean, it gives you like an overall picture of what's happening with this storm, but this one right here is really cool. This is a really cool view. It literally takes a satellite scan once every minute. Once every minute, which is crazy. It's really cool. So, give it a minute and we'll have a new scan. Give it another minute and we'll have another new scan. This is the mesoscale view of the storm right now. Was that a boat on Brett's stream? Yeah, he said something about a boat. I think they're going to go out on a boat, guys. Brett told me about that. Brett might be going out on a boat. He said something. He sent me a message. Let me just read it again just to see if I can figure it out a little better. Okay, we got a new post on WXScan 2, but let me read his message. He said something about a boat. Yeah, he said, these are his exact words. We are going to get on a boat. So, yeah. I think they're trying to do that. I don't know if he's going to be live streaming from the boat. Man, I will say that doesn't really look like the best boat. Can't imagine he's actually going to get on that, right? I mean, he said he's going on a boat. That's like a little dinghy. Listen, guys, I'm just telling you what he told me. He said, I think this is gonna be pretty decent, honestly. We are going to get on a boat. LOL. That was his message from yesterday. So, but yeah, he is a professional. He's been chasing hurricanes his entire life. He's really experienced. If he thinks he can handle the boat, oh yeah, here's a view of the coast here near Freeport, actually. Brett's extreme, guys. Again, you know, he's up there with Reed Timmer. He's extreme. So I'm sure if Reed Timmer had a boat, he'd be hopping on a boat too. Oh yeah, look at those waves starting to crash into those rocks a little bit too. Storm Runner Media says, we are also going onto a boat. Just kidding. Hold on. We can bug them on Zello. I totally forgot about Zello. Let's see if they're online. They should be going live, I think, here shortly. Never mind, Zello's not working. But yeah, that's Brett Adair. Let me see if there's like audio here, if we can hear the storm. Still no audio. I don't know what's going on with that. Does he have audio for you guys on YouTube? Oh, no, it's showing up here. I just can't hear it. I don't know why I can't hear the audio on OBS.
Southeast side's got 70 knot barbs now. Hold on. Look at that. Oh yeah.
Let me
get a little bit of video of that.
Dude, so
I think I have to
right on
do
the other
this.
side of that
Advanced
woodland
audio
house right there is
properties.
insane.
Look at that.
The entire
And
wreck
then
got
take
washed away over
this,
there.
do
Oh, really?
that. I want to be able to hear
I
it.
didn't know there
That's
was
where
a-
the inlet is.
I didn't know there was a road
That's why they
there.
blocked off that dead end.
Just on the other side of that house is San Luis Pass Inlet.
That's why they blocked off that dead.
The wind right there.
Right.
Well, right now it's got a probably inbound current, but
70 knot barbs in the south. They're moving in toward the center right now, and they're 9.
1 second. I don't know why.
Russ,
Look what's happening. You got
look at this
explosion.
way down here. There.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's what I'm saying though. If it's 997 there, I mean, what is it here? Look at that.
Hold on. I don't know why it's not
MRI.
showing it.
Look at infrared right here. Hold on. Current storm satellite imagery.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah. Big
Look.
on that wall.
Look.
Look at the wall.
Hold on. Give me a second.
Go time.
Wow.
Control audio. Okay, I took that off. Why isn't it showing?
Watch what I can do with this camera. There's a reason I carry.
Trying to get the video to show back up here. There we go. Finally. Yeah, perfect. Okay, sorry. Had to get that figured out. But it is working. Everything is as it should be. But yeah, we'll keep checking back in with them. I don't know if he's going to 100% be on that boat or not. Okay, looks like Storm Runner Media pushed their stream back to 10:50. And Connor's still scheduled for 11. All right, so they're not live just yet. But yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on everything here. This is a view from just to the kind of west of Freeport, Texas. But let's go do a radar update here on the storm. Then we'll come back to the satellite view. But yeah, this is that area of convection they were talking about there with the storm. You see, as it gets a little bit closer to radar, we can see that's packing anywhere from 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there. So definitely a stronger portion of the storm. Once that gets to landfall there, that is going to be packing some stronger winds with it. So definitely keeping an eye on this little rain band here. But you can still see, I mean, it's trying to close off here, but we still got a decent amount of dry air working its way into the storm. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But yeah, latest radar updates a little bit for, Lake Jackson, Bay City. Still not seeing any areas of stronger rotation near the coast or on land. Maybe a little bit of circulation here north and west of Bay City. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Also seeing a couple little areas of circulation here off of the coast still. Definitely going to keep an eye on those storms as they make its way into land there. But yeah, if you look on velocities here, you can see that some of the stronger winds are going to be coming out of this portion of the storm and then moving, eventually going to try to track up towards areas like Lake Jackson and Bay City. So be prepared. This thing is getting closer and closer. This little rain band here, which is probably going to bring those strongest winds, is only about 40 miles off of the coast. only about 40 miles off of the coast. And this little rain band is also moving to the north. This is eventually going to try to push into areas like Pearl Land and Sugar Land here over the next 2 hours. That tornado threat will creep up with that as well. Yeah, looks like they did put Galveston into a hurricane warning too. Yeah, we're gonna have tons of storm chaser views with this stream, and if this thing gets to hurricane strength before landfall, we'll see the full force of the storm through multiple storm chaser views. And if Brett goes on a boat, which he might, we got a view of that too. Let's listen in here, see what they're talking about. Yeah, still not talking about much. I tried to get confirmation if they're really going to go on the boat or not. And you can see those waves starting to crash on this onto the barrier there as that storm surge is slowly picking up. And thank you, Kim and JFT, for subscribing. Yeah, we'll keep y'all in the loop. As for rescue after the storm passes, I don't know. I'm not sure what he's using the boat for, but I am certainly wanting to find out. When will it hit Victoria? Well, that rain band is starting to make its way towards Victoria. It's not quite there just yet, but once that starts to really pick up there, you'll probably see your wind start to increase, probably with over the next hour or so. Let's check in with the METAR data out here as well, see what those wind speeds are looking like. Yeah, still no big updates here as far as actually, there's a little area here. 29 mile per hour winds and 37 mile per hour wind gust over Port Lavaca. So still pretty windy there in Port Lavaca. That's the area where we've seen some of the strongest surface winds with this storm. Let's come back over here to the mesoscale view here, where we get a scan once every minute. Could this thing be a major hurricane if it stalled in the Gulf? I mean, if it stalled and just stopped moving, it could probably become like a Category 5 hurricane. I mean, if it just sat there in these waters for like 24 hours, it would eventually clear out that dry air and, yeah, probably just intensify as long as it was still stalled. No, banana. Did the storm get taller? Yeah, it's getting a little bit taller. Yeah. These little this little convective burst here is going to be is going to have some taller thunderstorms inside of it, some lightning as well, as that starts to push up to the north towards the coast there near Bay City. Yeah. We were talking about that, but yeah, I do agree there. So we did get a mesoscale discussion here, watch probability. So we get a 60% chance here for a tornado watch. That's going to be for parts of Houston and over there near Galveston, Bay City, all the way down to Port Lavaca there for an increasing tornado potential. So keep an eye out for that tornado watch. But you guys should already be watching out for tornadoes as this approaches. Can we see the 3D view for a sec? Sure. This is the 3D view of the storm here. And on satellite, wait, what? Does that always work for satellite? Yeah, it does. You can actually see the cities on satellite. This is how they need to do it with the radar as well. Hopefully they make that update eventually. Also looks like we might have a storm trying to develop there near League City as well. A little bit of convection starting there. We might have to check that on our radar. This is the 3D view of the storm. If we put it like this, you can really see different aspects of the storm that you technically wouldn't really be able to see, you know, with a like there's that drier air moving into the storm. You can kind of see it snaking through this little area here, keeping that convection a little bit on the lower side there. Yeah, it's a really cool view of the storm. Keep it in 3D like this. So Cat 1 is the worst it will be. You know, it still has some time. If it goes through like rapid intensification, it could probably make it to a low-end Cat 2. That would have to be really rapid. But it's theoretically possible. So I would say that's the ceiling. I would say the most likely probability is in Cat 1, though. Oh, he went out on the boat and he left his car on and left his camera. Okay, so he's out on the boat right now. Okay. He did not bring his, but at least we still have the view here of the coast where storm surge is going to be picking up. Hopefully he gets back before that storm surge reaches his car. He is not in the car. All right, gotcha. So Brett is now in a boat, apparently. Hopefully he makes it back to shore, because that is very dangerous. But he is a professional, so he knows. This is not his first rodeo, we'll say. But yeah, this is the view of the port, or of the I think it's Freeport, Texas. Yeah, Freeport, just west of Freeport, Texas. Even the pros make mistakes. Sometimes they do, yes. Yeah, it's a dinghy, really. He's in the car. Okay, so that was a false report. Okay, so he's in the car, guys. He's not on the boat. I'm going to stop reading chat. I really need to stop giving chat 100%, or not 100. I don't give you guys 100% credibility, but I need to stop reading the messages and give them a little bit more of a scrutiny. Sorry about that. He's not in the boat yet. But I think he's going to try to get on the boat. In fact, let's listen in and see if we can talk to him. Or not talk to him, but listen and see what he's saying.
We're about to get like rocked right here. Should I put the cover over the lens now?
Yeah.
I was thinking too.
One more clip.
I know it, right? I hate when it does that.
Brett is also a goober. I apparently got a new tornado watch, but it hasn't popped up on my feed just yet. So I'm waiting for that to come in. But we should have, I think we do have a tornado watch coming in. All right, so we also have a new post, apparently from WX Scan. So let me check that out. Almost forgot about that. New post in that area. All right. 9:48. I thought I already showed this. Yeah, I already showed that. Yeah, I already showed that. Unless there's a new one. I'm not seeing another camera in the area. Maybe I have to zoom all the way in. Let me zoom all the way in here. Yeah, I'm not seeing a new post there. We already showed that one. Okay. Yeah, let's go check in on the airplane, see what it's saying. Should be near the center again, yeah. So it is near the center, yet again, of the storm. Yeah, it looks like those winds are starting to drop as it approaches the center of the circulation again. Really interested to see what the pressure is going to say with this storm. Because again, if we see this 987 number drop, then that means the storm is still strengthening. Yeah, waterspouts are definitely possible with this storm. Come back over here to the radar and look at the rotation. We can see that we do have some areas of rotation off the shore that will eventually try to cause a tornado threat there. Oh, why this is still at 50 frames. I want it to be 30 frames, but it keeps changing for some reason. Saying it could be a major hurricane. Yeah, I've seen all those posts. Everybody's been, freaking out about this storm on YouTube, TikTok, saying it's going to be some massively strong hurricane, but no, that's not going to be the case. It'll most likely be a category 1 at landfall. The main thing that's keeping it from going, bonkers, which is always a possibility when you get this week of shear and this warm of warm waters. But the main thing that a lot of people, for some reason, just aren't considering is the dry air that is pushing into the storm, which is keeping this thing from, really forming an organized core. I could definitely get some strengthening of the winds on this northern side of the storm. That could pack a punch there. So we're keeping an eye on it, seeing if we're going to get any new updates from the Hurricane Center. Sometimes they start to push out hourly updates, which they might give us a new update at 11 p.m. I'm watching out for that. Okay, the new tornado watch has been posted. Okay, so here's the new tornado watch. People that are in the tornado watch is Lake Jackson, Texas City, Conroe, Houston, Dayton, Silsbee, and Port Arthur. You guys all need to be starting to watch out for tornadoes. And again, that's going to be from now until 10 a.m. when this tornado watch will be valid. So that's, how long you guys have got to be watching out for tornadoes. And we'll be live here on the channel covering the storm as it approaches. Yeah, we don't overhype. We just tell you the facts as they come in. If it's looking dangerous, if something's happening where we really got to pay attention to it, I will let you guys know. But I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I am not trying to, be entertaining in the way of fear mongering. Some people see fear as entertaining. I do not play into that. I try to keep people calm as a storm approaches. Yes, it's a little bit more boring than somebody that's going to shout and say everything's going to go to crap, but I just like to make sure that we're talking about accurate stuff, and panicking can be life-threatening. You do not want to panic in a storm. You can make bad decisions, and then all of a sudden you're putting yourself into a bad scenario. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream, please consider it. And also, we'll be doing hurricane coverage like this. Whatever tropical storm or hurricane comes our way, we will be going live for it, giving you guys live updates. So if that's something that you guys want in the future, consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Yeah, I do not like sensationalizing stuff. I feel like it's damaging. to the public, and I just avoid it altogether on this channel. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Haven't searched, but how did Haiti do? I don't know. I haven't heard many. I think we had a death or two in Haiti from flooding, I think. We did reach 1,000 likes, but thank you, everybody. Huge shout out to everybody that's liked the stream so far. You are technically helping us reach more people in the path of these storms. And also thank you to everyone that has subscribed too. Welcome. Glad to meet you guys. Happy to meet you guys. Hopefully it doesn't get overly intense. I'm really hoping this thing stays tropical storm going into landfall because, again, you know, once this thing starts interacting with land, it's gonna struggle a little bit more. So we'll see. Hello, hello, welcome. How do we know? It's the radar. So we monitor these storms on radar, not by sight for the most part. Sometimes sight can help though. And we look for little areas of rotation, like where you have brighter reds near to brighter greens. But sometimes even like, you know, something like this over the ocean where you have some darker greens next to really bright greens can indicate an area of rotation. I would not be surprised if there was a water spout ongoing currently here out over the ocean. But over land, we're not seeing any areas of strong rotation yet. I still don't know why. This thing keeps switching to 50 frames. Sorry, Radar Omega can be a little bit buggy. We've got to keep our eyes on these little broad area of circulations, just in case they do try to tighten up. And if they do, a tornado warning will be issued for them. Initially here, this is going to be our main tornado threat. This line here that is just to the south and west of Galveston. And then this portion of the storm here, that's the center of the storm. And the stronger winds are really going to start to pick up as this portion of the storm makes it onto land. Still a tropical storm, though. I know help, but I'm just so used to not using storm relative velocities that I usually keep it on. I can still see it without the storm relative. But it does help out. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to do the radar update since we were over here. Also for Bay City, looks like that heavy rain is now starting to clear out. Again, still going back to 21 frames. Or 50 frames. I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah, that heavier rain should be kind of clearing out right now. Maybe some moderate rain coming in the yellows here. Going to be for like Eastern Bay City, but that this little area here is really going to start to move into Lake Jackson here over the next 30 minutes to an hour, elevating those winds and also bringing some heavier rainfall. Watch out for ponding on the road too. Flooding could start to become a concern. This portion of the storm is also going to be carrying some heavier winds as well, and that is now moving on to shore near East Matagorda Bay, and then also just to the south of Lake Jackson as well. And then this portion of the storm is definitely going to escalate those winds as it moves on to shore. And that is about 21 miles off or 25 miles off of the coast here near Matagorda Bay. So I still want you guys super weather aware here as this is coming in. But those first initial impacts are starting to get started. I am curious to see if the METAR data has changed at all here. Let's go to the wind speeds. Yeah, a little bit calmer. A little bit calmer. That's the latest METAR data. Wonder what this buoy is saying. Yeah, that buoy calmed down as well. All right, let's go back over to the hurricane plane. I do want to see if we had that new drop sound into the plane or into this storm. We don't have a new drop sound in yet. So we still have to wait to see that. Should come in any moment. Oh, wow. Look at this. Maybe a little bit of an east. Actually, this is kind of important here to talk about now that I think about it. We do that little area there where the weakest winds are is actually a little bit further to the east or to the west. So a little bit of a western wobble. That's where the center of pressure is. You know, this thing is supposed to go pretty much northeast or northwest. That would be a little bit of a western wobble here, if that is the case. We'll have to see if that what the drop zone says as it gets there. Brett and his boat are moving. Oh wow, they're still right up on the coast here.
Fashion here.
And look at those waves. They are right up on the coast. Holy moly. And this is a live view here, right on the coast of, you know, south and west of Galveston, kind of near the Freeport area.
Oh, power flashes.
Where?
Right there.
Power flashes. Oh, looks like the winds might be picking up enough to knock out some power as well
Stop,
here.
didn't they?
So they did see some power flashes, which means a transformer exploded.
Oh, oh.
What,
Which means-
lots of them?
Yep. Gotta wait on it. Okay.
Not sure if that's tornado related or wind related. Yeah, near Matagorda, we are starting to see those power outages slowly increase.
Really? You on it?
We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, they're right next to the coast, and you can see those winds are starting to batter up against these rocks a little bit. So keep an eye on that. Let me see if Storm Runner Media is live. They are. So Storm Runner Media is officially live, which means Connor should be live too. No, Connor pushed his stream back a little bit. But yeah, Storm Runner Media is live, and they are. Looks like they're in Bay City. So yeah, you can see the winds are actually picking up a little bit here in Bay City as well. Look at those trees start to move. So yeah, the conditions are deteriorating on the after that little line moves through, the winds really start to pick up here on the northern side of the storm, and you can definitely tell that these trees are starting to move a decent bit there. Let me copy this and then move over to this scene here. Do want to get him set up. We'll get him set up. This, can we do a copy and then a paste duplicate there, and then we'll have to bring that all the way down. Here, and then delete that, paste that, come back over here and do that again. Hold on. Control C, come back to here, Control V, move this down to here, turn that on, make it small. Yeah, reports of power flashes near the Freeport area are being reported. So definitely watch out for those power flashes. Looks like the winds are starting to increase near the shore with this storm. What is going on there? Okay. That is because Connor Croft's stream is doing that. I don't know what causes this. put that there, and then just move this over. Perfect. Okay. And then we'll change Storm Runner Media's name also back. There we go. All right. Yeah. Now you can see the winds are picking up there. That is in Bay City. So they're right there near the where we're expecting landfall. There with this tropical storm. And then Adair is over there in a little bit further to the north. So we'll come over here to the radar, show you where everybody is. Adair is like right here near Treasure Island, near these little bands where we're still watching for areas of rotation. We actually have a pretty strong area of circulation here. If that continues near the coast, that will eventually get tornado warned there. And then Storm Runner Media is pretty much right here, kind of in northern Bay City, according to his radar. So and we got a new update. All right, Hurricane Beryl. This is now Hurricane Beryl again, with winds of 75 miles per hour and a low pressure of 785 millibars. This is official. Hurricane Beryl is now Hurricane Beryl. Let's go over to here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So yeah, as of 11 p.m., it looks like we are going to start to get hourly updates from the NHC. And as you can see, moving still at 10 miles per hour, 980, 50 millibar minimal pressure, and we have max sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. So definitely a little bit of an uptick there of the strengthening. So this is officially a Category 1 hurricane, which is what was projected. Still not seeing any rapid strengthening, but yeah, there you go. Breaking news. Beryl is back to a hurricane. Yeah, 985 millibars. Well, did I say 785? Sorry. I have a little bit of dyslexia, so every now and then I mix my numbers up. For the most part, everybody corrects me when that happens. You will also notice it when I type. But yeah, that's the latest update here from Hurricane Beryl. So we can now officially call this thing Hurricane Beryl. And again, the strongest winds with this storm appear to be in this portion of the storm as of right now. And that is still off of the coast. So, you know, it really won't matter when this thing makes landfall too much unless we start to get stronger winds on the southern side. I mean, it will technically matter as for science, but I mean, those strongest winds, we're mainly going to be watching this area for landfall, which will be here shortly. Go check those areas of rotation. Yeah, it looks like we're still getting these things try to develop, spinning on the northeastern portion of this storm, pushing into land eventually. So definitely got to keep an eye on that. Let's bring this back up to the satellite view here. As well, track that northern portion of the storm. How many miles offshore? That little band is about 20 miles offshore. So that would be about 2 hours by the time it makes it into shore. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the center of pressure should, be over the coast, or technically we should get that landfall sometime after 1 a.m. So like 2 to 5 a.m. is kind of what we're expecting there. Yeah, no problem, Voyage. No problem. What kind of weather should we expect around Jasper? Where is that nearby, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, by the way, guys, if you guys have any views of the storm, you can send it in. We're working with WX Scan here, and if you guys get any views of these storms at all, please send them in, and we will show it here live on stream. Please do not share them. If you're, if the situation is dangerous, I don't want you guys taking photos or videos out there when it's dangerous. But if you already have taken a photo, please send it in so we can show it here on stream. That link is in the chat there. That's WX Scan. Yeah, there's a water spout out there. Yeah, there is a water spout. Most likely. Can't confirm it 100% on radar, but just given the velocity signal coming from radar on that thing, I'm pretty darn confident that that's probably a water spout. Also seeing a little bit of rotation, trying to strengthen there near Lake Jackson, but still on the weak side. Got another circulation here. So yeah, we're really starting to see those circulations pop up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas of rotation just off of the shore here. So really watching out for that. Let's come back over here to Brett's View there near the coast. And you can see that the waves are picking up still here.
I thought he was driving. Which lights do we have on?
Right. Headlights.
What did Recon find that thing at?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be going on the dinghy. He might have decided against it. Let's come over here to Storm Runner Media. Check them out. You can see those rain bands are starting to move in. Let's listen in here as well. You can see with that light, you can see those rain bands kind of moving across the screen. Here, let me go ahead and order some DoorDash here ahead of time.
Oh, okay. He did change it.
He's good.
Okay. I was gonna say, I just saw I changed it, so.
Oh, you buy one?
Yep.
Unfortunately, I think the only place open next to me is McDonald's.
They have like 6 different flavors in there.
Oh.
It's the only energy drink brand they carry somehow. Just got lucky.
No, 5 hours.
Huh?
No 5 hour energy.
No, did you want one?
There we go, it's ordered.
Probably.
Yeah, rain's picking up here. This is in Bay City, where we're seeing one of those outer bands start to make it in.
I don't know.
Here.
It's gonna be a long night.
Keep on coming back over to them as we get different views from different storm chasers here. We also have Connor Croft that is supposed to be live here in 6 minutes, so we'll check back in with him. Oops. Once he gets a little bit close to the storm. Oh, wow. Look at that. Some of those waves are actually splashing some water over the rocks here on Brett's View. Look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Those are actually... Oh, they just got sprayed with some waves. The wind's actually picking up quite a bit here. Look at that water on the right side. You can see it spraying off over the road there on the right side where that light is. It could cause some flooding there as well. That storm surge is picking up here. And again, Brett Adair is just kind of on the very kind of northern extent on the shore near Freeport. Pretty much right there near Treasure. They're actually in Treasure Island. Yeah, it's a hurricane now. just got upgraded moments ago to hurricane status. But yeah, Brett's on the bottom right there if you guys want to keep an eye on that. You mentioned this storm has jogged to the west. We were trying to see if that was the case. Yes. We don't have confirmation of that yet. I want to see if they've put a new... Yeah, it seems like they have put a new drop sound in it. So that, yeah, that looks like that was the eye there. Yeah, 985 millibars. So yeah, a little bit of a jog to the west, according to the latest drop sound data. When it goes close to port, how do you? I still port. What did you ask? RNs. No, it would not go there. No, most likely not. Well, this thing's gonna do pretty much over and over here is it's gonna kind of it's gonna wobble. It's gonna wobble. You know, right now it's doing a little bit of a westerly wobble. It'll probably eventually do a little bit more of an easterly wobble. We'll see. Wind speed as of right now is 75 miles per hour. So it's about technically the weakest Category 1 hurricane you can have. It just passed that threshold. I appreciate that, Songbird. Yeah, no problem. No problem. The time will this hit Texas? Well, some of the most intense portions of the winds will hit Texas here probably within the next hour or two. Thank you, Kansas. I appreciate that. Yeah, hopefully this thing will start to interact. I mean, on radar, we can still definitely tell this thing has got some pretty major dry air issues still. See, that southern portion of the line just doesn't even have any convection whatsoever. Come over here to the mesoscale view here of the storm. You can see that really lacking convection on that southern side. So we got a marine warning here with that one storm that has a decent amount of rotation on it. That is waterspouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots there. So could definitely get an escalation of those winds with a potential for a tornado threat. Now these waves are still going pretty crazy here on Brett Adair's feed. Would not be surprised if Galveston had some similar waves as well. It's a little bit further north, but that storm surge and the wind should start to pick up as that outer band comes through. Because that's kind of the area where Brett is right now, near that outer band. Is the forecast for Victoria? I would say it's a little bit better as the newest update, as it takes you a little bit further away from the eye, but I think we can still see some pretty decent wind gusts over there. Austin see anything? Maybe some rain from the outer bands, but I'm really not expecting really much of any significant impacts for Austin, no. You want to check back in on that rotation on this storm. Yeah, maybe a little bit more rotation picking up here north of Freeport. Not a strong area of circulation, but if that gets any stronger, they might throw a warning on that. And then, yeah, latest scans on this little area of, I don't know why it keeps doing that. On this area here of rotation, looks like it's a little bit weaker, but there's certainly capabilities there. Again, you don't really need that strong of rotation to have a water spout, and we still have a couple little areas here of rotation in this storm still. So still keeping an eye on that threat as it approaches land. Still no new tornado warnings though yet, but some of these little areas of rotation might start, prompting tornado warnings in and around the Lake Jackson, Texas area here shortly. So definitely got to keep an eye on that developing situation. Category 2 starts from 96 miles per hour, yeah. New vortex data confirms significant northwest wobble. Okay, so they're calling that a significant northwest wobble. So might have to be thinking about impacts maybe a little bit further to the west, but we'll see if it wobbles back or not. Connor just went live. Okay, yeah, we'll tune back in with him once his feed becomes a little bit or once it becomes active there. Interested to see where he's going to set up. He's probably somewhere near Storm Runner Media, if I had to guess. Yeah, Sabin, that's on like the top end of the forecast. Is to see a category 2, but where I'm thinking is kind of a weak category 1 to mid-level category 1. Unless this thing can really clear out that dry air soon, we're probably not going to see it do much more than that. I do think flooding is going to be an issue for Houston. It won't be as significant as Hurricane Harvey, but it will definitely be a little bit of an issue. Honors with Freddie tonight. Ooh, a little special guest. That's cool. Yeah, still hasn't started yet. Stormrunner Media's view, I think they're getting gas. And back over here to Brett. Still have some pretty strong winds here with those waves pushing over the coast. He's certainly in a good spot to catch some interesting aspects of this storm in terms of the storm surge, potentially some street flooding as well. Yeah, that's the latest view from all around the board. Let's go see if... Oh my gosh. Okay, well, they're still in their hotel room, so it's not a very helpful. Thoughts on Pearland? You guys are in a hurricane warning now in Pearland. So I would certainly be, watching out for some hurricane conditions. Power outages, flooding, and even tornadoes are all going to be possible there for Pearland. Really from now until about 10 a.m. tomorrow. Where is Brett at? Brett is over here near Treasure Island. He's like right near this road here, near Blue Water Highway. That is where we're starting to see a lot of that, those waves start to push some water onto the coast there. Oh, Pearland, sorry. Yeah, I mean, the winds are definitely going to be strongest near the coast. So even though he's not like near the center of the storm, he's going to be getting those stronger winds that come right off the ocean. So we might actually see the strongest winds on Brett's feed today, because Storm Owner Media and although Storm Owner Media's feed is going to get pretty hectic here as well, as this starts to move into like Bay City. Because they are in Bay City. They're pretty much lined up for direct impact. Yeah, I got Brett. I got Brett's exact location up here on my second screen. He is in Treasure Island. What happened to the clock? I don't have the clock set up on this scene. Yeah, you can see some lightning there with those cloud tops there. I do want to check back in with the radar here just to make sure we're on top of that tornado threat and giving updates on what the outer bands are doing. Yeah, latest here, still some areas of rotation. This area kind of died off there near Lake Jackson. Heavier rain is probably about to pick back up here for Bay City. Also, that kind of outer band is really pushing into Lake Jackson there as well, and that flooding threat's going to be picking up. I mean, that's a lot of rain in this section of the storm here. That's going to be moving into Bay City. Also, that kind of outer band here where we're expecting some stronger winds is still off of the coast, still kind of pushing up into this. I hate that this keeps doing this. But yeah, still pushing up here. Not as organized, though, as it was initially. You can see it's kind of lost a little bit of intensity, but still probably some stronger winds. That's probably where the stronger hurricane force winds would be located, is still in this portion of the storm that hasn't quite made it onto land just yet, but it's getting pretty darn close. I mean, we're talking about, let's see, 11 miles there, at least from that outer portion of that little band there. So still potentially packing some hurricane force winds sustained in there with the potential for, they don't even have a wind gust on there. So I guess they're kind of the same. Can I ask what the time is? The time is 11:22. I might move well, let me experiment with something here. We'll come here. Let me copy. We could put the time up. I think I might have a good spot for it over there. This to like here. How's that? Is that better? When do I think it will hit? It's already hitting. We're already starting to see some impacts here from Brett Adair of some stronger winds and also a lot of waves pushing water into the coast. We're keeping our eye on Storm Owner Media as well, as they are going to be close to where this thing is going to be making landfall. So that's probably where some of the more intense winds will be. We've already had a tornado warning. I don't think there was a tornado with that, but we're also monitoring the tornado threat, which is also picking up with this storm. I have a couple areas of rotation we are watching that are just off of the coast still. Those are going to be pushing into Lake Jackson, south of Lake Jackson there along the coast. So things are already starting to pick up. We got rain bands pushing into El Campo. That's going to be pushing up those winds a little bit. And also over there near Bay City and Lake Jackson, starting to get some of those heavier rain and winds associated with this storm. We saw in Storm Owner Media's feed not too long ago of those rain bands making it onto shore. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Don't worry, Dennis. Brett is a professional. The storm surge will creep up. It doesn't just, change on a dime. It will creep up and he'll notice it. I mean, I can tell you right now, he's got an escape route and all of that planned. Worst comes to worst, they have a boat. So there is that. Yeah, you can really see how intense some of those waves are as they hit the coast here. There's definitely a lot of water starting to make its way onto the coast, getting sprayed up by these waves right now. Yeah, my rate. I can do a future projected path. Let me do that really quick. We'll bring this over to the big screen just to give everybody a little bit of a rundown here, what we're expecting. We'll use the HWRF model, kind of zoom in. So as the storm goes up to the north, might do a little bit of a western wobble, but generally, the impacts will stay the same for a lot of folks. Maybe could have some stronger winds over there near Port Lavaca if it does continue to wobble to the west there. But yeah, outer rain bands and rain really starts to pick up to Houston around 4 a.m. And then the strongest winds, though, for Houston is going to be between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. And that pushes up to the north towards College Station. With those stronger winds at around 1 p.m. tomorrow. And then that tornado threat, I think, is really going to start to pick up as we get to around 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Here in this portion of the storm as it approaches Beaumont there. And that's going to continue all the way into tomorrow, late tomorrow, and then even the next day, potentially going into Arkansas. So that's kind of the future of what we're expecting. Just a little brief overview. Do want to check back in with the radar down here, though, just to make sure that these areas of rotations aren't looking too dangerous. Yeah, a little bit broader on all of the rotations right now. Still seeing some stronger rotations off of the coast, but none of them are really making it onto land as dangerous rotations just yet. So still some good news there. Yeah, they're pretty big waves. Yeah. This is certainly the best view that we got on what this thing is doing right now near Treasure Island. Yeah, you can see the waves are crashing over the rocks there and pushing some of that water over the road. So we could start seeing some flooding and some of these roads over here near Treasure Island pushing into like Freeport. Also, further down the line would be like on the bay on the shorelines near Lake Jackson and near East Matagorda Bay. I could start to see some of those roads become inaccessible if the water piles up too much. A tornado threat for Arkansas, where there is a tornado threat for most of the state of Arkansas tomorrow. But the strongest threat will be there near Texarkana, Hope, Camden, and El Dorado. How many miles per hour are in a tornado? It could be anywhere from, 70 to 100. Sometimes with these storms, we can get some stronger tornadoes, like 120 miles per hour. But so far, not seeing any really strong circulations with this storm just yet. Nothing that's like sticking out to me as like overly concerning. We've had a couple of circulations out over the water. We had one make it on the land earlier, which prompted a tornado warning. But as of right now, those rotations aren't looking super concerning as of right now. I do a zoomed out view with the latest satellite data. So cool, this radar, the satellite updates once every minute. So you're seeing almost a live view of this storm from space. It's July 7th. Beryl has been. And we don't peak. Yeah. 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 That's honestly like, hopefully isn't the most concerning part. But again, like this is just the beginning of hurricane season. I mean, we got months left to go. I mean, sometimes we can even get hurricanes in November. So, we've got a long time where we're going to be covering these tropical storms on and off as they approach land. And, people are certainly going to have to be, you know, preparing, not like for imminent landfall, but, preparing as in developing that plan on what you're going to do, especially here in the Gulf of Mexico, and also on the East Coast as well. The red here just indicates the cloud tops of the storm. Radar is a better way to look at where some of the more dangerous portions of the storm are at the moment. And you can see the strongest winds are really pushing in on this northern side, according to the Corpus Christi radar, at least. Some of those are starting to make it onto the coast. I wonder what the METAR data is saying now. Yeah, pull that up. Yeah, winds are picking up. Yeah, 37 miles per hour wind gust still there near Palatio. Yeah, you can really tell. So some of our more dangerous parts of the storms, this little sector here that could eventually try to spawn some tornadoes. Not a guaranteed threat, but still kind of a possibility. And then right here is another more dangerous part of the storm. But really anywhere in terms of the winds and storm surge, which will be picking up as this makes it on the land there. But we're already starting to see some storm surge already pick up for areas like this in this region here. Let's go check WX scans here to see if we have any new posts out of the region. We got a new one in Victoria. I don't know when it was posted, though. Might not be new. Not seeing any new posts out of the region yet. Yeah, we've already gone over the moderate risk for excessive rainfall, yes. How many hours until landfall? Just depends. It could be anywhere. We have a pretty significant northwest jog, so that, if it continues that jog, it'll make landfall sooner than later, or sooner than expected, as that'll be closer to land. Yeah, look at this. It was, that is quite the significant shift to the west. And these were taken not too far apart. So we'll have to see with this next plane. So the next little pass into the center of the storm is about to happen here on the Hurricane Hunter plane. We'll get a new pressure data. And again, we're watching for drops in pressure. The last Hurricane Hunter plane that went in, or that last time it made the pass through the eye, this did drop 2 millibars, and that was enough to push this thing into hurricane status. And now this thing is about to pass back through the eye again, and we'll be able to see whether or not this thing is, packing, either any stronger winds at the surface, and also if that pressure is still dropping with the storm right now. But yeah, we should get that information here within the next 10 to 20 minutes. Palatios, gotcha. Is a derecho worse? Yeah, derechos can technically be stronger than this, but the thing is that derechos, they only cause winds for like at max like 30 minutes. This is going to cause, sustained 70 to 80 mile per hour winds over a couple of hours. So, the ground's going to get saturated. The trees will be easier to knock over after that happens. But right now, we really don't have any major uptick still of power outages. So these outer bands are not strong enough yet to really knock out power for too many folks. Zero actually in Galveston County, but we should start to see these uptick a little bit more as the stronger portion of the storm starts to make landfall. Or, this northern portion of the storm is the strongest portion of the storm. $984. Did he do that drop zone in the storm? Let me check. Yeah, I still don't have that latest data in. At least on the website that I'm looking at. We'll wait for that drop zone to go down, and then that will be our official pressure of the storm. Will the eye go over Houston? It's gonna come very close, yeah. Over there, kind of like, yeah, it's gonna come very close and kind of pretty much over Houston, unless this significant west jog continues to happen here. If this thing continues to push to the west, it might come close to Houston, or it could still go over it. We'll have to see. All right, let's check to see if we have any new rotations. A little bit of an area of rotation. That might get tornado warned here soon for Freeport. In fact, let's go over to Brett Adair. He might. I mean, he's facing towards that. We might get a tornado warning for Freeport here pretty soon. Freeport, Texas. They're near Lake Jackson. Watch out. That area is that potentially already has a water spout on it. Surprised Brett Adair isn't driving over there to that. Yeah, Sugar Land is in the path too, yes. It should either be a stronger tropical storm or maybe potentially still a Category 1 hurricane, depending on how much this thing strengthens before landfall. But we're not really seeing much rapid intensification with it, so I don't think it's going to strengthen too much. I'm not seeing anything on his feed. Yeah, this is about to go into Freeport. We could get a tornado warning associated with this little area here, so we'll let you know. The alert will come up, and we'll let you guys know if that ends up happening. Tornadoes in the dark can be sketchy. Yeah, because you can't see anything. Can't see anything, but you really shouldn't be trying to look for tornadoes. I mean, obviously it's going to be more ominous at night because, you're definitely not going to be able to see it. But, I would advise not looking for the tornado if one does try to drop out of the storm, and just be in your safe spots. That's what you're supposed to do at least. Should you sleep through this? You are in downtown right now. I mean, technically you could, but I would advise you not to, just because things can change quickly, especially if you're in a low-lying area or if you live, near big trees. If you get into your safe spot, you can sleep through it if you want. Technically, you might get rudely awakened, but I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. Connor Croft is driving now. Let's go see where he is exactly. Hey, he's in Bay City too, so he's pretty much right there with Stormwater Media. So we'll be checking back in with his view. Here's all the views from all the storm chasers. We've got Brett out there. He is currently getting some wind from the storm. We've got Connor Croft here as well near Bay City, Texas. We've got Storm Runner Media near Cedar Lane, Texas, kind of in that same area where we're expecting potentially some landfall. I don't think Paige is still alive, is she? No, I don't think she is. Paige is in Oklahoma. It's got here. Yes, it got upgraded to a Category 1 strength storm. This is the view from Brett Adair. We've been seeing a lot of those waves coming in and kind of crashing over the shore as of recently. So far, not seeing any significant flooding though from that just yet, thankfully. Yeah, if we look here on radar, it seems like the storm is interacting with land a little bit. Still not seeing too much organization just yet of any inner eye wall or anything. And let me check to see if the recon plane drop sonde is in. Is not. Not in yet. Can spin-ups go unwarned? They usually don't. Okay, that's going to probably get warned. Or Freeport, it'll probably be something. Let me see where this is going. Yeah, it'll be like Freeport, probably Jones Creek. Probably about to get in a warning. So if you live there near Freeport and Jones Creek, I'd be prepared to go to your safe spots. A tornado warning could definitely happen here as this moves to the shore. This has actually been one of our strongest rotations we've seen out of this storm yet. So hopefully that dissipates as it goes over to land. But if it doesn't, it most likely has a little water spout on it, and it's going to be moving into like areas like south of Surfside Beach, and then over to Freeport here shortly. The safest place to go in a tornado warning is the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV trailer or mobile home, just be I would not be in one of those things during a tornado warning. All right, my DoorDash just got here. Let me go get that real quick. I'm gonna switch it over here to Brett's view with the radar. As I do that, I'll turn on his audio here too, so you can listen in. Be right back. It'll take me like 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely not. As we tell everybody from past systems, the right side, or that northeast quadrant of the storm, is the dirty side of the storm. That's where you get your most violent weather. So the center of circulation isn't just the region that you need to be concerned about. Really, from that center, especially off to the east and northeast, you're going to get tons of weather before the center of circulation moves, on or past you. So this is going to be a longer duration event.
I'm also going to use the restroom here real quick too. Hold on.
I really like that they don't ask me a bunch of bullshit like they used to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was Dr. Rick Knapp.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's good. Him and
All right, I am excited to eat a double quarter pounder with cheese. No problem, Derek. No problem. Yeah, we'll see what that circulation ends up doing here. Turn off bread as well. Guess audio is still on.
Black magic, dude. Because I can control everything. Control the ISO, control the
All right, there. I found his audio. But yeah, things are going to continue to get a little bit dicey out here. That some stronger winds are certainly pushing up into the coast here south of Lake Jackson, and potentially some stronger winds starting to pick up there for Matagorda Bay as well. So continue to be hunkered down here. Not quite over just yet. Let me check on that little circulation. Yeah, it's over land as we speak, and they haven't tornado warned it, surprisingly enough. No debris ball, though, so it's not on the ground. Definitely a decent area of circulation there still, south and east of Freeport. I'm surprised they didn't warn that. They warned another one earlier that had a lot less circulation on it. Right, let's see if that drop sound has come in from the Hurricane Hunter plane. Not yet. But according to its like to where the winds dropped, it's still going to the north and west. Oops. It's still going to the north and west. So that little western jog is still continuing. Oh no. Do I expect there will be flooding once Beryl goes on land? Yes, I do expect there to be a lot of coastal flooding and also a lot of just regular flooding caused by rain. You can see there's a lot of rain with this storm right now. We can actually look at the storm total precip out of this. I mean, we already have some radar indicated areas of 3 to 4 inches of rain there near Bay City. So the flooding threat will continue to try to pick up there. It's a little bit above Houston. Your main threat is going to be probably around like 10 a.m. But we're watching also for at least the main threat for the strongest winds for Houston. But we're also watching for a tornado threat, which is slowly getting closer and closer to the Houston area. Yeah, looking at satellite for eye organization is not what you want to do. The best way to tell how organized an eye is by looking at radar. And as you can see, we do have that little eye, and that northwesterly jog is still continuing according to the latest airplane data. Still on the northwestern side, or moving to the west there. So that jog is still happening. Okay, well, we'll keep you in the loop, Tommy. Don't need to freak out. Just be ready to go into your safe spots if you do get one. You know. Well, that's Yeah, the fries will probably get cold by the time I get to them. Zaxby's is better. I agree. The only reason I'm eating McDonald's right now because it's the only place that's open right now. Yeah, little area of circulation. Did make it onto land. Let me just double check. We never saw a debris ball. Yeah. No debris ball. But that area of rotation is a little bit weaker as the latest scan. So that's it for that one. That's good news. You know, if all the circulations die before land and they don't reform after they go over land, that would be pretty good news. Yeah, Lake Jackson is still getting a lot of that heavy rain, though. Your mom wanted to know about Pollock? Yeah, I gotcha. No, I just use DoorDash. Yeah, still no new drops on data, but at least according to the flight level winds, this thing is still pushing off to the west. That center of circulation would be like right in here. Still a little bit of a northwesterly jog here. So anywhere from like Matagorda Bay, you know, also over here south of Lake Jackson, still watching for those areas, but it does seem like if it continues to do that northwestern shift, it's mainly going to go into like the Matagorda Bay area near Port Lavaca and Palacio. Pulling an all-nighter, yeah, absolutely. I'll be live probably till like, I don't know, 1 p.m. tomorrow, maybe even later. Flight level winds, yeah, but that doesn't make it down to the surface, Daniel. Not all the time, at least. Drops on data will tell us more accurately what's happening near the surface. Once it comes in, it's not quite in yet. Palacious. I know. I'm going to keep on saying it wrong, I think. Not on purpose, but it's just hard to remember. We call out so many cities, I kind of forget. So much data to go through. There goes your sleep schedule. Yeah. Mine's out the door, too. I stayed up till 10 a.m. so I could go to sleep and, you know, be well rested for pretty much an all technically day stream for me. About 2 hours after I woke up, I started the stream, and here we are. And we'll be live for a while, at least as long as needed. You know, if this thing significantly weakens to like a tropical depression by the time it gets like to the woodlands, I might take a little bit of a break. Thank you, Barbara, for the 5. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. What is Northwest Houston looking like? Still clear of any rain and precipitation. Some rain, though, is starting to move into Pearland, Sugarland, and Rosenberg. Eventually, you know, the wind should start to pick up in the Houston area as well. Let me check the latest METAR data over here. See what the winds are looking like in Houston. Yeah, it looks like 20-mile-per-hour winds sustained and 28-mile-per-hour wind gusts currently in the downtown area and a little bit outside of that. Over here near Pearland, 13 miles per hour, Sugarland, 20-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, 17-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in eastern Houston. Northern Houston's dealing with 28-mile-per-hour wind gusts there too. So yeah, those winds are going to be picking up, being a little bit gustier at times. We do have a live cam in the Houston area that we will be monitoring as the storm gets closer if needed. If the storm chasers make it up there, though, we probably won't need it. But see what the latest is here. Yeah, so the strongest wind gust that we have seen, at least on land out of this storm, is 37 miles per hour. Oh, wow. Things are getting a little bit hectic here on Storm Owner Media's view. They're pretty much right in the path of the most dangerous part of this hurricane. Is there dry air? Yeah, there's still dry air. A lot of
Diane,
dry air.
PayPal, and I guess we did just, I think we just hit 47K. We did hit 47K. Thank you guys. And thank you again, Diane, for the PayPal. Much appreciated.
Looks like they're going closer to the coast, if I had to guess. Pearland. I keep forgetting. Dang it. Palmer and Galveston. Oh, it's gonna pick up, especially near the coast. The further you are inland in Galveston, I guess you know. But I mean, Galveston's. I don't know where it ends, but I mean it's kind of just near the coast. I'm pretty sure. So once this little outer edge starts to make it into Galveston, that is when your most intense winds are gonna be. And that is slowly approaching. And then you know it'll start to pick up from there on out, according to the latest model runs out there. And Brett Adair is not too far from Galveston. Probably you know, so Brett Adair is over here near Treasure Island. He's in the bottom right of the screen, and we can go over to Brett here. This is Brett's view. And as you can see, the winds are definitely kicking up here near the coast, and this is coming to Galveston. This will make it into Galveston. You know, with some pretty gusty winds, potentially some storm surge flooding as well. So watch out for that, and that'll be picking up and continuing all the way throughout the night. Northwest Houston will probably see the stronger winds out of this. But I mean, almost all of Houston's going to get some pretty strong winds. Anywhere between, you know, 60 to 75 mile per hour winds are going to be possible for Houston for a couple of hours. Now, it's not a house on water. It's a house near the water. That's why it's on stilts. If the storm surge rises too much, that house should still be pretty good. But hopefully there's no one inside of it, just in case something bad does happen. You never know. Mm. The wind gusts near Brett are probably like anywhere from like 30 to 40 miles per hour, if I had to guess. According to the latest METAR data, we really haven't had any gusts higher than that yet. They could be ticking up a little bit higher, though. Oh, yeah, the frame of the car is going to rust. Yeah, probably. All that salt water. Would not be surprised. All right, let's check for more rotations here on this northern side. We've got to stay ahead on those. So that one died off as it hit land. No new rotations with that. A little bit of rotation off the coast here we might need to watch, but just got to keep an eye on them as they pull in here. But so far, nothing overly concerning for the tornado threat as of right now, though. I could pick up, though, as this pushes off to the north and east. Yeah, you can really tell where the dry air is. Can anybody guess where the dry air is? Just by looking at radar, you don't need to be an expert. So is the dry air in quadrant 1, quadrant 2, 3, or 4? Make your guesses in chat. Hmm. One and two. One and two. 4. Yeah, the dry air is in 1 and 2. So that is correct. That is the correct answer. At least the most dry air is in that quadrant. So right in this area, you can see there's quite the difference between this side of the storm and this side of the storm, and that's because we're getting a lot of dry air work into the storm still. Which, you know, you guys here in Texas near Bay City, and also for Houston, given this track, you guys need to be sitting there and saying, thank you, dry air. You have saved us from worse impacts. Because if that dry air wasn't there, this thing formed a core, became vertically stacked. With the low amount of shear that's in this area, this thing would have been potentially even a major hurricane at landfall. But that dry air saved you guys. You weren't paying attention. It's all right. We're waiting for the latest drops on data just to confirm 100% that it's still shifting west. We haven't gotten it. I don't think they dropped any drops ons. They might have messed up, or I don't know. No new drops ons just yet, but you know, at least according to the flight data winds, yes. You can see that those winds kind of decrease as we get in this area. So it would be continuing kind of that jog, maybe a little bit more west northwest, kind of like that. But without that drop sign, it's gonna be hard to confirm. Still haven't got that to load in here yet. Not sure what's happening. They might be having some data issues. Oh yeah. Oh, we missed it. Darn it. Look at those bushes though. That sign was shaking on Brett's view here. Let's see what Connor's up to. Okay. Yeah, a little bit calmer where Stormrunner Media and Connor are at the moment. So yeah, I think they're definitely pushing towards the coast here. I do want to get the, this is the Houston view as well. Let me change this back. Nothing too crazy happening here in Houston yet. But if things pick up, we'll be able to see it. We also have another higher definition cam close to the surface too. Oh, wow, look at this. Those signs are shaking quite a lot here on Brett's stream. Why does that change this too? Crap. Hold on. This is not in Houston. I don't know why me changing that scene changed this one. Yeah, look at that sign on the left side there. It's really starting to shake. Those are those winds. Let's listen in to see if we can at least hear the winds or what Brett's saying.
Now we're starting to get into the rain. There's a flag up there that I can't really get.
There you go. That sign's gonna turn on its pole.
Oh yeah. Back up just a bit now. Hold on. Yeah, back up just a little bit. There you go.
Near again, I'm pronouncing it wrong. Palacio, Texas. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I just don't. I know you guys corrected me, but I forgot again. I'm sorry. Near Palacio, Texas. Yeah, we're expecting some pretty intense impacts potentially with this storm. You know, up to 75-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some gusts a little bit higher.
There's your road reference sign.
County Road 257. Oh yeah, it's a little bent over right now. It'll be alright. See how flat it is?
Yep.
See, that's the worry.
Because it can come in from back there too.
Oh, well, it can cross back there and cut us off from going that way. Yeah. And then when the backside of the storm comes, it pulls the water right here, that's literally right freaking there, yep, back out. Oh, here's your water, like right here.
Wow.
All right. Sorry, I snuck out.
Somebody up there.
Snuck out and got some ketchup without telling y'all. Palacious. Ah,
Usually ought to
dang
know.
it. Palacious, 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 Palacious. All right, I'll try to remember that.
That's the reason I don't like it down here. That's the reason I'm literally tempted to go back to Galveston.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Brett here. But he's not a fan. Least of the chasing terrain here. But yeah, those outer bands are starting to make it onto shore here. This one over here near Lake Jackson still. Keeping an eye on that one. Flooding rain is continuing to pile up. Let's see if we have the latest storm total precip. Yeah, still anywhere from 4 to 5 inches now over here. Yeah, there's that center of pressure. Looks like just miles off the coast. This is going to make landfall probably sometime around 1 to 2 a.m., if I had to guess. If it continues this northwestern shift, it'd be over there near Palacio, where it would make landfall. Or Palacious. 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 Okay. I'm going to get it, guys, I promise. I'm going to remember one of these times. Oh, I don't need energy drinks. I'm good to go. I woke up at 6 p.m. today. So, I'm going to have plenty of energy. This is the beginning of my day. I feel like what you felt like right now at 12 p.m. So, we're good to go. Might get some coffee eventually. If we need to push this really late or really far into tomorrow. It's like Stormwater Media is about to go over a bridge. Let's watch that.
We're in a flood advisory? Not surprised.
Is that breakfast? No. Yeah, they are right next to the coast here, so we should be able to get a good indication of what the storm surge is going to be like with this storm, with Stormwater Media as well. It seems like they're pushing closer to the coast. They're near Bay City, so they're kind of like in this area. They just went over a bridge. So they're probably like down in here somewhere, maybe? It's always hard to tell just based off of their radar. Seem to be in like a somewhat heavier band of wind and rain. They're actually like... They're like here. I think that's correct. Gotta go to bed? All right. Well, thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Brett won't be able to take the Blue Water Highway back to Surfside. He's got... hope that it's not closed. The bridge is closed. Safest place for him is where he is. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to communicate that to Brett. But I'm sure he understands. Again, you know, we're not talking like in like an extremely life-threatening storm right now. You know, it's a weak Category 1 hurricane. There's still definitely going to be some impacts. But in terms of the impacts that we've had so far, we still don't have any uptick of power outages just yet. Again, those stronger winds are going to be located here in this portion of the storm, at least the strongest winds. So, you know, we are going to see some impacts, some power outages, some trees down, especially as this moves into like the Houston area. That'll be later there for Houston. Quite a bit later, but and also that chance for tornadoes is also there as well. Strongest wind gusts with Beryl, at least according to the hurricane hunters. It's been 75 miles per hour. The strongest I've been able to see on any of these storms or the METAR data that's been out there, it was around, I think it was 37 miles per hour on land. If Victoria getting hit, technically, yeah, Victoria would technically get a little bit more winds if this westerly shift continues. But, we're still waiting for the latest data to come in to confirm that. Okay, so they did drop a drop sonde. Yeah, and as theorized, it is so that significant shift to the west isn't as a west, but it is still northwest. So, or isn't as northwest. It's whatever. It's still going to the west, just not as much to the west. There you go. That's a better way to say it. But yeah, 985 still ongoing with this storm. So no significant drop in pressure since our last drop sonde that came in. Let's go check the winds near the surface with that one. So we have an eye wall drops on. Oh, wow. 62 knots near the surface. Anywhere between 68 and 62 knots there. Which would be a little bit of an increase, I think, from where it is. We are at 12. Did we get another hourly update here from the National Hurricane Center? No, we have not gotten a new update yet from the National Hurricane Center. I'm betting one more wobble to the north, then landfall. Yeah, it could happen. I mean, it is, at least according to the airplane, wobbling back a little bit to the north. But I mean, it's still on the western side of this track. That's about around where it is. So if this is the case, there's really no chance this thing becomes anything more than a weak hurricane. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing here. I don't think we're going to be getting up to Category 2. I'm almost like 100% decided on that, but because that dry air just really isn't clearing out too much, and the pressure really isn't dropping fast enough for me to believe that this thing is going to make it to Category 2. I think we can almost completely rule that out. Super low chance of that. What are y'all talking about in chat? Check DMs? Sure. What's going on? Oh, we did get a new photo in. Hold on, let me check this out here first. I think we did. I don't know. They sent me a message and then circled it. And that's from there. Okay. Oh, I see. I had to zoom all the way in to see it. We have another either photo or video from El Campo, Texas. Sorry, the app's bugging a little bit. Oh, we have a bunch of videos. This is the band that went through El Campo. Hey, you can hear some of those winds picking up there. Hear this. Oh yeah, definitely starting to pick up here. A lot more rain as that heavier thunderstorms moved into El Campo. Oh my gosh, they took so many videos. Looks like it was continuing there. This is pretty recent too. 11:31, which is about 45 minutes ago. Yeah, pretty heavy rain coming out of the storm right now as it pushes into El Campo there. So thank you, whoever that is, for showing us that on the ground. And again, if you guys want to share photos or videos here on the map, the link is going to be in chat. All you got to do is sign up for free. It's a free sign up. And you can share videos and photos with us so that we can show them live on air. If you have anything to share, please let us know. But yeah, thank you again for sending that in. Also, huge shout out to everybody who has liked the stream and subscribed during the stream and or has donated. Donations help us out big time, so I do appreciate it. Also, likes help us reach people in the path of the storm as well. So I also appreciate that, and also subscribing is mainly for you. But yeah, I do appreciate all of that. So thank you so much. About 45 minutes until it hits land. No, we got a little while. Probably another hour or two. Maybe an hour before this band started. The band starts to make it into shore. I mean, we should really start to see some of those winds pick up here. Check on the METAR. Yeah, they're slowly starting to pick up. Yeah, look at that. New record here for the highest wind gust, at least 40 mile per hour wind gust recorded there. Near Palacios. Palacios. I think I got it right that time. Another new record here for a wind gust coming out of Galveston. 44 mile per hour wind gust recorded there. And that's over where, Breda Dare is on the bottom right of the screen. Let's go check to see if we have any new rotations popping up on this thing. Not really. Looks like that tornado threat's pretty muted right now. River flooding a risk? Yeah, certainly. Any type of flooding, storm surge flooding, river flooding, and just regular flooding are all going to be possible with this storm. Interesting record. Beryl intensified from tropical storm. Category 5 in only 42 hours. Being the only one to do so earlier than September. Interesting. Wow, that's impressive. Only 42 hours. That's crazy. After landfall, it's supposed to, yeah. It's supposed to swing east. Might be a little bit further away from Houston, so the impacts might be a little bit lower for the Houston area. We'll have to see what ends up happening. As it is still swinging a little bit more west than expected. But I mean, it's still technically in the cone of uncertainty. I check back on all the storm chaser views. Here's Breda Dare. He's near Galveston and Freeport in between. Still some heavier rain there. Let's go over here to Connor Croft. Storm chaser Connor Croft. Listening to him real quick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not my type of.
Somebody on Twitter said that there's 45-foot waves.
45.
Forecasted, yeah.
Holy crap. That might be too much for some of those surfer bros.
I'm pretty sure, like,
They are in some rain as well. And then we got Storm Runner Media, who is near some sort of factory. Probably some oil and gas factory there, if I had to guess. There's a lot of those in Texas. Could be something else, though. But yeah, they're pretty much on the coast now. Pretty darn close to the coast. We'll probably get a view from them close to a beach here in a little bit, where we can see what the storm surge is doing. Yeah, it looks like they've driven away from the center of circulation. I wonder if they're chasing the tornado threat. They might try to get some water spouts. That'd be interesting. They're kind of near where the water spouts would technically happen. But yeah, that's what all the storm chasers are doing. How would we see the water spouts? And there could be a light. One way we could see it is if, you know, Storm Runner Media gets a little bit too close. Oh, power flash. Power flashes. Holy moly. Look at that. Well, let's go back. Look at this on Brett's feed just now. Look on the right side of your screen. Power flashes there and some sparks. Holy crap. Look at that. Look at all the sparks. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that just happened here. So potentially some power outages here in this area. I don't think I've ever seen a power flash that close. It's being caused by some of the winds in the area. Yeah, latest scan, maybe a little bit of a moistening happening on this part of the storm. Might be trying to kind of cut off some of that drier air, but I mean, it still looks pretty dry, to be honest. Not a super organized storm just yet, but still potentially, I mean, still up to 75 miles per hour near the surface. Still dangerous in terms of the storm surge and the potential for power outages, power flashes, power outages, and power flashes. In terms of the power outages, though, we're still not seeing those tick up just yet. And in fact, they're going down due to the fact that customers are getting their power back on from the power outages earlier from the severe thunderstorms. Oh, just dropped a little ketchup on my shirt. Yeah, the wind is, you know, it's not going to be constant, but some of the wind gusts are going to get up, especially over there where Brett is. Could be gusting up to 44, 50 miles per hour. You get those for long enough, you can start to get some power outages. How do they restore the power? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know how that process works. Yeah, those light poles might be on a different network than what that transformer is connected to. But that transformer definitely just blew up. Fort O'Connor looking okay. Your RV is there. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Fix them and turn them back on. Interesting. Yeah, in terms of the radar here, looks like Bay City is getting into some heavier winds and rain again. West Columbia, Angelton, Lake Jackson, Treasure Island. Still not seeing any strong areas of circulation. I think the tornado threat kind of fell apart, at least initially here. I'm not seeing any circulation that's really sticking out to me. Mainly just the hurricane force winds and the storm surge and the flooding. It's kind of what we're talking about right now. A little bit of a pause in the tornado threat. Might see that try to redevelop if we start to see some of these cells get a little bit stronger there. Angle? Ah, gotcha. Not angel, angle. Yeah, I think it's like a surge of power and something pops, fuse pops or something in a transformer. I'm just not. I am not an electrician, so don't really know what causes that. They come out with an update yet? No, I don't think so. They don't usually do mid-hour. Updates. Last one they did was at 11 p.m. and that was when this got upgraded to Hurricane Beryl. We don't have any new updates about that just yet, or any new information other than that. So the information that we have is still current. Any word on the West Shift? Yeah, it's still happening. Still happening, and the Hurricane Hunter is going back into the storm. And the winds are starting to quiet down a little bit here. So I'm wondering if we're going to get a new center of pressure up here. It might be wobbling back up to the north again, which is what we would expect. But we did have a pretty significant westward shift, but it might be coming back up to the north as at least forecasted here. So it looks like we did just have a pretty decent wobble, but you can see those wind barbs here start to turn blue. And that's because those winds are dying down as it's entering into the center of pressure. So we'll see for how long that lasts. But yeah, it does look like this might have been shifted back up a little bit more to the north. We'll have to wait for the drop zone, though, to confirm. Oops, wrong scene. Sorry about that. Yeah, we are expecting some power outages, but again, this isn't like a super strong storm, so they're going to be like pretty spotty, just depending on what your infrastructure is like. The main area of power outages is going to be like near Bay City and like Port Lavaca, I think. Wow, look at those winds on Stormwater Media. You can see those palm trees. Listen in for a little bit. They're getting gusty.
Joseph, thank you for the PayPal. Diane, good to see you.
Yeah, pretty intense. Those palm trees are certainly moving. I would say anywhere from like 40, probably around 40 miles per hour wind gusts happening here. Wonder if they have their little wind probe on their vehicle. (983) found at flight level. Okay. Yeah, we'll see what that drop zone looks like. Was that flight level last time? At flight level last time, it measured 184, but the drop zone measured 185. So just another example of how flight level isn't exactly the the best way to determine what's happening near the surface, but it can be sometimes helpful. But yeah, we're about to get that plane fly through the center, and then hopefully a new... Oh, wow. No way. Huh. This thing is wobbling like crazy. Oh, wait, this one. There's the center of pressure now. So that would bring this to here. So now it's wobbling back to the east. This is a drunk hurricane. Had just a little bit too much to drink. It's wrong scene, sorry. Keep forgetting. Will that affect the landfall? Again, you know, with this, what's gonna happen is this thing's gonna wobble and wobble until it gets in. So, you know, generally though, it will go north and then eventually go a little bit more northwest as it starts to interact with that trough a little bit near Houston, and even further northwest throughout the day tomorrow, going into the next day. UNK in League City. For now, you are, but things are going to start to go downhill as this little outer band approaches. That's going to be the beginning of the gustier winds, and then, you know, once you get into this band, that's when the winds are going to be the strongest, which that is starting to push. It's just south of Lake Jackson. I think that's where Storm Owner Media is at this moment, and these are kind of what the winds look like in the region. Definitely pretty strong there, so.
Once it gets out before that road becomes impassable, it's fine.
Gotcha.
Do gotta watch out for these further down the line. How's the flooding in League City? Right now, it's not too bad. But that should start to uptrend. Dang it, I keep switching this dang scene. But yeah, that should start to pile up eventually. You guys have had a decent amount of rain over the past, you know, couple of days, I think. The 1 hour precip totals, the strongest rainfall rates are happening kind of over here near Lake Jackson right now. You're getting anywhere from right around 1 inch per hour rainfall rates estimated by radar right now. And that's really going to pick up as this part of the storm starts to move in. That's going to be where our stronger winds are, and our, you know, largest storm surge as well. Also on radar, starting to notice a couple more circulations start to pick up here again. So we are starting to get, you know, a couple of cells start to form here south and kind of south and to the east of Lake Jackson, about to push into the coast here soon. So just make sure you're watching out for those bands. We'll let you know if any of them have some stronger rotation in them. Little broad areas, nothing overly concerning with them just yet. And that wind is really blowing here on Storm Owner Media's feed. And that sign's going nuts. Thing's really not in the ground that well.
Yeah, the palm trees are pretty flexible. They bend a lot easier.
Yeah. Winds are definitely increasing here, though. Just trying to get a second opinion. We're debating between staying over here near Freeport or going towards Sargent. Do you guys have any particular opinion?
Probably Sargent. My guess. I have no idea. .43 gusts.
Oh, 43 mile per hour wind gust they just recorded on their anemometer. That's important data. Almost tropical storm force wind gusts. A little bit of flooding there too, starting to happen. Nothing too crazy yet, though. A little bit of water spray off of those puddles, though, across the road. Yeah, wind is still increasing in and around that region. Where Storm Owner Media is, keep an eye on his feed. He's on the top right. They're also live on YouTube. If you guys want to go over there and show them some support. I see we got a drop sound in the storm. Yeah, we got a new drop son in the storm. Looks like 180 or 984. So we did just get another drop in 1 millibar on the storm. I think Ion for the 2 say listen to Wobble by Vic. It's a very popular song in Louisiana, and it fits this hurricane. Thank you for that 20. Is that the one that goes like wobbly, wobbly, wop? Is that one? Or is it a newer song? I don't think that's Vic. That's like Nicki Minaj. As a Louisiana, you can confirm this. Gotcha. But yeah, I mean, nothing's, too crazy just yet. Again, the hurricane hasn't made landfall, and the most intense portions of the winds hasn't really made landfall either. That core is still in this area here. The winds are going to start to pick up pretty decently, though, once we get into this portion of the storm. Yeah, no, Beryl is very drunk, unfortunately. Hopefully, we're not talking about alcohol poisoning, but hey, anything to kill this storm, it will, is a good thing. So maybe it'd be a good thing if Beryl got alcohol poisoning. Yeah, so no new updates here from the National Hurricane Center. Checking to see if we have any new flight data going in. Just making sure. To kind of, the northwest eye wall. 56 knots. This thing actually might be struggling a little bit, even though its pressure dropped. That's a little bit weaker than the last time the plane was in that area. Beryl bedtime, yeah. It needs to go to sleep. I really do think, though, like, I really don't see this thing lasting too much further inland. After it makes landfall, it'll probably lose intensity pretty quickly. So I guess we could still be dealing with, some tropical storm force winds. They're near Houston, which is kind of similar to what's happening, just for reference. These are tropical storm force winds, pretty much. And this is what's going to look like in Houston later. As you can see, it's not apocalyptic by any means. Power is still on. You could get some power outages, but they're not going to be very widespread. Really worried about the flooding potentials, but, in terms of, like, a storm that's going to, like, keep you up or, be life-threatening, that's kind of on the low end here.
Something better to point them at than porta potties.
I was just trying to get trees in the shot.
No, I know.
Oh, Brad's leaving. Yeah, the other thing we need to consider is I think the area on the other side of that road is also going to flood out, so if we sit here for too long, we may get stuck.
There's some decent winds. You can tell by that, by the light in the background. You can see that rain kind of going through there. Good news is that the power is still on. That might change, though. All right, Melissa. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's doing an east wobble right now, or more of a north. It's kind of going just straight north, but yeah, it wobbled back to the east. Kind of actually northeast.
Alright, you guys think we should stay here or go to Sargent's?
Where's Sargent?
I guess all this flooding that we're seeing coming in on the road is actually a lot of it storm surge.
They should go to Sargent. Tell them they should go to Sargent.
Yeah, here, I think there was a, well, not really, but I'll make
mean, that's where the stronger winds are going to be potentially, is in Sargent. So I'm not sure what they're trying to chase though. If they're trying to chase like winds, or maybe they're trying to be in position for like a water spout threat, I'm not sure. But you probably won't see those water spout. There's a small chance you might see one or two. Also noticing a little area of rotation here near Cedar Lake. It should be brief, but keeping an eye on it. And none of these areas of rotation yet are looking overly concerning. This one, though, does have a little bit more rotation. It's kind of on the broad side, though. Not too concerned on a tornado threat just yet with that. And you can really see that those stronger winds are kind of on this northeastern side, or northeasternly side, actually. That big old pocket there of some stronger winds. Not sure how much of that is making it down to the surface. Unfortunately, we don't really have a radar super close up to where those winds are. So we are looking pretty far up into the storm. So probably not all of those are making it down to the surface. Does seem like it's getting, in comparison to what it did look like, we are definitely getting this a little bit more moisture kind of work in on this side, a little bit more convection, maybe even a little bit of convection happening here in the center. You see it right there, a little blip there. Kind of our first convection ever to happen around the center. Thankfully, though, this thing is running out of time to, get much stronger from what it is, but it might do a little bit of an intensification trend here right before landfall. Maybe to a little bit of a stronger Category 1 hurricane, but it is interacting with land, which might kind of which will weaken the storm slowly. Latest gust out here from Palacios, 26-mile-per-hour winds, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and Galveston. Yeah, still haven't got any new data from those just yet. They update like once every 30 minutes. 80-knot wind from the hurricane hunters. Again, guys, that is flight level. That is not at the surface. And I have to keep telling you guys that because it's important. It's because it's in the flight level. 80 knots is like Category 2 hurricane strength. And this storm is not a Category 2. So let me just double check on that, though. Knots to MPH. Let me see what 80 knots is. 80, yeah, it's 92, because that's almost Category 2 strength. I mean, 92-mile-per-hour winds. That's most likely not at the surface. The highest dropsonde wind that we have gotten is 60 knots near the surface. Actually, we just got a new one in the max wind band. 68 knots near the surface is now the strongest. So this is from the latest dropsonde near the surface. They usually quote this number, but 62 to 68 knots there near the surface. So again, those 80-mile-per-hour winds are the 80-knot winds are not making it down to the surface. So it is kind of pointless to call that out, as it's just, that doesn't mean anything in terms of what's actually happening at the surface. That's what dropsondes are for, though. All right, we just got a new advisory out of the storm, and there you go. They did increase the winds a little bit to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this thing is in a strengthening. It is slowly strengthening there. Note how that doesn't say 92 miles per hour, because again, they don't measure those flight level winds to make these updates. But 80-mile-per-hour winds, there near the surface, and that was from probably that 68-knot dropsonde, or the 62-knot dropsonde there that we saw in that max wind band. And according to the recon data, that max wind band is located. So that was dropsonde 12. Strongest winds are located pretty much on the eastern side of the storm still. Right there at 12. So that would be, it's kind of hard to tell just by looking at this. But if we come over to here really quick and turn on that flight data, should be able to see. Yeah, it's in this area of the storm. That's where the strongest winds are that are approaching the land. So over there near Lake Jackson might eventually get impacted by that. It appears like this isn't the strongest winds. And that area where that's going to be where 10 and 9 are. 56, I mean, there's still some pretty strong still some pretty strong winds. Yeah, 62 knots. Yeah, 68 knots near the surface. So yeah, I mean, still decently a decently strong storm. It's still kind of a weak Category 1 hurricane, but it's 5 miles per hour stronger. So definitely continue to shelter in place, especially near the coast here from Palacios all the way to Lake Jackson. As that is where like the extent of these winds are going. We're watching this area, 50 to 60 knots of wind, which is about 75 mile per hour winds possible there. And then along this region, we have some 68 knot winds there as well. And those could be bringing those impacts there eventually to land. So the strongest area of the storm is here and here, right in this kind of northwest and eastern quadrant. Northeast and eastern quadrant of the storm. So again, this part of the storm is starting to impact areas like East Matagorda Bay, south, and then it's about to push into south of Lake Jackson eventually as well here in a little bit. Also noticing another little area of rotation trying to develop here near Bryan Beach. We'll see if that gets strong enough to prompt a tornado warning. That's south of Surfside Beach, over there near Bryan Beach. Watch out. Let me turn off this airplane data. Just got a text message. Let me see who it's from. Zello isn't working. Let me call Storm Runner Media really quick. My Zello isn't working, and I need to tell him. Hey, so there's some stronger winds, according to the hurricane plane, south and east of Bay City, like just to the east of Matagorda Bay. But the max wind band, at least indicated by the hurricane hunters, is to the east, actually, of the center of circulation. So that little you see the center of circulation, and then just to that east of where that small bit of convection is happening, right in the center of that circulation, where you have that line kind of extend down to the south, that is where the max wind band apparently is on this storm, which I think you guys are kind of positioned pretty well for both of those things right now, so. Oh yeah, yeah, that's gonna be where that tornado threat is gonna be. So if you're near Surfside Beach, you could technically monitor that tornado threat, and then get a stronger band of storms that are coming in on the northern and northeasterly quadrant of the storm, and then south of that is the max wind band of the storm, which is carrying the strongest winds at the surface, at least out of the entire storm right now. But that could shift to that northeastern quadrant, or maybe even a little bit closer to the center if we can get a little bit more organization. Yeah, it shifted west for a good couple of minutes or a good half an hour, and it's now the latest center of pressure is now pulling this thing back up to the northwest. I mean northeast, sorry, back up to the northeast. Sorry. Yeah, let me find where it would be best place. Yeah, like East Mata, like over there near Matagorda Bay would be right around where this thing would make landfall, I think. It's hard to tell using the map that they have. I think it's like Matagorda Bay, East Matagorda Bay. Yeah. How strong are the winds are around you right now? Holy moly. You still got that anemometer going? It is ripping. Yeah, how strong are the winds? How strong are the winds right now? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I got to get back to my live stream. All right, bye. All right. Well, they said they're measuring about 30 to 35 knots right now, or 30 to 35 miles an hour, but I'm not sure how accurate that is, as those winds look a little bit stronger than 35 miles per hour. But yeah, that's pretty intense. Actually, I do want to listen into that there for a little bit.
It looked like it did shift west on us.
Oh, so it started
And then it wants. It's definitely wobbly, the little guy.
It's drunk. Someone call the police on Beryl.
But we definitely want to be in Sargent.
It is drinking and hurricaning. Oh, wow. It's starting to pick up. Look at this. It's intense. It's here in Freeport, Texas. Watch out. That max wind band is starting to move in. Hey, help. Can you please time out anybody that's continuing to talk about whatever happened in chat? Please divert the chat back over to general weather stuff. I would consider ignoring the trolls instead of feeding them. Yeah, this storm is definitely moistening up here as the latest scans here. You can definitely tell that we're getting a lot more moisture work into this thing. This thing is making a kind of a last-ditch attempt here to kind of gain a little bit of strength. I really do believe. Okay, there's that max wind band right there. Slowly approaching land, and then, you know, some of the stronger winds are going to be pushing into east. Matagorda Bay, Lake Jackson is starting to increase. I mean, this is what it looks like here in Lake Jackson, or near Freeport, south of Lake Jackson. Uh-oh, they might have lost their service here. Let's see if they'll come back. Yeah, they just switched their camera, so there's you can see those winds streaming along there. I mean, there's definitely some pretty strong winds with this storm. I don't know what happened to the audio though. The audio turned off. I'm not hearing the audio at all. Why is that happening? I am confused. No, but they should still have audio. Let me just double check that's not a problem on my end by listening to Connor.
Definitely starting to
Connor
get
still has audio.
intense conditions here. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Connor's a little bit closer to that stronger wind band there near Matagorda Bay.
I think this guy literally just stopped and just like,
Oh wow, look at it rip.
wow.
Look at it rip across here. Here we go.
All right, look at those flags. That's in Sargent.
Right here.
This is Sargent, Texas.
Work this little pulling right here even for a little bit.
Make sure it's not like mud, but looks pretty chill to me.
Pretty.
Oh wow.
It's like pretty solid.
Look at that,
now.
right in front
Wow,
of
here we
us.
go.
The wind right in front of us here. We're
I see it.
definitely
I see it,
touching
like-
60.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Starting to get some hurricane force stuff as well now.
Let's do a roar.
Yeah.
Actually,
Wow.
we get a little roar in here.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Gonna point into the.
Yeah, look at those winds.
And if you point sideways, you can also.
So they are pretty much right. Oops. We might replace them with Brett. Hold on, I messed. Yeah, we'll replace Brett with them, as they're in a pretty intense portion of the storm currently. Go to here, there, and then we'll pull up that, turn off Brett, and then change this to Connor Croft. Yeah, that's some pretty strong winds there on Connor Croft's feed. And that is in this area of the storm, right in here, near one of the stronger portions of the wind that was measured by the Hurricane Center. So, or the Hurricane Hunters. So, yeah. That is going to continue to push through this area, and that's eventually going to move up towards like areas like Bay City, Lake Jackson, and West Columbia here in a little bit. So make sure you guys are bracing for impact. Some of the stronger winds are now making it onto shore. I mean, wow, look at those winds go. Holy crap.
This guy pulling in here. I think he wants in here.
Yeah, 80-mile-per-hour winds could be in this. That's just like a destructive, severe thunderstorm. So if you guys are, in the path of this, I'd be in your safe spots there in Bay City as this approaches.
Always fun when you got convergence in the most random place in Texas.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so we might have gotten an upgrade to an enhanced risk for tomorrow. Let me see if that's in yet. It's not in just yet. Yeah, and I think that would be tornado driven. So we might have gotten a 10%, maybe even a 10% hatched. Or tornadoes, potentially. We'll see. Hasn't come in for me yet, but once it comes in, we'll take a look at that. But yeah, strong winds here on both Connors and Storm Owner Media's feeds. They're both, within this area here. And that max wind band apparently is back in this area of the storm, and that's going to be pushing in continuously here for over the next hour to 3 hours here for Palacios, Bay City, Lake Jackson. And we're not even in the center of the storm yet. Not even in the center of the storm. So yeah, be watching out, for that storm surge to also increase here. That'll be coming in a little bit stronger here along the coast. And then also over there south of Lake Jackson, pushing in just like that as well. We're still watching for a tornado threat. Not really seeing any strong areas of circulation, but there is some rotations picking up with some of these storms here. Still not strong enough, I don't think, to promote a tornado warning. They might put one on this one here near Bryan Beach. We'll have to see, but it's not that strong. But if we get like a report of a water spout or something, they might issue a tornado warning for that. Man, that would certainly be a tornado risk if these start to that tornado risk coming back if those start to organize and rotate a little bit more, which is certainly possible. And thank you, WSLC fan, And JC Fishes for subscribing. Let's go back to Connor. Looks like he's looking at the flags again.
Oh. Is there anything I can do to give you a better angle here? Like, what do you think? Better just point straight at that?
It's better, yeah. Let me just re-angle here.
All right. Check over with Stormrunner Media, who is still out there as well, a little bit further to the east.
It's a lovely rainy night.
In Freeport, Texas. I do want to see what Brett's up to again. Yeah, he's just kind of sitting there. Kind of a little bit farther to the east than Stormrunner Media. Hey, thank you, Fraser, for becoming an EF1 member. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Uh-oh, did Connor Cross speed go down? Okay, here we go. Here's a view of those winds. Ah! Dang, I keep coming over here, and the signal keeps going. Oh, and then now it's back again. Jeez Louise. Trying to get you guys a good view of this. There we go.
No cows yet.
It's not a twister situation.
Hey, thank you, Stacy, for the 5. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Look at our radar here real quick to see what we're talking about. I think we're just getting clipped by maybe some of these little, like, the real stuff is still just to the south right now.
Probably. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely getting stronger.
Let her rip.
That sign might be about to blow over. Look at that thing shake. Again, this is in Sargent, Texas. If you guys live
That's
here...
probably a good, like, 20, 30 minutes. Ooh,
Wow.
here comes a gust.
Wow. Big time gust coming.
Power's starting to go
Power's
out.
flickering.
Oh, wow.
Lights are starting to flicker.
If the power goes out, then we just have to leave. Like,
Unless this light stays on.
Oh, yeah. Big gust coming in.
power will likely go out shortly. Especially
Yeah,
as
apparently
wind
we also
picks up.
we also gotta keep watching out for rattlesnakes.
Oh yeah, I forget about.
We get
Oh
out.
dude, I forgot about the
Gotta
rattlesnakes.
watch out for the rattlers.
Apparently, there's rattlesnakes out here too. Light is.
The worst portion of Hurricane Beryl, at least according to flight data, is pushing into land right now. And in fact, unless things start to pick up here on the kind of western portion or the southern portion of the storm, it's not going to be nearly as strong as what's pushing into land right now, which is associated with these wind bands. And Connor Croft is like right in here. So yeah, those winds are going to be upticking here pretty significantly, and power could start to go out in these areas. So I am curious to see if we're starting to get any upticks. Yeah. Starting to get a little upticks, and actually in Matagorda County, we're seeing 185 people without power. So that's just the first report from this storm. So we'll have to see if that continues to tick up. But as you can see, though, on Connor's stream right now, there still is some power on, so it's not completely gone. And the winds are certainly picking up. They're getting a little bit more nasty out there. So again, if you live near Matagorda Bay, Palacios, also Bay City, Lake Jackson, watch out. Things are picking up. And also for Lake Jackson and in and around the Lake Jackson region, watch out as well for that tornado threat, as that is going to try to tick up here. Not so successfully yet. We do have another little area of rotation, though, approaching land. We might have to keep an eye out there south of Treasure Island, pushing into kind of the bay near Lake Jackson. Oh my gosh, part of that. Look at these winds now. Holy crap. This is some pretty strong winds.
Wow, this might be a good, this might be 80 now.
Might be getting some good gusts up to 80.
Wow.
Here we go, chat.
This is crazy.
Starting to get real.
Oh yeah, wow.
Surprised the power's still on.
Flags are hanging on.
Yeah, the flags are barely hanging on. My goodness. If that sign was more, if it wasn't angled the way it is to these winds, it would probably blow over.
I think I'm gonna do it, bro.
Can you do it?
I'm going out.
He's going outside? Oh,
Going
gosh.
out.
God.
Yeah, Bay City.
Dang.
If you're just north of Bay City too, this is coming your way. Just right on the coast.
Might have to try to do it too.
South of Bay City. It's going to be pushing up towards Bay City here probably over the next hour or so.
Oh,
So yeah, definitely be hunkered down and in your safe spots.
Oh my goodness.
Holy crap.
Woohoo.
Yeah, these winds are strong.
Absolutely ripping.
Just straight up ripper.
Some of these wind gusts could be higher than 80 miles per hour, by the way. Wow. That's intense. I'm still surprised that that power pole is still... it's actually leaning a little bit, it seems. Does the power pole seem to be leaning to y'all? Is that about to fall?
Here, right? Are these mine?
Those are yours, unless you want to like.
Kind of seems like it's wobbling.
Gosh, it's getting crazy here.
It's getting crazy.
Getting crazy out here.
Are we ready, Jack?
Oh my gosh, he's really gonna go outside.
Oh, there goes the light.
Oh my gosh. Holy crap. That is insane. What? Yeah, he's got safety glasses on. Yeah, his eyes will be safe.
Ow! Light's going out!
Yeah, he probably didn't bring a waterproof jacket.
There we go! Man, that hurt!
Yeah, those are some pretty hefty winds. You know, you think rain wouldn't hurt ever, but it actually hurts. Holy crap. I mean, these winds are as strong as like an EF0 tornado right now. He's essentially standing in an EF0 tornado. Probably be hard to get that door open. Oh my gosh, look at the car, it's so wet.
That freaking hurts, man.
How's it like?
It freaking hurts out there,
I don't know
bro.
if I want to go outside.
Holy moly. That was intense. That was intense. But yeah, that's over here near East Matagorda Bay. And then Storm Media, who is reporting like 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, they're like over here in this area. But definitely the strongest winds that are impacting the coast right now are right here, making landfall as we speak. He's gonna start playing Slayer like the floor. That would have been nice, you know. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't allow that much cinematic, uh, like that much of a cinematic shot to happen, given the fact that you can't really use any music without getting copyright stricken. But yeah, I mean, it was intense even without the music. But yeah, latest here over here near Freeport, that little area of circulation is getting a little bit stronger there. As some of these latest scans, and we also have a decent little area of rotation over here near Surfside Beach. No debris ball with that just yet, but I mean, we're getting pretty close here to getting a tornado warning, especially with this little portion of the storm. We'll see if they'll issue one, and that would be for like Surfside Beach and Freeport, which is actually near where Stormwater Media is. So I wonder if they're trying to intercept a tornado or something over there. Yeah, it's really wet inside their car. You open that, there's so much wind and rain with a storm like this. You know, you open the window for a second and it's just going to get absolutely soaked everywhere. It's like Stormwater Media is finding some flooding too. Yeah, it's like the roads are starting to pond up pretty decently here near Clute, Texas. So if you live in and around this area, watch out. If you have to drive, please be very aware of the flooding on the roads. If you see a big pond, turn around, don't drown. Oh, looks like did he go outside again? Oh, it's Freddy with him now too. Jeez Louise. Yeah, still some strong winds over here near Matagorda Bay. I think this is going to be the strongest winds that we see probably today. This is also what it feels like to chew 5 gum. Holy moly!
There it goes.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, nope, it's surviving. The light is surviving. Oh, power flash! Power flash is starting to happen as those winds start to pick in. Yeah, that rain, by the way, hurts. It doesn't feel good to have winds. Oh! Oh! No, it's still there. This is nuts. This is a little bit more intense than what I was expecting. Not gonna lie. Definitely stronger on that northern side. Yeah, that's very intense winds there, so again, if you're down the line on the storm there in and around the Bay City area, Palacios, and also Lake Jackson, watch out. Those winds are coming into you. I do want to check in on that little area of rotation, see what happened with it. Yeah, it looks like it did dissipate, so quick little area of circulation, but, you know, it seems like all the circulations, at least when they push into land, are starting to die off pretty quickly there. Jeez, it just seems like every time we look away and then come back, the winds get a little bit stronger. Wow. I think his microphone broke. Sounds a little muted. I can't believe that light's still on. It's just crazy that we can experience this live. Technology is freaking crazy, man. Yeah, hurricane force. Yeah, at least 70 miles per hour. Probably somewhere around 70 to 80 miles per hour. If I had to guess, somewhere within that range. Woo! It is still going. That is crazy. Yeah, that's the latest on the storm. Let's go see what that Hurricane Hunter plane is doing. Check to see if we have any new data from that. Yeah, it looks like he's about to make another pass into the storm. So we should be able to see if this thing is continuing that little bit of a northwest jog or northeast jog. So this is the latest here from the Hurricane Hunter plane. You can see it's not quite there into the center of pressure, but as of the last couple of passes, you can see this is traveling a little bit more to the west, and then it did another northeast turn, and then now we're about to find out where it is now. It's pretty close to land, that center of pressure. So we're almost to landfall here. So we're definitely keeping a close eye on the eye, and we'll tell you where it is going to go. But it looks like it's going to make landfall somewhere within this region here, unless it goes way to the north and east, which is still possible. So watch out there in Matagorda Bay. Things are already getting pretty crazy over there, as you can see on Connor's feed, and that is going to push even further inland. And in fact, areas like Bay City might be starting to get into a little bit more intense winds there on the northern side of that as well. So again, please continue to be hunkered down in your safe spots there as the most intense portion of this hurricane comes into your area. I wonder what the satellite view is looking like on this storm now. Yeah, look at that. This thing is definitely, continuing to try to strengthen before it gets into land. You can really see it starting to moisten up a little bit too, right where that center of circulation is. It is certainly going to attempt to make a run at a stronger hurricane right before it goes to land. So we'll see. You can even see that eye trying to form on radar as well. I think that's what we're watching here. I'm wondering what the next pressure reading is going to be, because it does kind of seem like this thing is doing a little bit, I wouldn't say rapid intensification, but certainly some of the quickest intensification we've seen in this thing since it's been in the Gulf of Mexico. And as you can see over there, looks like we just got a 54 mile per hour wind gust in Palacios. Which is just to the north of where Connor is. So those 56 mile per hour wind gusts could be about to make it into Bay City as well. So yeah, dangerous storm. Oh, the light just went out. Power is out here on. Oh, nope, it came back on. Let's listen in again. This is still so intense. That is so eerie with those flashing lights. Oh.
Wow, that's big time.
Surprised the power is still on. We're probably getting some pretty significant power outages, though.
What?
I hear along the coast. On the top right of Stormrunner Media? What are you talking about? They don't have wind readings on their stream. They'll say it out loud, though. They do have an anemometer on Stormrunner Media's feed. Wow. Still some pretty intense winds there near Matagorda Bay. That's where they're located there. I do want to give an update here for tomorrow's severe weather. Tomorrow's severe weather risk. We did get an upgrade to the tornado risk. And that's going to be for parts of Texas, Louisiana, and very southwestern Arkansas there. You can see we got a 10% there for tornadoes. And yeah, tomorrow could be a little bit more tornado-y than today was. So definitely got to be weather aware anywhere from Houston up to Lufkin, Shreveport, and then all the way there. Almost that 5% almost extends now into Little Rock. So they did extend the 5% a little bit further up to the north as well. And we still have that 2% that extends into southern Missouri. So definitely a more dangerous day tomorrow for tornadoes than today, as this storm will kind of interact with a little bit of that trough. The storms will be allowed to spin a little bit more, and therefore we are going to be seeing an increase of that tornado threat. So definitely be weather aware there tomorrow as that approaches. In terms of the tornado threat, as of right now, we're still monitoring for that. Still seeing little areas of circulation in there, but none of them quite making it onto shore as dangerous rotations yet. So the tornado threat is still a little bit muted. Hydrate. Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh, Connor Croft's out there in Crocs. That's it. That's the final straw. There we go. The power's fighting for its life. Yeah, it will continue to do that. It will continue to do that. Probably until this main wind band is done. So I would continue to shelter in place. Again, we're not expecting like super significant impacts like buildings being lifted off the ground or anything crazy like that. But we are expecting widespread power outages, some trees to be knocked down. So you definitely don't want to be, closer to the exterior of your house. You don't want to be, outside like Connor is. Connor is a professional, professional crazy person, as you can see. It's still, those winds are still blowing pretty hard here. Yeah, this is a perfect example of what not to do. They might seem safe, right? But one piece of flying debris, and it goes from a good time to a very serious, dangerous time. Flying sheet metal at this speed can kill. Seems like the winds are calming down maybe a little bit, but I mean, they're still pretty darn strong.
Oh, God. Woo! I got. Oh.
Jeez Louise. But yeah, that's the latest there from Connor Croft on the ground. You can kind of see that eye is almost completely closed off. Almost completely closed off. Let me see where that Hurricane Hunter plane is, because that'll give us a indication of where they're measuring for the eye of the storm. Yeah, the latest dive through it, the center pressure is right here. So that would be kind of the northern eye wall of the storm. And a little bit of a clearing there in the eye is starting to form there on the inner side. It's definitely moistening up. This is definitely becoming a little bit more organized here as we get closer to land. And that center of pressure, so yeah, we're still going pretty much due north here from the last reading to here. So we're still going pretty much due north. And the center of the storm is approximately 26 miles off of the coast. Still if you go directly due north from it, so no more wobbles. This thing will have officially made landfall here probably, what time is it right now? Yeah, probably by around 3 a.m. 3 to 4 a.m. there. Who needs coffee when you have storm rain? Yeah, it'll wake you up. It hurts. It does not feel good. It feels like little pins flying into your face and into your eyes, into your ears. Also, the sound can also be loud enough to where it hurts as well. But yeah, latest update from the Power Outage USA. Still not a whole lot of not too big of an uptick yet of those power outages. We're still, we're the most damaging portion of this storm. We still have about 500 people without power. So a little bit of an uptick, but not anything too significant just yet. Take off this METAR data. I just noticed that it's covering up one of the cities here that is important to be able to see. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. This thing, is definitely, going exactly as forecasted, pretty much. That dry air is trying to clear out. The hurricane is now strengthening now that it's moistened up in there. That core is probably a little bit more vertically stacked. And this thing is going to try to, strengthen all the way to landfall. So we've got about 2 hours. If it goes on the pace that it is, it'll be a strong Category 1 hurricane by the time it makes landfall. No, it won't get too much stronger. It's already interacting with land. The strongest winds are, at least. But that center of pressure is still off the shore. So that could try to organize a little bit, maybe, potentially. But I think, at max, we'll see this go another 5. 5, I would say, again, max from here into the land, probably, at max, still a weak Category 2. So like 90 to 100 mile per hour winds as this makes landfall. But I think the most intense winds are making landfall right now. According to the hurricane hunters, the winds don't really pick up near the eye at all. And actually, they're weaker near the eye. So some of the stronger winds are already over the shore. So, Hey, Regina, how you doing? Thank you for being a member for 15 months. Still haven't got rid of you. Stuck with me. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem. But yeah, so we'll have to see what ends up happening with this storm. Little area of circulation still right there. That's the center of the storm right here. And once this center makes it over the coast, that is going to be landfall. So we're merely hours away, an hour or two away from landfall. Max is grittying for memberships. Yeah. I will decline to comment. Keep my opinion to myself. Let's see here. Connor drove up to Texas one day. He said to the yeah. It is interesting, when you really think about it. This storm is gone from so many stages. It's shown like almost every stage of a hurricane. It's shown a couple instances of rapid intensification. It shows what happens when a hurricane hits land and then tries to redevelop in a dry environment. And then it shows what it takes to kind of overcome that environment and, try to re-strengthen last minute near land, which is kind of what was always expected. But as you can see, as it is trying to do so, it has very little time left. Very little time left. So, it could try to strengthen a little bit more over the next hour or two. We shall see if the pressure is still dropping as the hurricane hunters just went back through the center of the storm. So we shall see. Once that new dropzone data comes in, we'll be able to tell you what the latest pressures. Oh, they are in. The latest pressure on the storm is 983. So it did just drop one more millibar. Dropped one more millibar. 983 at the surface. So it is continuing to slowly get a little bit stronger. Also got another reading out of a max wind band of 66 knots. Oops. 66 knots near the surface. And that is, let me see how much that is. I'm going to leave this up. That is 75 miles per hour in the max wind band. And where does it saying, where are they saying the max wind band is now? They're saying it is still off of the coast. So 75 miles per hour winds. Uh-oh. Connor Crocs's stream went down there for a little bit. Hopefully they can get that back up. But yeah, that would be pretty much in like this portion of the storm where that hurricane force wind at the surface was recorded. And you know, they don't really measure the storm after it's over land. That's for the METAR data there. But you know, if those winds were gusting up to 80 miles per hour on Connor Stream, maybe even some instances of stronger winds. I'm sure there's METAR data out there that the Hurricane Center is using to determine just how strong this storm is. And we might get an update by 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. on whether or not this thing has strengthened at all. I mean, the pressure is dropping, so we'll see if that turns into some stronger winds in the future. He's wearing Crocs. He's wearing Crocs outside in a hurricane. So now we call him Connor Crocs. That is now his new name. Do you want to check in on this tornado threat again? Yes, a couple of areas still have some circulation off the coast. That's just kind of been the theme with this storm. They form on the outside of the coast and they don't quite make it into land as anything too dangerous just yet. So I still want Lake Jackson to be weather aware, as you know, we still could get one, try to do something. And this band is getting a little bit closer to the Houston area. And in fact, we're starting to get some heavier rain into the Houston area as well. So let's come back over to here. Take that off. We'll put that here. We'll do Houston, Texas. It is starting to lightly rain in Houston here. So you guys are starting to feel the first effects from this storm. You can see the wind's not too strong yet here, at least on this camera. I do want to check in on the other camera that we have, as I think it's a little bit more clear. That one. Yeah, this is going to be perfect for seeing the impacts near the surface here at Houston. As you can see, not a whole lot happening right now, but that should pick up as some of those stronger bands start to make it into land. Yeah, I don't think I have the flash flood warnings on, actually. There's probably already a couple. Let me turn those on. If they're not. I don't have any flood reports yet. Yeah, Connor Croft's stream is down. Is that a me problem or a him problem? No, that's a him problem. I don't know what happened there. Maybe his phone died. It is possible his phone died. Yeah, we'll come back over to this scene here and we'll put Storm Runner Media under me. And then let's see. Let's go over to the weather alerts. No, I do have flash flood warnings on. Okay. Yeah, no flash flood warnings issued yet, at least that I can see. Yeah, as the latest radar scan, that minimum pressure just right in this region, is still about 21 miles from the coast. The storm's really not moving that quick. 10 miles per hour, so it could be about 2 hours before that thing makes landfall. He's down on radar Omega as well. Okay. Just noticed that my radar is like a little dark. Oh, what is causing that? Hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. I thought it was my glasses, but it's not the glasses. There we go. That's a little better. Why do we see more spin up tornadoes as opposed to long track? It's typically because, a lot of these storms, as you can see, they're like right next to each other. And also, the spin kind of just like picks up briefly. It's not like it's really hard because like it's going into like where this storm was here. This storm will go into as well. And so the environment is only suitable because of the vorticity at the surface. And typically when that's like that, you can get some quick spin ups, and that is usually on the northeastern quadrant. But tomorrow, I wouldn't rule out maybe a longer track tornado. I don't think it's going to be as tropical as an environment as it is today, which is why there's probably a 10% risk out there for those storms. Yeah, it's just a different kind of thing. It's mainly vorticity that causes these little spin ups to happen, and they're very surface based, so it really doesn't take much to kind of trigger a tornado with the storms. But so far, we haven't seen any dangerous rotations reach the surface, or at least reach land as of late. Only Connor is having issues. Yeah, I can't use Freddy's stream. Yeah, 10% for tornadoes tomorrow. A little bit of an upgrade. Slower this thing goes, the more the pressure can drop before landfall. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's running at a time. It's interacting with land, and so I'm not expecting the pressure to drop too much more from this point on. But it is slowly dropping still. Our last measurement out of the Hurricane Hunter plane, and yeah, here we go. It has now been plotted. So we had that pretty significant northwest wobble, then it wobbled back to the northeast, and then now it's going pretty much due north. So it's making a pretty quick, not pretty quick, but a little push here for East Matagorda here in Texas. That appears to be where the landfall is going to be, near East Matagorda Bay. Unless it wobbles just a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, but tomorrow it's not going to be, it'll be kind of like a mixture between like your more typical severe weather, because we do have a little bit of a upper level jet, and then we are going to have a little bit of that, vorticity, and also some supercells try to develop. So I don't think we're, I'm not going to rule out maybe a longer track tornado, but like an actual long track tornado probably is not going to be possible tomorrow. But we might have one try to do something a little interesting tomorrow. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. Definitely going to be a decent tornado environment out there. Tried their streams together, but can't figure out how to do it. Yeah, that's going to be a difficult technological feat. But unless Freddie puts his stream on Connor's stream, then I won't be able to use it. Let's come check over here to let me check Connor just to make sure. Yeah. Let me check over here with Storm Owner Media, see what they're into here. They're near Brazoria, Texas. Let me see where that is. Brazoria, Texas. Okay, so they're still kind of like south of Lake Jackson. Those winds are picking up.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Woo. Don't roll me yet. Or at all. Actually, I don't know why I said yet. Man.
Don't roll me yet. Roll me later. Yeah, those are some pretty strong winds here on Storm Owner Media's feed. Looks like they're starting to get into a little bit more of those stronger winds. Oh, wow. You can really see how fast the winds are going with that light there.
Gas station of some sort. There you go. That's a good view.
You need to get up close to that tree.
If I can get like right to where that pole is blocking the light.
Oh yeah, look at that puddle there too. Some flooding trying to happen there.
This storm surge? No.
Wow. Yeah, very similar to Connor's stream not too long ago. Which is interesting because they're further off to the east. I wouldn't say as strong as winds, but certainly some pretty intense winds there. And that is south of Lake Jackson. Right here in pretty much in this area there. They are starting to get into a little bit of a stronger wind band there. And also, we just got a new flood warning here for Lake Jackson, West Columbia, Bay City. So those, watch out for some flooding conditions. You just saw it there on Storm Owner Media's feed. Let's come back over to here, sorry. There's some flooding waters already starting to pile up there near the coast, and that could be happening as well further inland. So please, you know, be watching out for those flood waters as they come through. Based on your experience living in Florida, those wind gusts are around hurricane force. Gotcha. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. It's probably not sustained winds of that much, but I'm sure some of those wind gusts are getting up to hurricane force winds. And you can see here, latest on the reflectivity, it looks like we're getting that dry air work its way back in. That might be it for the strengthening if that happens. I thank you, Ecclesa, for the for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's come back over to here. Oh yeah, it's really starting to pick up.
Maybe it'll look better by those trees. If not, I'll just back up to right here. 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to find the best angle for you guys.
Oh wow, look at those trees on the right. They're really blowing. I think one of those is...
I mean, the saltwater.
Oh, this is a
helps the
great
moisture.
view.
I'm just
This
not
is
sure
perfect.
that the rain. Wow. Something
Wow. Yeah, this is perfect. You can see the trees blowing in the
Yeah,
wind.
Pixie, I agree with that. Yeah. Yep.
This is Storm Owner Media live on YouTube right now. Wow. That was a little bit of a stronger gust
man,
there.
We found the stronger wind. Stronger wind gusts than we were having before.
All right. That's a great view there and a great depiction. Looks like Connor Croft is back up as well. Where'd that sign go? Oh, the sign fell over. The winds were strong enough to knock down that sign. The sign is blown over. That's unfortunate. Oh. I think his stream went down. Completely. What did he say at the very end? I do want to listen to that.
Appreciate it.
Yes, W. Connor's mom.
Yeah, thanks, Mom, for...
W. Mom.
Well, the Wi-Fi's still not back. I'm just doing pure lyrics, but she did check and try and make it work, so W. Mom still.
She tried to make it work.
Exactly, W. Mom.
I swear that light's getting brighter.
I don't know what's going on with that. This wind is going nuts. Oh my god.
Wow.
Holy crap.
These poles might even come down. DL just said better spot where I'm at.
Where is he?
He went that way. What's the surge map look like?
I mean...
Are we like kind of teetering on?
Okay. So I think his mom fixed it and then might have accidentally hit the stop stream button. Yeah, those trees are really are continuing to blow around quite a bit here. Oh wow. A little bit of a stronger wind gust.
Winds are starting to, they're intensifying as we are getting, the low is getting closer to land.
Yeah, a little bit of a stronger wind gust happening here. I keep forgetting we can't come back over to this area. There we go. That is over here south of Lake Jackson, still in this little rain band here that is pushing in. Still, thankfully, not seeing that tornado threat really pick up here. We keep seeing little areas of circulation try to make it on land, but they usually die as they go over land. So we're not really seeing that tornado threat develop just yet. But, you know, really anywhere from here to here is experiencing still some of the strongest winds out of the storm right now. I'm wondering what the latest data is. Is the Hurricane Hunter plane going to do another pass? Yeah, it is. The Hurricane Hunter plane is going to do another pass on the storm, probably within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we should get a new update on that soon. Still no new update from the National Hurricane Center. If we're going to get one, it's going to be within the next 11 minutes there. Yeah, the flags were gone because the sign got knocked over. He's gone. But yeah, I mean, definitely seeing that dry air start to work back into the storm here as it approaches land. So, you know, I'm thinking at max 85 miles per hour at landfall. At this point, I think we could say that. It really doesn't have a lot of time to strengthen, and that dry air is kind of working over the core. You're waking up in Europe now. Anything on Brett's stream? I don't know. We haven't checked in with him lately. He's on a bridge. Thankfully, not on a boat.
Matagorda's in that eye wall. I really want to see that thing hop to the northeast just a little bit more. Is there a bridge that goes across here to
Yeah, you can see the winds aren't as intense here on Brett's stream. He's a little bit further to the east than Stormrunner Media. And you can see the difference is very obvious. Yeah, the wind is going to be starting to pick up there in Galveston.
Nice.
Wow, I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Here, let me go up here for a second, see if we can actually get a proper wind measurement.
All right, we might be getting a wind measurement here soon. What do y'all think it's going to be? I'm thinking 60. 60 to 70.
Come on, give me a good gust.
I'm going to say 60. That's my exact number. I'm locking it in.
I would say that you guys in Colorado probably don't. You guys probably won't see any moisture from it.
Are they going to tell us? We'll wait here until they say something. Because that would be good data. Oh, that is a big gust. I think they're gonna tell us.
It's measuring mid-50s. I think we got stronger than mid-50s, though.
Mid-50s. We were all wrong.
Okay, I'll bring back the better view.
I was the closest. Just saying. I said 60. Everybody was everybody was around 70, 68. Yeah, no one was closer. I win. But yeah, I mean, strong winds still being reported over there south of Lake Jackson. So continue to hunker down out there. Another potentially stronger portion of the storm could try to make it to you, or you might just kind of stay in these winds for a while. It depends on what this storm does. It does seem like the outer eye wall, as it pushes into land, is bringing even more drier air into the storm still here on radar. It will be interesting to see if the pressure is still dropping or if it starts to kind of peter out there. So I'm thinking we'll see like kind of the same pressures. Those are my current thoughts. And it seems like the winds are getting a little bit stronger here. We'll come and check in on that just in a little bit. I do want to see if we have any new velocity signatures. At least stronger rotations near the surface. Oh yeah, a little bit of something here. There, just to the east of Treasure Island. That continues to strengthen. That could bring a tornado warning with it. Keep an eye on it. Oh, definitely watch out there just to the north and east of Treasure Island. Right along this area here. Potentially a water spout there. Oh yeah, that rain's now pushing into League City. and Manville, and also Pearland, Texas. I want to see if those wind gusts are getting a little bit stronger as that moves up there. Oh, yeah, look at that. Sustained winds in downtown Houston of 30 miles per hour, 44 mile per hour wind gusts in Houston as well. Look at that. Definitely some stronger winds. Also, near the Galveston coast, 45 mile per hour wind gusts there. And look at this, a 40 mile per hour sustained and 70 mile per hour wind gusts there. That is the strongest wind that's been measured. And that is near Palacios. At least with these METAR. Very interesting. Let's check on the power outages, see if we have any new updates on that. Yeah, power outages are slowly ticking up here where this thing is making landfall. We now have about, let's see here, 35, yeah, about 1,100 people without power here in Texas due to the storm. So power outages are slowly ticking up. We'll have to see how that is as the stronger winds move into a little bit more of a populated region here of Houston. Pretty strong. I mean, yeah, 70 mile per hour wind gusts that can knock down trees, cause power outages, the whole nine. Yeah, latest scan has a little bit of a tighter couplet here near Sea Isle. That might get a warning. Storm relative, you can really see it. Tight area of circulation. That's most likely a water spout. We might get a tornado warning for Terramar Beach and Sea Isle. So be prepared to go to your safe spots there. You see how that's kind of progressed. Yeah, it was a little bit on the broad side, but now we have an area of some tighter circulation there, south of Terramar Beach. We're keeping an eye on that. See if that'll make it see if that'll make it inland. You know, most of these rotations haven't been able to make it into the land, but we'll see if this one's different. If that breaks the pattern, then we can actually start to see an uptick in the tornado threat. Eyewall is approaching land. Yeah, right there. There was a center of pressure before. So that center of pressure is probably in this region here. There's that outer eye wall right there with our strongest winds right now. The winds calm down pretty significantly after this. Still probably some stronger winds, but they will be strongest here in this area. I mean, in this area of the storm where the reds and the yellows are. But that, I think, is still the center of the pressure. Here, let's see if that airplane has started to turn towards the storm again. It has. So we're about to get a new reading, probably within the next 10 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes, this thing is going to be turning in. Most likely going probably to the north of this reading, somewhere in this area. And yeah, I mean, we're talking a couple of miles off of the coast from official landfall. Check the latest scan again. Oh no. We might have just had a tornado there at Terramar Beach. You can even see a correlation coefficient drop there too. That's most likely a tornado that just made it into Bay Harbor. Yeah. That would not surprise me if Bay Harbor just got hit by a tornado, unfortunately. There's even a little bit of a CC drop there as well. But, you know, that CC drop was a minute behind, so we'll have to see what the next one looks like. That might be something, but I can't 100% confirm it yet. But just given off of that velocity signature, it would not surprise me if that was on the ground there. Pretty much went right through Bay Harbor. And as you can see, there's a lot of little houses there, too. Yikes. Usually with these kind of quick hitting storms, we see the debris ball after. So watch for this area here to see if any blues pop up on the map. If they do, then that was a tornado. That unfortunately is not good. We'll have to see if this will continue closer to land. If it does, we might see a tornado warning down the line for the storm. Does seem like that tornado threat is picking up a little bit here. Not sure if all the storms are going to do this. But yeah, not good. Hopefully that's not a tornado. We'll check it on the latest scan and see what it says. Well, we just got the latest reflectivity scan. Let me see if the correlation coefficient scan came in as well. It did, yeah. That was a tornado. The velocities are somewhat in this area. That's a tornado. Because again, it usually pops up after land. Yep. That was a tornado that just went through Bay Harbor. Unwarned. Wow. Hopefully they warn it as it approaches land. As that was 100% a tornado there. Hopefully everybody there is okay, but they didn't know. Unless they were watching this stream, they probably didn't know. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, we gave warning out here. That's right. Is it still on the ground? No, it is most likely a water spout right now, given the latest velocities, and still potentially a strong water spout approaching land. Next in line is going to be these kind of roads here. It's going to cross pretty close to Peterson Landing if it will stay on the ground. Not seeing any other portions of this storm that has that strong of rotation, but we should get a warning out of this. I don't know why it's not warned. But, I mean, that's the strongest area of rotation it's had pretty much this entire time. That is certainly a stronger water spout right now. And as that makes it over to land, that will be a tornado again. I'll let you know. Yes, Beryl is a hurricane as of 1 a.m. Or actually as of the 11. Was it the 11? No, I think it was the 12 p.m. update. It was either the 11 or the 12 p.m. update where it was upgraded to a hurricane. And then as of 1 a.m., it's a hurricane with 80 mile per hour winds. So it's still pretty strong. It's a weak hurricane, but I mean, the winds, 80 mile per hour winds, I mean, anybody from Houston can tell you what those feel like, as they had not too long ago, a little MCS storm push into the area, caused a bunch of power outages there in the Houston area. So, you know, over here, they're feeling similar conditions, but for longer periods of time. It's not just a quick little 80 mile per hour wind gust. It is sustained for a little bit, and that is pushing into Palacios here. And then is going to be pushing up towards Bay City in a little bit. Also over here near Lake Jackson, we're getting reports of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds on this portion of the storm. That's eventually going to try to move into Treasure Island. Still waiting for that latest scan. We do have the latest reflectivity. It's about to go over land. Yeah, still got a decent little velocity couplet there. Not as strong as it was, but it's still there. Honestly, just given the fact that this just caused a tornado there near Bay Harbor. If you guys know anybody that lives in Bay Harbor, Texas, I'd be calling them. I mean, they shouldn't be there. They should have evacuated by now, or but just in case there is some people there still, they just got impacted there by that tornado. Latest update here on the eye. It does seem like that dry air is still filtering in. So, looks like the interaction of land is doing its job. I'd be surprised if this thing could strengthen much more from this point. We could be at peak intensity here at 80 miles per hour. I still am interested to see if the pressure is going to drop at all, though, by the next time the Hurricane Hunter plane goes through there. Yeah, still no tornado warning. I doubt they're going to warn it now. The velocities aren't as strong, but I mean, that could still be a tornado there. It is technically over land, though. Are we seeing a debris ball? No. Not seeing a debris ball, but you can still see some debris falling out of the air. You can see that went into Bay Harbor. The debris got lifted up over the ocean, and now it's spreading out. So that might have done a decent little bit of damage there. I mean, that was almost a strong couplet for a tornado. So we might have seen some, some decent damage happen there in Bay Harbor. Need to check to see if we have any other concerning areas of rotation. Just want to double check. And we got a couple spots out here. 1, 2, 3 there. A couple spots of rotation. Also, maybe another one trying to form here. Let me see if that's legitimate. Yeah, that's legitimate. Still surprised it's not warned. You think they would have warned it. Texas usually doesn't deal with these kind of waterspout to tornadoes unless they get a hurricane. So whoever's on staff just might not be familiar with them. We've covered a lot of hurricanes and tropical storms. So that's a very typical. It hit a small, thin piece of land debris ball there that happened moments ago. And we just got the latest reflectivity scan. Still waiting on the latest velocities. Also another area of rotation happening over here north of West Columbia, too. Not as tight as that other one, though. But yeah, it seems like these little supercells on the outer band are going to be a problem. And, these storms are getting closer to areas like Galveston, Texas City, League City, Pearland, and eventually the Houston area. So that tornado threat is going to start to pick up for Houston, Pearland, and Sugar Land. How often do they go through it? About once every 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, it seems like that center of pressure, though, would be pretty much in this area here, if I had to guess. About 15 miles off the coast that direction. Yeah, about 15 miles off the coast if it continues on its current trajectory. And it looks like it's going to make landfall over there near East Matagorda Bay. Those strongest winds are still in Palacios, Bay City, and also south of Jackson in and along this area of the coast. And I'm sure those winds are starting to pick up there over near Galveston as they're starting to get into a little bit of a stronger wind band there as well. Victoria, I don't even think you guys have seen much rain out of this. Maybe some sprinkles here and there, but still could have some stronger winds. We go over here to the METARs. You can see that 16 mile per hour winds, 29 mile per hour wind gusts. This thing continues on its current trajectory straight north. You might get some winds similar to what Port Lavaca is getting. You might get anywhere from 20 to 30 or 20 to about 40 mile per hour wind gusts there on the western side. But it looks like you guys are staying dry for the most part. All right, let me check the latest scans here on this. What was a tornado? Is it still a tornado? That might still. Might have been a debris ball there. That might be on the ground, as that was a minute ago from this velocity scan. Yeah, right there. There's that area of stronger rotation. Did they take one a little while ago? As a 208 there, and that lines up with our correlation coefficient. Yeah, I think that was on the ground. Still. Oh boy. That's where the couplet is. That is a 100. How is that not warned? I still don't understand how this is not warned. That could be our most obvious debris ball yet with this storm. Yeah, that is certainly a tornado ongoing still. So yeah, it started over here, still pushing off to the north and west, and now we have a definite debris ball. This is again a tornado that is on the ground here south of Peterson Landing. Let me change my title. Just to the south of Peterson Landing, we still have an unwarned tornado ongoing here, and you can really see it on just regular velocities as well. How is this not warned? That's crazy. It's obvious debris ball south of Peterson Landing. This is so it started off, we were watching it ever since it went through Bay Harbor. It did drop a tornado here in Bay Harbor. That waterspout continued, made landfall again, and it is still on the ground. So this is like a long track waterspout tornado. I mean, that's decent distance. Yeah, it could have been on the ground here for over 12 miles. This is what I was talking about earlier about potential for some longer track tornadoes than you would typically have just due to the environment. And we're already starting to see that happen here. Wow. Hopefully that lifts soon, as it's getting pretty close to Danbury and Liverpool. Yeah, this thing's been on the ground. We've been tracking it since it's been in the ocean. This thing's been on the ground since Terramar Beach. I guess technically on the ground and on the water. We also have an area of rotation here and here as well that are going to be approaching land here eventually, which is kind of how this one started off. So I think that tornado threat is really ramping up with this storm. I'm still super surprised that that's not warned. That's an unwarned semi-long track tornado. No, it's not warned at all. But Danbury and Liverpool, Peterson Landing all need to be in their safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. But yeah, this is not warned. It hasn't been warned for its entire life cycle. Let's see if it's still on the ground as a latest scan. Yeah, still don't have the newest correlation coefficient. But wow. Yeah, so, if you live in like Houston, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Alief, we're talking about this portion of the line with this tornado that's been on the ground for that long, and that's eventually going to lift off to the north here within the next 2 hours. Maybe an hour for Pearland and 2 hours for Houston. And these things have the ability to make it pretty far inland. Hasn't been warned for this entire time. Oh, man. Yeah, it's still on the ground there, just to the east of Danbury. If you live East Danbury, in between Danbury and Liverpool, near Danbury Liverpool Road, watch out. You've got a tornado coming right towards you. Also, around 35 is going to be after that. This is still on the ground. Again, this thing's been on the ground, at least since we've been tracking it, now for 14 miles. Yeah, most people consider 15 to 20 mile per hour winds, or 20 miles, as a long track tornado. So we're almost in that long track status here. Latest velocities, though, look a little bit weaker, so hopefully we see that debris ball disappear as it enters a little bit more of a populated region there. No visual confirmations? No. No visual confirmations. The only visuals we have near the surface is Storm Runner Media. And I think they're like to the south of this. I think Brett would be technically a little bit closer. Let me see where Brett is. Brett is... He's actually driving like really close to where these... Wait, where the heck is he? Oh my gosh, Brett's in Bay Harbor. That just got hit by a tornado. He's about to be in that area that had that debris ball. It sounds on, but I'm not hearing anything. Oh yeah, a little bit of debris on the road. Brett's literally in Bay Harbor, where we just saw this thing come through on radar. Down trash cans. He's not quite there yet. He's just down the road of it. He's on like San Luis Pass here, I'll show you. So here's Brett, and there's Bay Harbor. He's literally a mile from it. He's on this road. It's a little bit off on the GPS. But yeah, if any more, anything else comes through, I wonder if he caught the power flashes, if there were any. Yeah, he's got no audio, I don't think, on his stream right now. Let me see what it looked like a while ago. It would have been about 14 minutes ago. Oh yeah, look at that storm surge. Yeah, we're gonna put Brett up here. So let's come here. And then we'll put Brett where Connor was. There we go. Keep an eye on his stream there. There might be some damage start to pop up there. He's almost in Bay Harbor. But if you look on radar, he is... Okay, the Bay Harbor is right here. There's another stronger circulation coming into land. We might see it on Brett's stream. That's a water spout, most definitely. South of Jamaica Beach. Watch out there in Jamaica Beach. We got another area of some stronger circulation starting to make it onto shore. It looks like the other tornado has officially lifted. Velocities are dying off. But we got a new area of circulation that is looking a little bit nasty here. Just a little bit. Not quite strong and organized, but that's about to cross onto the beach. A little bit broader, but that could wrap up. That looks very similar to what that other one looked like. And we also have another area of circulation over here. There are Lazy Palms as well. In terms of the hurricane itself, the strongest winds of it are continuing kind of up to, it's kind of not really moving too much. Still getting some pretty heavy rain into Palacios there, south of Lake Jackson. So still continue to be hunkered down. It's not over just yet. Near Brazoria. Where's Brazoria? Oh, this. I don't know where Brazoria is. See where that is. Brazoria, Texas. Oh, right there, yeah. No debris ball with that, but if you live near Old Brazoria, Wild Peach Village, you guys need to be in your safe spots. That could produce there as well. Just to the north and west of Lake Jackson. Watch out there in Brazoria. I can't believe none of these are warned. I think they fell asleep. We'll be keeping an eye on them. Is Beryl ever even wait, is Beryl gonna ever make it inland? It is. I think the center of pressure is right there. We should have a recon plane pretty much in there. Yeah, it is in there. Kind of looks like it. Huh. Might have taken another little bit of a northwest jog, which lines up with the radar. Might have just done a little bit of a northwest jog. We'll have to see. The drop zone I don't think is in quite yet. Let me check. Actually, the drop zone is in. Pressure is still at 983. So yeah, this thing is done strengthening, it seems. Now that dry air is moving in. Do you want to keep a close eye on Brett's view as an area of rotation is about to pass pretty much right in front of him if he's still going the same direction. Yeah, he's near Jamaica Beach, and so is that rotation. Wish he had sound, but yeah, he's pretty much here. I'll go over show you guys. So he's down here just to the east of Bay Harbor, and then Jamaica Beach is right over here. So I mean, he's right there. We might see it on his stream. But again, if you live in Jamaica Beach, I would still be in your safe spots. That could be a water spout there. About to push into land right in that area. We've seen one produce a tornado before. This one could very much do so again. Or that one could do so as well. Okay, this circulation is now north of Brazoria. Still no definite debris ball with that. And I'm not seeing any other areas of stronger rotation. Do have a decently, probably strength water spout up there. Yeah, very dangerous. I really hope that doesn't tighten up as it approaches land. But keep a close eye on Brett. That thing is probably right in front of him right now. So let's go watch, see if we can see anything. Sugarland is about to get into that tornado risk as well from those supercells that are kind of coming up on that northeastern side of the storm, probably within the next hour, hour and a half. So if you live in Sugarland, I would be prepared to go to your safe spots if that tornado threat's still ongoing. Oh man, I think Brett turned around. His dot's going the other way. Yeah, might have taken another northwest jog. Yeah. According to our latest recon data, there's where the weakest winds were on this pass, which would bring that back to the northwest. Still heading pretty much for Matagorda Bay. But we'll see where that drop zone actually ends up being It might be a little bit to the northwest. It might not be that far over, so we'll have to see. Oh, wow. Look at Stormrunner Media speed here. Still getting some pretty strong winds.
Oh, it feels weird for you to wear pants.
No, they're just still folded up. So it's like taking me a minute to like unfold them while I'm putting them on. Alright, I'm putting on my wetsuit.
Yeah, still some strong winds there on Stormrunner Media's feed. Okay, that did pass over the area. No definite debris ball. Maybe some slight drop there in the CC, but not enough to be able to confirm that as a tornado. But, I mean, certainly a stronger couplet exiting the coast. I'll have to see what the latest debris scan looks like, as it is a minute behind. So again, if we see a CC drop up here, then that'll mean that another tornado just went into this little kind of Galveston kind of inlet thing here. But I mean, that's strong enough to have a waterspout with it. So also strong enough to have a tornado over land. We'll have to see on that next correlation coefficient drop. Yeah, another little area of some circulation here with this storm as well, north of Otley, or Odie. Very strong, but strong enough to get my attention. I still can't believe we haven't had a tornado warning. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit flabbergasted on that. That's what you would think, Kevin, but so far, no warnings at all with any of these storms. Yeah, I think the NWS is asleep. I guess we're just not getting warnings tonight. It's a little bit ridiculous, not gonna lie. These are pretty obvious couplets here. Yeah, no debris ball after land. So I don't think that's saying touchdown on land, but this thing is still got some pretty decent rotation about to push into land. So we'll have to see on that next scan. Let's go over to the storm relative. Yeah, still a decent area of rotation, about to pull up onto land again. Thankfully, not too many folks live out here, so hopefully it's not going to be an issue. But down the line, I do have some folks, I think, that live in this area, yeah. Near 2004, there, the road 2004. Hopefully they start warning these storms as they push into Galveston, man. Because Galveston's a lot more of a populated region. New mesoscale discussion. Oh, wow. 74-mile wind reports. And wave heights of 23 feet south of Freeport, Texas. Well, at least the SPC is paying attention. Greatest threat for tornadoes is in that area, and that's when those spin-ups have been happening. But the NWS, I don't know what's happening. That doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, the wind's pretty strong there on Stormrunner Media's feed for sure. Oh, storm looks like DL is in the storm now. Definitely still pretty gusty. I'm assuming somewhere around 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts here. Not quite. This what could be a water spout is not quite on land just yet. Still waiting for that latest scan to come in. We had a little bit of a dry air intrusion, but it looks like we're getting a little bit more moisture kind of try to rat back up into the storm. So it looks like it's going to be kind of a fight between that dry air and the moisture. So I'm really not expecting to see too much significant strengthening of this storm. We're either just done or we might get another 5 mile per hour uptick. Right is approaching point west. Let's see where that is. Yeah, he's still going to the south towards like Lazy Palms and Key Largo, Texas. Yeah, it's now over land. Not as strong as a velocity. And no definite debris ball. Has a little bit of a CC drop. That could be a little itty bitty tornado there, but it's not really in the right area of the storm, so probably not. But yeah, that area of rotation is still technically there. It's a little bit on the broadside now. And I'm not really seeing any other areas after that. We'll continue to come back to it. In terms of the strongest winds, though, let's say they're still slowly approaching Bay City. Keep an eye on it. Max thought the debris ball from Bay Harbor tornado was fish from a water spout. No, no. Every time a tornado hits like a little skinny island or part of the land like this, the debris ball doesn't show up until after. Like 9 times out of 10, you usually don't see the debris ball directly over it. But I've covered storms like this quite a bit, and 9 times out of 10, that's how it happens. The debris ball comes up after it. But no, that wasn't fish. That was a tornado. Just picked up debris. We even saw some debris on the road there on Breda Dare's stream as well. So something definitely came through there. Drop zone says 982. Okay, so a drop of 1 pressure. One little bit of pressure. Let me check that out. No, drop zone says 183, not 182, by the way. So it's still at, sorry, not 183. The drop zone says 983. Blah. So it's still at 983. And I'll show you where to read for that reading. So as you can see, here's that drop zone that was just dropped. And right in there, 983. So it's still the same pressure. It's not dropped since the last pass. Oh, Max was kidding. Okay. I mean, to be fair, I mean that was a decently strong water spout after it, left land. And if there were fish at the surface, technically speaking, there could have been fish in there. But yeah. The eye wall's already touching land. Yeah, that outer eye wall is right in here. Waiting for that center of pressure, though, to go over land, which it's getting close. I mean, right here, there's the nearest land in the eye wall, or the center of pressure. Well, actually, let's take the, let's overlay the plane just so we can get a better understanding of where it is in accordance to land and then measure it. Yeah, it looks like it was like right in here. Yeah, can't do them both at the same time. We're still about 13 miles off of the coast. So still about an hour from landfall, potentially. At the speed that the storm is going, at least. I keep forgetting where these dang planes are. There we go. £200 of fish. Oh, wow. Look at the winds now on Storm Runner Media's feed here. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Minimum pressure 982. So they did drop the millibar to 982. So I don't know why they did that, as it's not what the dropson measured at the surface, but maybe it was like closer to 982. I don't know. But yeah, they did say the minimum pressure is at 982, still 80-mile-per-hour winds as of 2 a.m. So still no decent strengthening. And this thing's making landfall right now, so oops. It's still, I still don't really see a scenario where this strengthens much more. It's the previous eye dropson. 16. You might be correct. Oh, yeah. Looks like my data was behind. Okay. Yeah. All right. There it is. Okay. I was about to say. All right. Yeah, the data was behind on my end. That's my bad. But yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. So it was 982. Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. They are still out there. Those winds are really starting to pick up. Holy moly. This is almost some of the stronger winds we've seen. That could be, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Very similar to the winds that Connor was getting. So it could be as high as some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in there. I mean, that's pretty high winds. The pressure dropped by 1 millibar, but the winds are the same. Oh my goodness! Wow, that was a strong gust there. Wow. Oh yeah, he's getting knocked around out there. Oh no. I can't tell if that's DL or Garrett. That's dangerous. I don't think I could do all that. I'd watch the storm from the safety of my car. Jeez. Yeah, this is only a Category 1. Imagine what a Category like 3 or 4 hurricane would look like. Be absolute pandemonium. Wow. The roar of that thing is crazy.
Keep the door open. Wow!
This is some of the most intense winds we have seen here from the hurricane. And again, Storm Hunter Media, they're not over here near Palacios. They're over here south of Lake Jackson, where the stronger wind band is now pulling into the area. So watch out there in Lake Jackson. Eventually, this is going to try to track up towards you. And that's a strong one, as you can tell. Again, this is where the Hurricane Hunter plane was measuring that max wind band not too long ago. Just checking to see if I see any more circulations here. Maybe a new one trying to develop here, kind of in the same area as some of these other ones. Going to be heading near like the Sea Isle and Jamaica Beach there in Texas. Going to keep an eye on that. But holy moly, they're still cranking.
No new viewers. Why is the algorithm dead? That was so cool.
Because they're not out there with us. That's what it is.
Wow.
This is wild. Yeah, I'd say we were good staying here.
Yeah, I'd say it's a good thing we came back.
Yeah.
Wow. I think this is the most intense portion of the storm so far. Wow.
Stronger, guys. Yeah, I mean we're sustaining in the 60s.
Yeah, sustained winds of 60 miles per hour.
Gusts extending over 60, over 70 to 80.
I can confirm this jacket is not actually
Wow.
waterproof. My shirt is
70 to 80 mile per hour winds here in this portion of the car. I mean, this portion of the storm.
Because my back is somewhat wet too, but that's because I can felt the jacket like the wind brushed up the jacket.
It was lifting up.
It was lifting up, yeah.
WX scans submitted. Where at, Michaela?
That was awesome. But I sort of, with how strong these winds are, like it's...
Yeah, I mean, surely we're starting to get an uptick in some of the power outages, because these winds are closer to a higher populated region, so... Yeah, the power outages are starting to uptick here. We now have 3,000 people without power in Matagorda County, and in Brazoria County, we have 2,000 people without power, so it is picking up here about 6,000 to 7,000 people without power associated with Hurricane Beryl so far. Just checking around here just to make sure we don't have any other little upticks. Yeah. So yeah, it is starting to pick up there. So again, I'm gonna keep on Storm Hunter Media's audio for a little bit because I just want to listen in. Hopefully it's not too loud.
This is the outer eye wall.
Yeah, 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts here.
We're on the right side of a strengthening hurricane. Look at the dang thing. It's definitely now got a symmetrical.
We still got a lot more of this to go too.
And we got a symmetrical eye around it now. Wouldn't be surprised if this thing made a run for Cat 2 here, but right before.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Venture down closer to the coast, see if we can get any higher wind readings.
I was trying to figure out if this is storm surge. It kind of looks like we might have some storm surge coming up on the beach here. On Brett's stream, it's hard to tell.
Shoes, you guys. They almost feel dry just because they're completely soaked through. My shorts are actually okay though. The pants worked. The jacket, not so much.
Yeah, right in this region. This is where our strongest winds with the storm are right now. And then right here is where Storm Runner Media is, where those intense winds are pushing in. So again, that's going to be over there near West Columbia, Lake Jackson. Please continue to hunker down. I'd be in your safe spots there. Again, it's the lowest, most interior room of your house. There's many walls. In between you and the outside is humanly possible a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. I mean, holy moly.
Winds are being reported over 100 to possible 120. Where? Is my phone over here? Yeah, that'd probably be what I'm sitting on. Okay.
I think it's going to be active. Yeah, I kind of do. I mean, it seems like everything's in place. Wow.
Now I run out my window so you guys can hear that howl.
Blondie, by the way, you can go to sleep if you want, Blondie. Like, if you guys are modding and you want to go to sleep, you can go to sleep. I can handle this chat. It's not really moving too fast. Don't feel like you got to stay on. If it...
Oh, shoot.
Morning, guys.
What's that? Oh, that's Connor.
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't even recognize you. I was like, who the hell is that?
A little bit of a Connor cameo there. We'll let them talk it out. But yeah, as you can see, the center of the storm is currently in this area here. And it's very close to land. We're very close to landfall with this hurricane right now. And it looks like the rain and the winds are starting to pick up here in the Houston area. Yeah, 29 to 39 mile per hour wind gusts coming into south of Pasadena. In Houston, we're still dealing with 30 to 44 mile per hour wind, 30 to 44 mile per hour winds there in Houston. Let's see if we have a new measurement from here. No, we still are around 40 to 70 mile per hour winds there in Palacios. Yeah, it's certainly a storm. Oh my gosh. That is storm surge. Look at Brett's view. That water goes all the way up. Yeah, storm surge is starting to push in on the coast here. This is over here near Treasure Island. Hold on, let me come back here. Hey, thank you, What the Fluff. I appreciate that. Look at all that flooding water there on the left side of the screen. That is that storm surge starting to push way up onto the coast here, making it all the way inland as well. So it looks like we're starting to get some significant storm surge as this approaches landfall. Again, if you are near the coast, near Treasure Island, also all the way down south of Freeport, and near Cedar Lakes and Bryan Beach, Surfside Beach, and also in Galveston, that storm surge is going to start to pick up, and that coastal flooding will continue. There are reports of 122 mile per hour winds in Sargent, Texas. From where? Can you send me that report? Apparently it was measured with a... Yeah, so the sustained winds are 80, a little bit over 80, and they're getting 100 mile per hour wind gusts happening near Sargent, Texas. So that was when it was over here in this region. So pretty much where Connor was, and that's kind of what we're seeing currently on Storm Runner Media's view here of those winds pushing in.
are we saying? Like, what other channel is saying that?
Yeah, Sergeant B.
That word, who was that?
I have no idea where that came from.
Okay.
No, I got no clue.
We should get a video of it.
Yeah, very strong storm, or a pretty strong storm here still. Oh, man. I really hope everybody on the coast here are, away from the shore, because that view of that storm surge from Storm Chaser Brett Adair was a little bit concerning on just how far up it is starting to flood already. Still not seeing any new, stronger areas of circulation here. Still monitoring a couple of these little spots. Do have some circulations out there that are a little bit on the weaker side, but keeping an eye on that. And yeah, that center of pressure is almost over land. Seems like this storm has slowed down quite a bit. Did they change the movement on the storm? So I feel like we were tracking towards more of a 1 to 2 a.m. That's still, according to the National Hurricane Center, still moving at 10 miles an hour, so it's still going the same speed. See what the if I'm gonna see if we're gonna get another pass here. Yeah, it looks like we might get one more pass on there. Okay, so here's the latest data. Yeah, look at that. Another pretty significant kind of shift to the west, west-northwest. Also, that is 60 knots being reported out of these METARs here. Not sure if that's sustained or wind gusts, but that is certainly some pretty strong winds. That's like 70 miles per hour. They're right along the coast, sustained. Or 65 knots. Hold on, let me. Yeah, that's hurricane force winds now on the coast. There near Matagorda Bay, at least according to that METAR. But yeah, pretty significant wobble to the west again. And so we'll see if that wobbles back or continues. It'll either make landfall here or here. Actually, I would say it's more like in this area, right in there, which would be right there. So that center of pressure seems to be like right in this region here. It's got a text from Garrett, and he's saying this wind is insane. I would have to agree. All right, so someone posted something. Hey, thank you, Sherry Scales, for the $20. I do appreciate it. That is Stormrunner Media's mom. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. You're so generous, by the way. Thank you. But yeah, looks like your son is really helping us get the word out about some of the conditions out underneath this hurricane right now. It's extremely helpful. So a huge shout out to Stormrunner Media's mom and Stormrunner Media as well. But yeah, thank you so much. Wait, where are you at again, Michaela? Aren't you near Galveston? Because it's not popping up for me. I can't find your video. The last one I see was at 9:21. Could you send it again? Yeah, I'd try to send it again if I were you. Because it's not showing up. Hey, thank you, Derek, for the 20 as well. Thank you so much. It's another huge help out to the channel. All the coverage. Glad I found your channel. Oh, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that big time. 76 mile per hour wind report in Port O'Connor, Texas at 2:40 a.m. Okay, thank you for that. That was about 16 minutes ago. Where's Port O'Connor? Oh, wow. So, yeah, the winds on the backside are also pretty strong with this storm, too. 76 miles per hour. That's hurricane force there as well. Did you say that was a wind gust, or was that... Do you know if that was sustained or a wind gust help? Also, huge shout out to y'all. If y'all live in this area, you guys are troopers staying up this late. It's hard to stay up this late. I came prepared, but you guys, you know, you guys probably just did your regular sleeping schedule. So you guys are doing great so far. Consider getting a coffee. Oh, yeah, there's that wind report. Yep, Mesonet, 76 miles per hour. Wow. There in Port O'Connor. Yeah, it's probably a gust, most likely, but it could have been sustained. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was sustained. I mean, that's in the eye wall of the hurricane. Yeah, we're gonna get another pass at this storm. It is literally miles away from landfall, though. We're almost here at official landfall. Check on the velocities here. Yeah, guys, I gotta walk my dog. Give me a little bit. I haven't walked him in a while. And I'm gonna leave this up with Stormrunner Media on. So let's go over here to Stormrunner Media. Hang out with him for a little bit. And I will be probably back in like 2 to 3 minutes. I'll leave their audio on here as well with a radar view of the center of circulation. There we go. Be right back.
Wow, you're rocking big time there, Sunport.
Looks old though, so I feel like it's survived other. Oh no, that the pole itself is.
The pole's moving. So is your bumper.
Oh, is that what you're hearing?
I'm hearing it down here.
My bumper's gonna fly off.
Wow, okay. Oh, you're getting closer.
Level baby, level baby, level baby.
You see that thing? I was doing this.
Yeah. Just a slightly better angle on it. Freddy's lights are just slightly messing it up for me right now.
There you go. Yeah, you're in a good spot now. Look at those. Look at these winds howl, guys. Look at this. Everything on the roof is okay. It's secure. On our roof, anyway.
When Starlink was kind of pushed off its thing, but zip ties are doing their job. Thank you to Pete. I was just trying to fix the light situation a little bit better. I just wonder what gust moved that ice box. Because now it ain't budging.
There might have been maybe a mesovortice or something.
While we were outside. That was one thing that crossed my mind. I was like, what if there's like a little spin up somewhere in here and like we're on foot and we just intercepted on foot? Chris, yeah, we're at a Texaco a couple miles north of, dang it, I lost it. I knew that was going to happen. Oh wait, no, we're chilling. We are so chilling.
They still kept it at a 85 or an 80. What was it?
It was 80 before. They went 85, and that's an increase.
And they still kept it at 80. These gusts are absolutely insane. They come out of nowhere.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, we are not in Bay City. We are in Sargent, Texas, guys.
I am back. As he got himself a bunch of treats and a walkies. But yeah, latest on the storm, as you can see, parts of Matagorda Bay are still in that eye. Strongest parts of this storm appear to be over here near Lake Jackson right now, and also on the northern side. Oh wow, look at Brett Adair's view. That is just water where there was land. Still no audio. That's the storm surge pushing up on the coast. There where he is. He's near let me see where he's at. Yeah, he's still over there just to the south near Surfside. No, never mind. He's a little bit to the east of that. Yeah, he's still near Treasure Island. Yeah, significant storm surge ongoing here in Treasure Island, Texas. And again, this is going to be the case all the way up the way, eventually into Galveston as well. So again, if you live near the coast, near Galveston, please stay elevated as you can as that storm surge is pushing over the bank, over the beaches, all the way in to land here. So you can see this water. This is not the ocean. This is not a lake. This is a residential area here. Yeah, not good in terms of the storm surge. Latest scans on some of these areas that we've been watching for a tornado threat. Still not seeing any stronger circulations. Maybe a couple in this area here near Manville. Two little areas of circulation. No debris ball underneath them right now. It does seem like that dry air is filtering out again, and this thing is wrapping back up here into trying to organize yet again right before landfall. Let me see if we have a new. Yeah, that looks like the plane is going back into the storm again. And it's about to go through the center of the storm. So we should get a new update from it here shortly on what the intensities are like near the surface. See if we get any upgrades there. Yeah, the latest here on the storm is still a Category 1 storm with 80-mile-per-hour winds. I don't think that's changed too significantly. The winds near the surface are certainly gusting pretty high, but sustained, they're around 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds as of right now. And again, Stormwater Media, they're over in this area south of Lake Jackson. And that is where, at least where I think some of the strongest winds are in this storm right now. And also over here near Indianola as well. I checked for the new videos you sent me. I've been trying to find them. They haven't really been showing up on this website too well. People have been trying to send them in. I haven't been able to see them. Certainly some issues happening. With the app right now. It's very clunky and very stuttery. So I don't know what's really going on with the website. Did you send them on X maybe? No, you didn't. Okay, so you must have sent them on WXScan. The website's not working too great for me right now, so that's why we haven't really been talking about it. It's still kind of a baby website, you know. It's in its development, so it's got some hitches still. But as soon as it loads back up, I'll go searching for it. Yeah, you can see very clearly just the multiple impacts with this storm. You know, on Stormwater Media, some intense winds are happening, and then on Brett Adair stream, there is some pretty intense floodwaters pushing in. This is storm surge there. That is not a lake. That is not a beach. That is just that storm surge that is making it onto the coast here on Treasure Island, and it's only going to get worse as those stronger winds. Those stronger winds are also about to be on Brett's stream as well, and that's going to push even more storm surge up onto the coast. So, okay, the app is now working a little bit better for me. Let's see. Oh, it keeps freezing every time I zoom in. So yeah, it's just not working very well. And that new photo that somebody posted, it is not showing up. Michaela, it still hasn't showed up. So I think the app is just crashed at this point. Definitely some improvements that need to happen in that aspect. It seems to get bogged down with traffic, maybe. I don't really know what's happening there. Wind is scary. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty scary. It can be scary, you know. I agree. And I think that's a valid point. You know, the best thing though is to not let it not get it to make you panic. That's the best thing to try to avoid is that panic. Any email? Not that I'm comfortable sharing live on stream. Yeah, I mean, and unless you can post it on like Twitter, it's you know probably won't be able to show it. And I'm still searching. I know what area to look, but I'm not seeing a new one pop up, so it must be glitched. Must be glitched a little bit. Surely there should be more photos and videos popping up, but they're not. Yeah, the National Hurricane Center, or no, the Hurricane Hunter should be in the eye again. Yeah, just went into the eye. Looks like it might be doing a little bit of a northern jog. So it might be pushing back up to the north. Maybe slowing down a little bit as well. Would not be good. That would give this thing a little bit more time to strengthen. But if those pressures keep dropping, we might see a uptick in the winds. Okay, starting to see some areas of rotation here south and west of Galveston now. Starting to show up. Little couple areas of some decent rotation there. That is going to be pushing up into just to the west of Galveston. Watch out there. Not strong rotations yet, but that tornado threat is still present. So it's going to be on and off with the circulations. Definitely got to keep an eye on some of these as they approach the Galveston area. And also those winds and the storm surge are definitely going to be picking up there. Again, here's a view, not in Galveston, but pretty darn close to Galveston. About, 10, 20 miles from Galveston. And you can see that storm surge is rising here pretty decently. It is now completely engulfed this neighborhood in Treasure Island. No significant updates for Victoria. Still, you guys are still remaining pretty dry over there. This thing is just to your east. Might get a little bit more rain and wind if this thing wobbles to like the west. A little bit more. So I'd definitely be hunkered down there, but it shouldn't be too crazy. Yeah, storm's been zigzagging. Pretty typical with these, hurricanes with weak steering, which this one currently has weak steering. That they tend to be a little wobbly. Flooding looks kind of dangerous. Yeah, the flooding is dangerous there near the coast, for sure. That is some pretty significant storm surge there. And again, we're expecting anywhere from 4 to 7 feet of storm surge in along this region here. And that should be picking up pretty much right about now. Yeah, Brett is a pro. It's pretty much making landfall right now. I mean, and that center of pressure is very close to the coast. If we go over to the latest, if we bring up the latest Hurricane Hunter data and overlay it over this thing, I mean, they just found the center of pressure pretty much right here. So it's extremely close to the coast here. About 8 miles. So less than an hour here. If this thing continues at its current pace, less than an hour until landfall. Always forget how to turn this off. There we go. Also, some winds are going to start to increase for Galveston, Texas City, League City, and Pearland as this outer band comes in. Heavier rain also for like Sugarland, Rosenberg as well. Wind impacts are also going to be increasing for the Houston area as that band slowly drifts up to the north. But the strongest winds probably won't move into Houston until this part of the storm gets there. It's moving at 10 miles an hour. Oh, wow. Yeah, this thing is strengthening as it goes into land. Latest drop sound is 100 or 980 millibars. Max wind band is now at 70 knots. 78 knots. Whoa. That's close to a category 2. Not quite there yet, but this thing might get upgraded by about 10 miles per hour. That's almost 90 miles per hour there. Yes, that's still category 1 force winds, but it's like right on the line of a category 1 and a category 2. Where's Brett heading? Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure. Yeah, it's almost 90. This should be a category 2. It's not. The winds at the surface are not category 2 strength. We haven't seen any winds indicate that at the surface looking at the data. It's easy to speculate that it could be just by looking at it on radar and looking at the storm chaser feeds, but the data on the ground is solid. 78 knots is not a category 2. So it shouldn't be a category 2. Any update on that cell? Yeah, let's take a look at it again. See if we have the latest velocity data. Yeah, it looks like those rotations are struggling, which is good news for now. I would still be alert for a tornado threat to pick back up. It's kind of spontaneous when it decides to. So, I mean, it started off, we had a tornado warning close to the beginning of the stream. And then we didn't have a tornado warning for hours. And then we had a long track tornado, or near long track tornado. That happened, that was unwarned. So, that was like in between those two times, I think was like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours. So, hey, thank you, DM, for subscribing. I appreciate it. It was on the ground for 14 miles. Yeah. Well, technically, on and off the ground, it made contact with land, and then it went over a bay area. I think it was over here. It went through Bay Harbor, went over a bay area here. So then, technically, it was not on the ground; it was on the water. And then it went into land. Debris ball immediately showed up and it tracked near Peterson Landing and then lifted near Danbury and Liverpool. So when you do this, you can see that's around 14 miles. Forward speed is 10 miles per hour. Still, I think. As far as I can tell. Pressure is dropping on this storm right now. It is still dropping. The latest drops on indicates 980 millibars at the surface. And the max wind band is coming in at a 89 miles per hour. So this thing is certainly trying to strengthen again. And, it's just as it was, it just kind of goes to show, if there wasn't that dry air and we had this thing dealt with dry air, it kind of stalled on its strengthening. And then as soon as that rain kind of wrapped around and kind of filtered out that dry air again, this thing is making an attempt to strengthen again. Still a little bit of that eye over the water right now. Interacting with land, but still potentially some stronger winds in there. So, still continue to be sheltered there near Palacios, Bay City, Lake Jackson. Watch out there down the line for Galveston, Texas City, League City, and Sugar Land. Those winds are going to start to pick up here. And thank you, Dennis. It looks like Brett lost service, I think. Thank you, Dennis, for the 5. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I've been drinking water. I've drinking 2 bottles of water this stream. I'm on my 3rd. When it hits, what time would it be? It should be sometime at around when the strongest winds pull in. It'll probably be in the next 3 to 4 hours associated with this wind band, and it could last for a while, those winds. So definitely expecting to see quite the uptick in power outages. Oh, wow. Latest here from Power Outage USA. Yeah, it looks like we're sitting at around 53,000 people without power here in Texas. And that's mainly here in this area of Texas. So a lot of that is from the storm. No strong tornadoes possible. They are possible, actually, yeah. I wouldn't rule them out, especially tomorrow. Today, we had potentially a stronger rotation couplet. I don't think it was a strong tornado, but we'll find out tomorrow when they do the survey. See the latest on the velocities here. Still a little area of rotation here. Not strong, though. We're still keeping an eye on it. Is it moving slower than expected? I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think the Hurricane Hunter plane just made a quicker pass into the storm. But I mean, regardless, we should be getting an update. Yeah, we just got an update as of 3 a.m. 30 minutes ago, and it's still at 80 mile per hour winds. So we should get another one at 4 a.m. as well. And hurricane damage. It's tough, but hurricane damage is more straight line. And tornado damage, you can see like a spiral path, but it would be tough. But it's not impossible. They got pretty good knowledge there on how to survey a tornado. So I don't think they catch every tornado that ever happens, but they do catch most of them. I'm gonna check these rotations with this radar here. Yeah, with this radar, that's not really that strong of rotations there. There certainly is still a little bit of circulation pushing over near Anderson Ways and Spanish Grant. No debris ball, though, because it's a little bit on the weaker side, but still keeping an eye on this circulation as it pushes into land. Yeah, I really hope if we start getting like tornadic circulations in the Houston and Sugar Land area that they actually warn those. Because that tornado that was on the ground for like 14 miles, that one never got warned. All right, Lauren, get yourself some sleep. Let's check out storm intermediate. Seems like the winds might be calming down where they are.
Oh, are they?
They're coming back over here to us.
Oh. Oh, that's awkward because I'm out until I come back. Anyway. Bye.
Hey, playing.
No, Houston's not going to be evacuated, no. But power outages are certainly a possibility. Tornadoes. Tornado threat's going to be picking up here very soon for Houston over the next hour. Those winds are going to start to pick up over there near Houston as well. And they're only going to get worse going on in the future. I'm wondering if this aircraft is done or if it's going to turn back around for one more pass. I don't think we have any other, we don't have any other planes en route. So if this one leaves, this one will be our last update. Winds here are now 25 plus and winds gusts over 30 miles per hour. Yeah, the stronger winds are going to be in this portion of the line. And so you're going to start to get in some of those tropical storm force winds. And then in this part of the line is pretty much, some of the stronger winds in this storm period. That's what we were looking at a little while ago as that pushed in south of Lake Jackson on Storm Intermedia's feed. Yeah, starting to see a little bit more convection here along this eye wall on the southern side. So that dry air is continuing to get filtered out. The good news is, like, if this thing was doing all of this far away from land, we would be concerned for like a major hurricane, potentially a significant hurricane of like category 3, category 4. But thankfully, it's doing it right next to land. So this thing doesn't really have much longer to intensify. So we should be able to see whether or not it's... Yeah, I don't know if I help. I don't know if I trust his wind data. Seems to be broken. So yeah, that's not, I don't think that's a valid report, but we'll see if any other METAR data, because nobody else is reporting that, and their winds, at least on that video, look similar to Storm Intermedia's. So it's hard to verify from their independent wind thing, but those wind anemometers, they can sometimes not be calibrated correctly, and show stronger winds than what is actually out there. That is the only person reporting that right now. We haven't had any METAR stations measure that. So I'm a little bit skeptical. Watch the stream time. Yeah, we're still good. We're at 7 hours. We still got 4 more hours until we'd have to start another stream. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Thanks for the reminder. I do want to check out the satellite imagery. See how this thing's looking on satellite. We haven't looked at the satellite in a while. Wow. Yeah, it's certainly making an attempt of strengthening literally right before land. So it might make a run at that weak Category 2 status. I don't think it's there quite yet, according to the latest plane data. But we're keeping an eye on it to see, if we can get any readings out of the plane that indicate that this thing is a Category 2. But still not quite there. Our strongest wind reading out of the airplane so far has been 89 miles per hour, which is still a little bit less than a Category 2. Category 2 is 96 miles per hour. We're not quite there yet. Man, what an impressive storm, though. I'm just glad that that dry air was there. I mean, with this kind of strengthening, I mean, it is trying to do. I wouldn't say rapid intensification, just given the fact that the land will kind of disrupt this storm's ability to continue to intensify for much longer. But it's almost. I mean, if this was over water for any longer, it could have been rapid intensification. Air Force Recon returning to all right, our only plane that's been out there is leaving the storm, so we'll probably get an update at 4, if I had to guess. I would assume they would up the winds to at least 85 miles per hour. They might not up it to 90 because it's right on the line. So it'll either be 80 or 90 miles per hour. But that seems like the last, at least plane data to come out of the storm. But we do have some METARs in the area, so hopefully those can report some helpful data to us. Seeing a post. So yeah, we are getting some observations from the surface. And yeah, that's interesting. 89 miles per hour. I'm not sure if these are sustained winds or wind gusts, but 89 miles per hour was measured near Matagorda Bay entrance. Wish I could view this map. But it's a preliminary map. Oh, this is wind gusts. Okay, so this is not sustained. And yeah, so that's over near. See, this is why I've been saying that I don't think that that's accurate, because these are METAR stations in that exact area, which are calibrated. And the max wind gust they've been getting is 89 to 81, which is not sustained. Not sustained winds. So no Category 2 winds yet reported with this storm. And that was as of 3:14, which was about 20 minutes ago. We'll keep our eyes on it. If we see any credible data saying that this thing is got sustained winds of, of Category 2 strength, we'll let you know. I mean, it's trying to get close. It's making a last ditch effort to try to get those Category 2 wins, but it's not there yet, at least according to all the data that we have available. Hey, Contessa, welcome. I mean, if this storm was in this environment with no dry air starting from here, I mean, I don't see why it couldn't get up. I don't see why it wouldn't have been able to get up to like at least Category 3 or 4. What's Connor showing? Is Connor back live? Oh, he is. I didn't even know he started a new stream. Winds are still pretty strong here on Storm Hunter Media's feed. Is Brett back up yet? No, Brett is just down. We'll come back over to this view. And we'll pull, well, actually, we'll stay here and we'll just go check in on them. And we are starting to get marine warnings out here for water spouts near Galveston. A couple little areas of circulation out there. South of Galveston, you can see that there is a little bit of rotation there. Not strong, though. Probably wouldn't prompt a tornado warning. Yeah, I would say this thing is trying to make a run at Cat 2, but it's just not there yet. That's my official statement. Unfortunately, we're not going to get any updates from the plane. So we'll probably get a new update from the National Hurricane Center around 4 a.m. Could be a little bit early, if I had to guess. And then that will tell us whether or not. And I think that should be an official update and a forecast discussion with it as well, if I remember correctly. And that I think there's going to be an uptick in the winds to either 85 or 90 miles per hour, just based off of the data. But, I mean, this thing is pretty much as close as you can get to landfall. I mean, that's pretty much landfall. We're pretty much at landfall here. I mean, if we're not landfall by now, we're like 3 miles from it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. New tornado warning has been issued for this area of circulation here, south of Thompson's. Why is this 50 frames? Right there, there's that area of rotation. It's not very strong rotation, but there certainly is some there that could produce a tornado at some point. If you live in Thompson's, Fairchilds, Pleak, and Needville, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Time is Woodlands going to be hit? I think Woodlands, yeah, it's going to be a little while. Probably, at least 3 to 4 hours before your winds really start to pick up there. This thing should increase of speed as it starts to interact with the trough too, as well. So it should increase its speeds here as it does so. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Wonder what those windmills are doing. Generating a lot of power. That's what they're doing. Or they're broken. Just really wants to be 50 frames. I think it happens every time that I switch to the what's it called? The satellite. I think the satellite's making it go to 50 frames. Yeah, y'all are probably going to need to start drinking coffee or something to stay up. Unfortunately, we can't see pressures here anywhere on this map. I'm not sure if the METAR data can help us at least here. Let's do a detailed display really quick. Our closest to the storm is this. Yeah. Wow, look at that. 81 mile per hour wind gust. There near Palacios. 62 mile per hour wind gust, 46 sustained, 54 sustained there. Wow. That's the strongest wind gust we've at least been able to see with these METARs. Or the METAR. All right, let's check the latest scans on this tornado warned storm. Let's check it from this radar. No, what about from this one? Do want to see what it looks like on this one. It's interesting that they warned this one, but they didn't warn the other one earlier. I don't really understand what happened earlier in the stream. We had a tornado on the ground for like 14 miles and it was unwarned. And then this one has rotation, but it's not very strong. But there's certainly some rotation there. Now just to the south and east of Thompson's, heading towards Pleak. Still want Pleak, Fairchilds, and Needsville to be in their safe spots. But staying safe, yeah. I hope so too. Hopefully everybody is, sheltering from the storm and away from the beach. I would assume the center of pressure is like right here in this area. We might get an update here soon that this has made landfall. We are very close to landfall. And that would be Matagorda, landfall in Matagorda. Yeah, no problem. Beryl did not disappoint. Yeah. I mean, it's, I will say this, it is putting on kind of a show right now. It's entering overland. It's trying to make just a last push to intensification. But it's running out of time. It's pretty much out of time to intensify. That center of pressure is, once that crosses over land, the pressure is going to start to rise. And then, we're going to really see this thing, decrease in intensity as it moves on to land. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's certainly kind of made a last minute push there. I don't think it quite got to Category 2 status, at least according to the data that came out of the plane that was dropping drop sounds to the surface, the storm chasers that were measuring winds out there, at least with Storm Runner Media, and METAR data down there as well. Didn't quite get there. Might have gotten close, though. That area of rotation is approaching Galveston. Yeah, we'll recheck it out here. Yeah, there still is a little area of rotation there near Galveston. It's not strong, though. It's not strong circulation, so I'm not overly concerned about it. But now that the NWS is up, we might start seeing some tornado warnings. Latest scan here on this storm, too, also still have this area of circulation. Still appears to be pushing off. Back in 50 frames again. Hold on. There we go. Still is pushing off to the east. It had some stronger rotation earlier. It might be trying to re-strengthen as it approaches Pleak, Texas. Again, this is just to the south of Houston. Not really seeing much strong rotation with it, but it is trying to reorganize again. This storm has been historic its whole life. No, it hasn't. It was historic in the Caribbean and in the Caribbean Sea, but after it went through Yucatan Peninsula, it stopped being historic. It hasn't broken any records since then, I don't think. Maybe the earliest hurricane landfall in Texas, that could be possible, maybe. That might be a thing. then maybe it's historic again now. But that record seems maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's a real record or not, if that's actually exists. But yeah, I mean, it certainly is a stronger storm pushing into Texas right now than it was a couple hours ago. But it was not historic its entire life. It was for a long portion of its time, though. Hurricane hitting us, yeah. You know, you can make up on that sleep later. I think it's good to be safe. Yeah, looks like this rain band is starting to push into Houston here. This is a camera in Houston. You can see some stronger wind gusts are starting to push in. Not super strong yet. Are slowly starting to push in. I wonder what this storm looks like looking at the city. It did have a cam that was looking at the city. Yeah, rainy. That's what it looks like. You can barely see the city from the cam. Yeah, that once those wind bands kind of move into the Houston, Texas area, that's going to be when some of the strongest tornado threat will exist. The highest tornado threat there. So certainly continue to be hunkering down there. As the winds will also be picking up from here on out for the Houston area, Sugarland, Alief, Pearland, Texas City, and Galveston as well. They will continue to pick up as the storm approaches. This is what the storm looks like in 3D. Wow. That is so cool. It is a cool feature. I would use it pretty much all the time if you could see cities underneath it, kind of like the radar. I mean, you can't even see the tornado warnings with the 3D radar, unfortunately. I would use it all the time, though, if you could. It's really, really cool. It looks like that area of rotation went through Galveston with no discernible tornado, so that's good. It's like this radar went down near League City. Yeah, still a decent area of circulation here to the west of Thompson's. Bring up the correlation coefficient. Yeah, no strong debris ball with this storm just yet. Man, I really feel like, yeah, I still want Pleak to be in their safe spots. Not seeing a tornado on the ground, but there still is a decent area of circulation there. Could try to drop a tornado eventually, so I would still want Pleak to be in their safe spots there. It's coming pretty much beeline for Pleak. I should miss Fairchilds and Needville. Yeah, I really feel like that announcement that this thing's made landfall is like moments away. Still no announcements yet. Update statement at 3 a.m. So an update statement came out about Beryl about 45 minutes ago. I missed it. It says Beryl is nearing the middle Texas coast and is expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. Life-threatening storm surge and heavy rainfall is ongoing across parts of Texas. Sustained tropical storm force winds and hurricane force wind gusts have already been reported along the coast. These winds will continue to spread inland. An NOS statement. Our station, located in Matagorda City, recently reported a sustained wind of 68 miles per hour and a wind gust of 86 miles per hour. So it's kind of what we're dealing with there, at least according to the latest. Little update. Love little updates. Oh yeah, power outages are definitely taken up. If we come over here to Power Outage USA, We probably have another update. Let's see where we're at now. Yeah, power outages are really ticking up. I was getting power outages over here for some reason. What's going on over there? Is there storms over there, maybe? Storm in sight. Huh. Just a random set of power outages over there. But yeah, 89,000 people without power. A lot of those peeps are here. Looks like power outages are starting to tick up there for Harris County, which is where Houston is located. So those winds are picking up, and they are starting to cause power outages. Let me let's go check out Storm Runner Media here, who is still in pretty decent part of the storm here, which is still has some pretty decent winds. Let's listen in and see what those winds sound like. Oh, wow. Yeah, still some pretty strong wind gusts. I think they traveled back to the east a little bit more, followed that line. And it's still going. So we'll keep checking back in with them. So check on the latest update here for the tornado warning out in this region. Not the best data there. Let's come back to here. Yeah, still an area of circulation, not as strong as it was there near Pleak. It does seem to be weakening a little bit, and still no debris ball. So just continue to be in your safe spots there in Pleak. That's going to be past you here probably within the next scan or two, and we'll let you know when you come out of your safe spots. You want to check back in with these circulations elsewhere. We're actually getting a couple of rotations trying to pick up here in this kind of band of storms. Let's go check that on the storm relative. Yeah, not very strong yet, but worth keeping an eye on there just to the west of Galveston, Texas. Yeah, that dry air is essentially gone out of the circulation. You can really see we have a lot more rain as we now have a completely closed eye again with this storm. Check out the velocities near that center. Man, winds above the surface are crazy with this storm. My goodness. Oh, wait, never mind. That was just a radar fluke. Okay, I was like, what the heck? Never mind. Not as crazy. I was like, that doesn't really make sense. How am I seeing the circulation? So in this case here, what we're looking for is brighter yellows next to darker gray or darker reds. Shows that at least in relation to each other, this does have some rotation to it. They're going towards Pleak, but it's weakening pretty strong or pretty quickly. Out here, what we're looking for, and this part of the radar, given that this is going towards the radar, we're looking for the lighter blues and greens near these darker greens here. So you can see we have some areas of dark greens and those lighter greens on top. That indicates an area of circulation. And that's why they have a special marine warning here for water spouts and wind gusts of excess of 50 knots. So a pretty strong portion of that line pushing just to the west of Galveston. I thank you, Norm88, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Hurricane Beryl advisory has been issued. All right, let's see what the latest says. Oh, wow. They didn't uptick it at all. They did drop the pressure down to 979, but the max sustained winds are still at 80 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have not increased the winds. If they don't increase them here, it probably won't be Category 2. New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be over here south of Manville. I guess for this. Not very strong circulation, but if you live south of Iowa Colony, Meridiana, Sandy Point, Julith, and Arcola, that could start to rotate a little bit more and maybe drop a tornado in the future. So get to your safe spots again. That is the innermost interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Oh. Wow, I'm dumb. Yes. Breaking news! The center of Beryl has officially made landfall near Matagorda, Texas. So if you live in Matagorda, Texas, you are now in the center of the eye of a Category 1 hurricane. Can't believe I missed that. Sorry. It's still, yeah, it is still hot. I walked my dog not too long ago. It's still pretty toasty out there. Let's go check back in with Storm Runner Media, and then we'll, as we wait for the latest scan for those tornado warnings.
Wonder they're going to get into that. That's what I'm thinking they're doing. We're going to find that. What is it so? Well, they're going down here.
Yeah, but that's gonna just rotate around the center there.
Yeah, still some pretty strong winds there. Ongoing. And that again is over here, probably just to the south of Lake Jackson. I do want to check in with Brett Adair and see if he's back yet. He is not back yet. Okay. Yeah, that heavier rain and wind is now pushing into the Houston area. It's now in South Houston, approaching the Houston metro. Winds are going to start to pick up, probably up to tropical storm force wind gusts will be possible now for the Houston metro. Sugarland, League City also continued to be vigilant and ready to go to your safe spots as little spin ups are starting to happen with this storm here. Thing has changed. Velocities are still pretty similar there, and still seeing two little areas of circulation here. One a little bit stronger here, approaching areas like Spanish Grant and Lafitte's Cove and Campeche Cove there as well. Still keeping an eye on them. They're not super strong circulations, but definitely worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, it is strong wind, yeah. And we're getting a lot of power outages uptick with the storm. So please remain vigilant and be hunkered down here from Bay City, Lake Jackson, El Campo. You guys are getting into those stronger winds, and they're going to start to push up in to areas like Rosenberg, Sugarland, Pearland, Texas City, Galveston, Houston, and Pasadena here over the next hour or over the next 3 hours. It's going to start right about now, start to slowly pick up, and then as we get later throughout that period, it's going to pick up a little bit further. It just made landfall, actually. So let me change my title. Just moments ago, made landfall. Yeah, it is officially 4 a.m. Okay, they did allow that tornado warning for Pleak to expire, so Pleak can come out of your safe spots, but don't let your guard down. This new area of circulation that's tornado warned here is kind of heading in your general direction, so if it continues that rotation for much longer, we could end up seeing it get warned for your area. Also seeing some other areas of circulation here and here. A couple little areas of circulation, so we might start to get some tornado warnings here near Pearland as well. Check these from this radar here. And the interesting thing is that from this radar, there's really not any notable rotation. It's a little bit further away, though, than this one, so these rotations are pretty much near the surface. Storm Relatives kind of showing a little bit of a different story, though. Not too strong of rotations there, but, you know, we'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these did get tornado warned. So much severe weather happens in the U.S. Hearing temps they have in Arizona right now blew my mind. Yeah, it's really hot over there in Arizona. Definitely not fun, I would say. The latest out of the hurricane center. Let's see if we have that new cone. Yeah. So we do have the new cone. And this is supposed to go pretty much due north, northeast. And then by 7 p.m. on Monday, it's going to be a tropical storm. It's going to be later today. And then on 7 a.m., it's going to be a tropical depression. And then it'll be a post-tropical depression by the time it gets up into these regions here. Tornado updates. Yep. Pleak can come out of their safe spots. You guys are good to go. You're breaking heat in Las Vegas. Wow. Yeah, it's been really hot over there. I am glad I am not there. Although it's dry heat. So technically I would rather have dry heat of like 120 to something degrees than, you know, that that warmer heat or that more moist heat. That humidity heat. Blech. And thank you, Cine Jari, for subscribing. I appreciate it. The wind is crazy in Angleton right now. Still have power though. Okay. Yeah, Angleton. I think it's near Bay City, right? Yeah, Angleton. Yeah, it's only gonna pick up from here. You know, when we were watching the Storm Chasers feeds as this was coming through Lake Jackson, south of Lake Jackson, that's where those winds were coming from. So that's gonna start picking up there for Angleton. Hours back. That's good news. Did they get pulled over? Or is that just a storm chaser with their chasing lights on? How's it there? I think that's just storm chasers with their lights on behind them. I don't think they're getting pulled over. And you can see still some pretty gusty winds here. They're not nearly as strong as they were. A little bit of debris there on the ground as well. Let's give an update here on the tornado warning. The velocity really hasn't updated in a while. And the last location was it over here near Thompson. Check that correlation coefficient. Yeah, not seeing anything pop up there. But yeah, that area of rotation is almost completely out of the picture here. Last definite location. Is at 402. Yeah, it's hard to tell, given that we have such a weird signal coming out of that radar. It's not supposed to look like this with all these, yellows and black colors. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that rotation is not nearly as strong as it was, so they probably are going to let this tornado warning expire, but it seems like these things are kind of rotating here briefly. They're near like Sugar Land and Manville and League City. Those other areas of rotation have also died off there as well. Let's come back over here to Galveston and check in with this storm as well. Yeah, the storm relative hasn't updated in a while. Still could be a little bit of circulation in there, but as far as I can tell, no areas of like concerning rotation yet here. Yeah, Beryl has made landfall. It officially made landfall on the at around 4 a.m. We did just get a new forecast discussion. I'll read it out loud for you guys. Strengthening forecast by regional hurricane models began in earnest just after the latest advisory was issued. Doppler radar and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft data indicated that Beryl regained hurricane strength near 04Z, and intensification continued until the jet occurred, or until the just occurred landfall of the 28 nautical mile wide. Landfall of the 28-mile wide eye on the Texas coast. The landfall central pressure was near 979 millibars, and maximum winds were near 70 knots. Which, it's interesting. That is pretty much exactly what we saw on some of those high-resolution hurricane models. The pressure dropped down pretty decently, but the winds kind of peaked there, but it says the maximum winds were near 70 knots, which would put this thing, let me see what that is, near, I think it was just under that, knots to mph. 70 knots is 80 miles per hour sustained. So yeah, the initial motion is still at 10 miles an hour. Moving almost due north, should move northward for the next 12 hours through a break in the subtropical ridge, with the center moving through eastern Texas. After that, the cyclone should turn northeastward with an increase in forward speed, with the cyclone accelerating across the lower Mississippi Valley and into the Ohio Valley until dissipation occurs between 72 and 96 hours. The new forecast track is similar to the previous one. Now Beryl is moving inland and should quickly weaken, with the system becoming a tropical storm in the next few hours and a tropical depression in as little as 24 hours. After that, the cyclone should merge with the frontal system over the Mississippi Valley and become an extratropical low before it dissipates. So, yeah, that's what we're expecting with the storm. Essentially what they're saying there is that the storm is going to weaken from here on out. So we are not going to see this thing hit Category 2. It's just not happening. So the initial forecast of, somewhere between a weak hurricane, Category 1, which is still technically it's kind of like a mid-level Category 1, making landfall, pretty much verified there. So we did a pretty good job on the channel. I think we kept everybody calm. We didn't try to fear monger, and the forecast went well. And overall, we did an amazing job, I think. So I am happy at that, even with all the people in my comments calling me dumb. saying that I didn't know what I'm talking about. Beryl's gonna go crazy like it always had. It's just like Harvey. It turns out they were wrong and I was right. So I'm happy that you guys are here. Because at least it's not the most flashiest channel. It's not the most entertaining channel. I understand, but we are, I would say, one of the most accurate, or at least depiction of what the possibilities are on at least YouTube. There could be some local news stations that are, they're more responsible or just as responsible, or maybe a little bit more responsible than I am because of that comes with their experience. But we did good. We did good, and I think the report card is coming back good here. Yeah, still not seeing any new areas of circulation here within this storm. I think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire here shortly. Max is better. I don't know. His latest forecast said this thing was going to go through, rapid intensification. It did not do that. And I always put that chance at a low chance due to the dry air in training around the center of the storm. I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be a competition, though. I think he does a good job. Thank you, King. I appreciate that. That's what matters. Yeah, I feel like that's probably one of the most important thing is, not only, I mean, being accurate is one thing, but, it's hard to be accurate. Weather is unpredictable. You can go through all the data, though, and, come out with some sort of accurate forecast. But, in the end, sometimes, especially like for severe weather, it's hard to be accurate. Hurricanes is a little bit easier as long as you follow the averages pretty well and you have kind of an understanding of how everything works dynamically with these kind of storms. But I don't think the accuracy is the most important thing because again, it's really hard to be accurate. It really is. The models change all over time. The main thing is communication. I think in the weather industry, it's just making sure that you let people know what the threat is, what the possibilities are, and what I like to do is also add percentages on it, as I think that that's helpful for people. I appreciate that, Joshua. Yeah. Yep, we will never get a sponsorship on this channel. We will always just give, commercial free as possible, as much as YouTube will let me. I mean, I've taken off all the ads, but there's still ads that they are playing when people join the stream. And I can't turn those off. Those ones are out of my control. Will the eye hit Fulshire, Texas? Let me see where Fulshire is. I'm not really familiar with that city. It's gonna come very close. Yeah, thing's supposed to go north from here, so those winds are gonna pick up as it approaches. But again, the winds will be on a downtrend from here on out, as the storm will not after it's over land, it will not strengthen anymore. It will continue to decrease in strength. Yeah, all the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Appreciate that, Houston. Well, the eye hit the woodlands. It's going to come close again. A little bit uncertain, but the latest track guidance here will bring that up. For the eye, the center of pressure. Here's the latest cone of uncertainty. And it looks like the eye is pretty much basically guaranteed to go over Bay City. Also over there near Rosenberg. Sugarland are probably going to get in the eye. Magnolia as well. Woodlands is also in that path. So these are going to be where, some of the more intense winds, but those winds are extending pretty intensely outside of the storm. But again, we're going to be on a downtrend from here. Let's go bring up the latest projected track here too. Yeah, by the time this thing makes it up near the Woodlands, this thing should be a weaker storm, a tropical storm. But still, 65 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts. That's still pretty intense. Here's the current wind field of the storm. They don't have. That's weird. They don't have like a hurricane wind field on this storm currently, which is weird. But we are seeing some tropical storm wind gusts potentially as far north as downtown Houston already. Let's kind of check in on that. We do have a cam in the area. Not super strong winds, but we can't really see the winds too well on this camera. Let me check this other camera that we have access to. This is from WX Scans here. It's this one. No, it's the one further to the north. Now, although this one's a little bit more blurry, it'll probably give us a better indication of the winds with the storm. Wind field on radar mega is glitched. Okay, yeah, I assume so. There was no hurricane force wind field, which there's definitely hurricane force winds in it. I wouldn't say calmed. Well, for your area maybe. But actually, yeah, we can see that the little railroad sign here. This is in Houston, Texas. Is shaking here. Winds are picking up. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. Like I said, I went to sleep at 10 a.m. today. So I stayed up all night last night, or 2 nights ago, or I guess last night, into the morning, and then woke up at 6 p.m. So I'm good to go long term here. Don't need rest. I'm wide awake. Thinking about making a coffee, though. Right now, it wouldn't technically be a terrible time to make coffee. But I prepared for this stream. Big time. I knew it was going to be late night, so I pushed my sleep schedule back quite a bit. Schedule's working. It's working real good. I'm feeling up. Got a good 8 hours of sleep. It was weird going to sleep during the daytime, but I put a little cloth over my head and it worked. Probably warm coffee with milk and sugar. Winds are picking up in the Houston area a little bit. So you got a little bit of wobbling going on with the power lines on the right and the that little railroad crossing gate there. We'll be here all night. No, we won't. Help. It's morning. We'll be here all morning. Yeah, look at Storm Owner Media's view here. Still getting some pretty decent winds. They're almost actually in the eye, I think, at least according to their little spotter dot on the bottom left. They're almost in the eye of the storm. I think Connor's going up to the eye, so we'll get a little bit calmer on Connor's stream. Yeah, they're pretty much positioning to get right smack dab in the center of the eye. I'm curious to see something. If this is, it's not going to be on visible satellite. Yeah, I don't think that the eye is going to be clear enough to see all the way up to the stars. Probably won't be able to see the stars with this one. That's usually a pretty cool experience. I forget which hurricane it was, but somebody was showing the moon right after showing like 130-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's quite the stark difference. But man, look at that. Look at that hurricane. That is, it's looking very hurricane-like. Looking very hurricane-like right now on satellite. Definitely tell. Got some colder cloud tops here. That's the black and whites. A little bit warmer in the reds and even warmer cloud tops in the greens. You see that circulation here? There's that eye. It's just making landfall right now, or just made landfall. And it's continuing, and it will continue. And so will we. I'll probably get coffee in a little bit, I think. It is looking impressive, but it is losing its strength, and it's going to continue to lose its strength as it goes further and further inland. It will die. The storm will die. It'll become an extratropical cyclone, which is technical death of a tropical system because it's not tropical anymore at that point. And that should happen in Arkansas. So if you live in Arkansas, they're somewhere in between Arkansas and Missouri. You guys will be able to say that you're the state that Beryl died in, which is quite the flex. Power wants to go out. It'll try. It'll try. Let's check the latest power outages. Yeah, man, they're really going up quick. Every update, it's like another 30 to 50,000. Look at that. Big time power outages happening in Jackson, Wanton, Matagorda almost is 100% without power. Bazoria is about 25% without power. Currently 125,000 people without power in Texas. So power outages are continuing to tick up, and they're really going to tick up as this pushes into Houston. We might get up to 1 million power outages by the time it's all said and done. But yeah, guys. Yeah, this is just, I think that's a good way to say it. This is the beginning of the hurricane season has just started. If you want coverage like this in the future, make sure you hit that subscribe button because that's going to be the only way to get alerts. And also considering liking the stream, it does help us to push us into the algorithm for YouTube so we can reach more people in the path of the storm. Now, let's check in on the latest, at least storm measured precipitation, at least the last 1 hours of precipitation. We're really getting some pretty heavy rainfall rates here near Lake Jackson. Almost 1 to 2 inches per hour. Also, same kind of thing happening over here near Needville. So might have to watch out for some flooding there. Also wow, almost 3 inches per hour happening off of the coast. Wow, that's impressive. Definitely could have some flooding rains there. Let's see how much has fallen during the entirety of this storm so far. Wow. Yeah, look at that near Lake Jackson. Almost 9 inches of rain has fallen in Lake Jackson. A little bit up to the further up to north, 8 inches there near El Campo. Starting to get some pretty serious rainfall amounts enter into Houston. Wouldn't be surprised to see some flood warnings in near like Saraland and Pearland. But I think these get a little bit over exaggerated due to how close they are to the radar. But this over here is probably pretty accurate, around 7 inches south and west of Rosenberg. And that's only going to increase. Still more rain on the way. A little update here that band of precipitation is now really pushed into Houston. Back to 50 frames again. Okay. Really pushing into Houston. Definitely some heavier wind or rain bands coming in with that wind there. That's going to be for Pasadena, Leaf, and Houston. Downtown Houston is where that is heading. It's going to be there momentarily, so continue to hunker down there. The winds are picking up from here on out. Here in Pearland, it's not bad. Yeah, it's going to pick up, though. This is when the winds are going to start to pick up. It's not too bad here either. This is in Houston. You can see those winds and rains are picking up just by the way that that little gate thing is shaking here. You can kind of see Houston in the distance. They are starting to pick up. This is the strongest winds we've seen on this cam. That being said, it's not necessarily that strong of winds yet. But they will pick up from here on out. Let me check the latest METAR data in this area, see what the wind speeds are. I mean, we have 48 mile per hour wind gusts being reported in Pasadena, Texas. 40 mile per hour winds being reported north of League City. And in near Houston downtown, 47 mile per hour wind gusts. So yeah, we're getting those tropical storm force winds, wind gusts push into the Houston metro, but it's going to be on and off. It won't be constant. The sustained winds are at around 30 miles per hour, so about tropical depression winds there. West in Katy. Let me see where Katy is. Yes, those winds should start to pick up there in Katy here shortly. There's Katy right there, kind of to the north and west of Sugarland. So yeah, eventually the heavier rain and wind, probably within the next 30 minutes, will get to you. I do want to see if there's going to be another plane out there. Eventually. Probably not now that it's made landfall. They only check it in the ocean, so it's going to be relying on METAR data from here on out. A little bit of a ragged view, a little bit more of a ragged view here on the storm. Let's check the latest velocities here to see if we see any circulations. Yeah, it looks like that tornado threat is taking a break again. Maybe a little bit of circulation there near Brookside and Pearland, but we've been seeing those signals quite often. Yeah, you go over to the storm relative, there's really not much there. How fast is the hurricane moving as of now? I think the latest was still 10 miles per hour. Yes. Oh, no, it's actually picked up in speed. It is now at 12 miles per hour. And this is going to continue to pick up with speed really into the kind of into forever. Assume it's going to be going light speed. I'm just kidding. But no, it's going to, for the foreseeable future, it's going to be kind of linking up with a trough that's in the area, which is what was responsible for causing some of the severe weather out over here in like parts of Texas and stuff, and New Mexico. We also had some severe storms in Oklahoma as well. Thank you. We learn slowly. Yeah, I mean, now that this thing has pushed in, now this thing has pushed into land, it really is kind of time to appreciate kind of the fact that this storm just, it ran out of time, to be honest. If this thing was, had just a little bit more time, we could have been talking about a category 2, category 3, maybe even category 4 hurricane. So very fortunate that Hurricane Beryl here just didn't have enough time. How long would this stream continue? I don't know. Maybe for another 4 to 5 hours. Well, actually, no. It can only continue technically until for about another 4 hours until I have to start a new one. Yeah, no problem. First yawn of the stream. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. But yeah, some of the stronger winds of this storm are now north of Lake Jackson, but you guys are still probably getting some gustier winds. But it's like the stronger winds are about to push into Galveston, Texas City, League City, Pearland, Sugarland, and Rosenberg here next. It's like Storm Winter Media has got a view on some sort of storm surge. Oh yeah, look at this. Storm surge flooding. It's to the south and west of Lake Lake Jackson. Not sure why he fished it. To the face cam, but power out. Oh no, save your electronics if your powers go out. I don't think we have any evacuations, except for I think we had some evacuations on the coast, but I don't think we have anything further inland. Again, some decent impacts could happen with this storm, but it is going to be on a downtrend from here on out. So no new evacuations will be issued. Fence gone, house pooping and oh, popping. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. This sucks. Yeah. Just hang in there. Continue to be in your safe spots. The winds will subside eventually. Yeah, voluntary evacuations. Yeah. But, I didn't issue anything further inland, so you're good to go. Just make sure when those winds start to pick up, you get to your safe spots, or at the very least closer to the most interior portion of your house. as the winds are approaching. Houston. That main rain band is starting to push in. Oh, wow. Look at Storm Runner Media's view here. Look at all that storm surge. That used to be land there, but now it's water. That's really picking up. Not quite till over this main highway. I think that is, yeah, Blue Water Highway. It's not quite over the highway yet, but if it gets any closer, I'd be very careful if you guys need to drive due to some sort of medical emergency. Avoid this highway as, give it about another hour or two. Some parts of this will be completely flooded. Actually, some parts of it are already flooded. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Do not do what they're doing here. This is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous to drive through storm surge this close to the ocean. As if your car starts floating and you can't get out, you're screwed. But as far as I know, their car is built to drive through this. So I'm not worried about Storm Runner Media. But if your car's not built to drive through water, definitely do not do what they just did. That was extremely dangerous. Or again, a car not built for driving through water. The velocities updating. The velocities are updating. The storm relative are also updating, yeah. And no new like dangerous areas of rotation to speak of right now. We've got a little area of circulation over here, but it's on the weaker side heading into Port Bolivar. The eye's collapsing. Yep, it'll do that. As this goes further inland, there still is a little bit of an eye there for sure. Yeah, their car is really nice, and it's built for driving through floodwaters, so. That area, though, of the highway is extremely flooded. I would avoid that at all costs. To completely close. The eye's already closed. What are you talking about, Whisper? If you could clarify a little bit. Where's Storm Runner? As far as I can tell, let me come over here to their view and look at where their spotter dot is. They're like, they're on some road, like County Road, Canal Drive, I think, if I had to guess, near like Cedar Lakes, south of Sargent, Texas. And yeah, you can see parts of this highway are completely flooded, or this road is completely flooded. I would avoid this. Quite sure. Oh, so when will the hurricane kind of stop? So the hurricane is forecasted to become a tropical storm here within the next 12 hours. And then after that, it's going to transition more into a tornado threat, which will be later on today. Let's go look at the latest models on that, according to the HRRR here, which hopefully has a little bit more of an accurate depiction by now of that tornado threat. Yeah, it seems to have it pretty good. Yeah, it looks like sometime, by around like 3 p.m., that tornado threat is going to start to pick up. Take a look at the significant tornado parameter. Yeah. It seems like tornado threat really picks up by the time we get into like 9 a.m. actually. And then continues to pick up until like 4, 5, 6, 7 p.m. and then starts to die down after that. You're in Lake Jackson. It's going to be a little while. It should start to calm down eventually. But you still got a little while because you got this portion of the eye wall still kind of over you right now, and then you're gonna have the back side of the storm come through eventually as well. So it's gonna be a while. Video of a sign collapse. Oh wow. Oh, it was a Bucky's sign too. Retweeting a video on Twitter. If you guys want to look at it, go over there and check it out. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing flooding really start to pick up across the region as that rain continues to pile up. The good news is that the rainfall rates are a little bit lower for most areas, but in some areas, in isolated pockets, those rainfall rates are still going pretty decently. Are also reported of power outages for most of Galveston. Yeah. If I go over to the power outages in the region, they're really picking up. Yeah, a lot of Galveston is out of power. Brazoria County as well, and Matagorda County are all experiencing pretty significant power outages. Also in Wharton, we currently have 150,000 people without power. Storm chasers are stranded in Sargent. Who? Oh, well, look at that damage there. Storm Intermediate is pretty close to Sargent. Are they stranded? Let's listen in.
So that's another thing. We'll just have to kind of keep our eye out. You guys can help me keep an eye out. Call stuff out in chat that you see. Keep an eye out for damage.
Still have power in Pearland. That's good. Chris Hall is stranded there. Oh no. The good news is as long as they, seek higher ground, which I'm sure they are. The good news is that, in Sargent, Texas, that storm surge should be going down. I think Sargent is here, so it's still going to be going. Oh, actually, it's still probably going to be piling up for at least another hour or two. But once that area is in the backside of this storm, that storm surge will go down pretty quickly. Yeah, the strongest storm surge is most likely pushing into the coast here of Lake Jackson. And then eventually it's going to be pushing into like areas like Treasure Island and Galveston as well. Pretty rude for it to make landfall at the time it did. Yeah, unfortunately, these storms do not care about schedules, so I agree. Not the best time for landfall. Yeah, those winds are still probably picking up there in the Houston metro, in and around Pearland and League City. That's where this thing is going next. The radar still seems dim to me. I don't know how to fix that. Let me try messing with this again. A little bit better. Yeah, I look for like a certain threshold of like contrast and brightness, and it was a little bit lower than that threshold. So should be good now. A little bit brighter. The eye is quickly filling in. Yeah. It's not going to be there for much longer. Well, at least the eye wall won't be there for much longer, but the eye itself will probably still continue. Call station getting hit. It's going to come close. It's going to come close. So there's College Station. Let's come over to putting up the cone of uncertainty. It's going to come very close. If it goes a little bit further to the west, it could get anywhere from 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts there on the backside of the storm. So certainly continue to be weather aware throughout the day here as the storm approaches. You lost power. Well, make sure you again. What's happening there in Galveston is just getting started. It's only going to get worse from here. As much as I want you to be weather aware, if you have a battery pack, then that's fine. But I don't want you to waste your power just in case an emergency happens. See, and that storm surge is going to be rising and rising there for Galveston, and we could see some flooding as far up as some of these highways here. So I really want you to save your power just in case you need it. Candles, LEDs, and glow sticks for good for a while. Yeah, I just don't want you wasting like your phone battery, just in case you need to use it for an emergency. What time will this storm hit Louisiana? That's going to be later. Sometime in between like 2 and or like 12 and 7 p.m. We're expecting a tornado threat to exist for Louisiana. Quite elevated, actually. Let's kind of go over that again here. So today's tornado threat over there near Bossier City, Coshada, also southern Arkansas, Magnolia, Tipson Center, St. Augustine as well are in a 10% chance here for tornadoes. So be weather aware out there. Tomorrow as well, as there will be a tornado threat associated with Hurricane Beryl. These winds just keep coming. Yeah, and they most likely won't stop for a while. Just continue to stay bunkered down as the storm as the storm continues here. Look at the latest satellite on this storm. See what it's looking like. Watch it for a couple of loops. Yeah, very impressive storm here still on satellite. Thank gosh the center of the storm is over the land, man. This thing really wrapped around and took care of that dry air pretty well right before it made landfall. Still have cyclones down our way. It's winter at the moment. So cool. No humidity. Where are you at? It's like it's still growing. Yeah, it is. Oh, look at this from Storm Runner Media. Some tree branch on the ground. Is Connor's even still live? Yeah, Connor Croft's also still live out here as well. Let me check to see if Brett ever came back online. No, his video ended. Here's the view here in Houston, Texas, and the wind is continuing to pick up. Seeing a little bit more shakes in our wind stick, or the railroad crossing barrier here is continuing to shake. You see that tree in the background is actually bending a little bit back in there too. So the winds are certainly picking up here for Houston. Yeah, no problem. No problem. My pleasure. Been eyeballing that tree. Yep, that's the tree. That's our true wind meter right there. That'll tell us the winds. Ours final is out for west end of Galveston. Okay, thank you for that update. That is helpful. Ours here in Texas City for now. Gotcha. Yeah, the power grid probably isn't going to last for much longer. To be honest. We have some Texas power grid fans in the chat. You are between Killeen and Temple, Texas. We are getting pretty hard rain at the moment. Let's go check in with that. I don't know why this. I wish I could get my radar colors like this, because this shows up really well. And the radar is like, "Meh." I might search for a new radar color palette right now. Radar color palette. We'll test a couple out. Now that I have a little bit better understanding of color science. See if any of them really stick out to me as ones that I want. I would just like some more contrast. WS Chicago looks pretty good. Try that one out. That'd be a fun members only stream, actually. Ooh. That's not bad. I kind of like that. I really like the contrast on this one. And we'll keep it on this one for now. I bet you it looks better. You know, the bad thing is that when you change the presentations, it changes the city size. But I bet you this looks sick with with that black background. Yeah, look at that. With a black background, though, you can't really see the cities because they're just too small. Like, you can barely even see Houston. That's the only reason why I use the gray presentation, because the cities are the biggest here. When weather people have fun. Yeah, this is fun for me. Leave me alone. Texas electricians have been doing a great job. Well, that's good news. I really like this new radar color. You see how it kind of has like a shimmer to it? Kind of looks holographic. That's what I look for in a color palette. Look at that. On 3D, that looks even cooler. I think we got a winner. It's beautiful. Exactly. Thank you. Hydrate, yeah. Yeah, no problem, Michaela. No problem. Glad we could be of service. How accurate has the projected path from a few days ago turned out to be? From the projected path, pretty good. I mean, they nailed it pretty well. I think Bay City and Lake Jackson have been in the cone of uncertainty for a while. Um, you know, compared to like, you know, when when the cone of uncertainty was down here, though, not very well. But that was far out in the forecast, so. Yeah, 3D is awesome. I just wish that it didn't take away the cities. Like, there's just no world where that makes sense. Why Radar Omega would do that. Because if they didn't, I would leave it on 3D 24/7. Especially for hurricanes. It looks really cool with a hurricane. I mean, look at that. So we'll keep it on 3D until we have to do updates of stuff. But it doesn't really tell anybody where anything is, to be honest. No, it's not skirting the coastline. That center pressure is it's up in this area here. So it's not skirting the coastline. It's actually going up to the north at a lot quicker pace than it was. We still got severe warnings over here. These severe warnings have been going on all night. Oh, this looks so cool for severe storms. NWS Chicago has got it. Look at that. A little bit of outflow boundary pushing in. Oh, that's so cool. That's a winner. Yeah, it's the NWS Chicago color palette. Help. Yeah, it looks like those winds are the first line of winds are pretty much directly in Houston. Some heavier rain is also falling, and then now we got a little bit of a southern portion of the storm pushing in, and that's going to have some stronger winds. So those winds are really going to start to pick up there for Galveston, Texas City, Pearland, Sugarland, Rosenberg, Houston, Pasadena, Alief. Also, that storm surge is probably really going to start to pick up here for areas like Galveston. So please continue to be away from the coast as far as you possibly can as that area of the storm approaches. Yeah, it's pretty slow moving, but it is picking up in speed. It is picking up in speed currently. Do you want to check the velocities here just to make sure we don't have any new areas of stronger rotation? Yeah, still no, um, stronger areas of rotation. Maybe a little bit popping up over here though, near like a leaf. That might get a warning. They've been warning pretty much a lot of these subtle rotations, so keep an eye on that. Yeah, we just got a flash flood warning here for Houston in this green polygon here. It's going to be for Rosenberg, Sugarland, Alief, Houston, Pasadena, Pearland, and Texas City. It looks like Stormrunner Media is moving a branch. I thought they were moving it off the road, but I think they were just moving it off of the other lane. Some damage here. This is again near Sargent, Texas. Here's a view from Houston. Still pretty windy, very pretty rainy as well. Seems like those strongest winds, though, are a little bit to the north of this camera on that line. But stronger winds are approaching. We're keeping an eye on this cam for you guys. Yeah, Galveston's going to be especially worse because those winds are going to be moving in. They're going to be moving in off of the coast into Galveston. And, you guys are really close to the coast. So it's going to be worse there near Galveston. Probably some of our stronger impacts are going to be from like Freeport, Treasure Island, and Galveston here over the next little bit. And also that storm surge is probably picking up for areas like High Island and south of Port Arthur as well. A couple of cells out over here. What are these doing? Get some beans already showing up out here in Louisiana. Look at this. I have to watch those for a little bit of a tornado threat. They're near Lake Arthur and Lake Charles. Not any strong areas of rotation on these guys. But these ones we'll be able to use traffic cams to look at the very least. I'm able to use traffic cams all stream. Oh, coffee. I forgot about coffee. All right. Let me make a little cup of coffee here. Give me 3 minutes. I'll leave you guys here with Storm Runner Media. I'm not gonna completely abandon you. They're gonna be talking about the storm a little bit, but give me just enough time here to make some coffee, if you guys don't mind. Stick around. I will be back. And I'll keep Houston at least on the radar down here so you guys can see your city in relation to the strongest winds. Okay, just give me a second.
Sorry, I was trying to warm myself up for a minute. We're up to 1,200 likes on this stream. It's ironic, the stream where not a whole lot happened, that one went off, but then when we actually get the good stuff, it's dead.
And yes, I know that's going on.
Costa, appreciate the super chat. I always hated leg day. Back when I used to lift. I clearly don't anymore. I'm built like a bowling ball. Or a beach ball is what I meant to say, not a bowling ball.
Butterball, huh? How many pounds?
Thank you guys for sticking around while I got my coffee. Oh, so we got a tornado warning.
I am seeing random pieces of debris that look like they're off of either like warehouses or.
Tornado warning in the
A
city
new
of
tornado
Houston.
warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for northern Houston. It's right here. There's that area of rotation right there near 410. Not seeing a debris ball on the circulation as of right now, but we don't have the latest velocity scan. There might be something popping up here. Could maybe be a brief tornado there near Kelly Street. It's hard to tell. But if you live near Kelly Street, you guys need to be in your safe spots. And also down the line here for Highland Heights, in and along North Freeway and West Hardy Street. You guys need to be going to your safe spots. Again, safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. I wonder how close. I think this one is in northern Houston. I don't think it's that close to this circulation, but it's worth keeping an eye on this cam. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that camera. We'll come back to it, but I don't think it's going to be in the direct path of it. Let's double check that really quick. Oh, that coffee is so nice. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, this camera is literally just to the south of this tornado warning. There's the tornado warning. The camera is just to the south of it. It's pretty darn close. I think it's facing the wrong direction though. Yeah, about 8 more hours to the end of the tornado watch. Yep. It's a warm coffee, so it's like super helpful for my voice as well. Yeah, right in there, a little area of circulation there. Let me check that on the storm relative. Yeah, I mean, on the storm relative, there's really not much there. Let me check on this radar here. So it's probably got a little bit of better view. Yeah, you can see there was a little bit uptick of the velocities here. But since then, that area of rotation has gotten a lot weaker there south of Hardy Heights. But if you live over here near Hawthorne Place, Highland Heights, you guys still need to be in your safe spots just in case this thing tries to reorganize. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but you know, it could try to re-strengthen. Do you want to check some of these other spots of the storm? I'm not seeing any strong circulations there. I do want to check back in with these guys. Actually getting some decent circulation with some of these cells coming into Louisiana. We might have a little bit of an early start to the tornado threat over here. Really not liking the fact that we're having more discrete cells form kind of on the right side of this. Kind of in a better shear environment too. Those things can sustain themselves. Those might become tornado threats eventually too. So watch out there in Lake Charles. So it was on the ground for 6 minutes. Oh yeah. It actually was. You're right. Wow. Yeah, it looks like I picked literally the worst time to drink coffee. Holy moly. Yeah, we had a tornado go through north of Jacinto City. I am never making coffee again. I'm never drinking coffee for the rest of my life after that. Wow, yeah, that's a very definite debris ball there, north of Jacinto City. Holy moly. Yeah, that was certainly on the ground. Literally right when I decided to make coffee, that touchdown. That's crazy. I'll still drink it though. Yeah, I think the correlation coefficient, just like switching over to the correlation coefficient, will probably be more helpful in determining whether a tornado is on the ground at the very least, or like instead of like the velocities, because I mean that velocity signature was never overly impressive. It was producing that tornado. Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah, that was on the ground, unfortunately. Not good. Not good. And again, you know, if you guys know anybody over there near Jacinto City, Oats Prairie, Greens Bayou, over there near 610 as well, and near Liberty and Wallaceville Road, be checking in on them because that was certainly most likely a tornado on the ground there. It does appear to have lifted. Any other rotations? Not that I can see that are really strong enough to catch my attention, but yeah, on regular velocity though, that is kind of clear. I think I probably would have caught that if I wasn't on my break. Yeah, that is gone now. But again, I think that rotation is pretty much gone with this storm. But we are going to continue to watch out for that tornado threat. You know, the fact that that storm was able to produce a tornado so quickly and so easily, you know, means that we got to stay vigilant and trying to track to make sure that we have, or that, you know, to keep an eye on the tornado threat. And that just kind of sucks that that happened right as I was taking a break, as I probably would have caught that. Yeah, it was not warned. Keeping an eye on these storms here. Might be some fish and some fish getting sucked up by some water spouts here. Okay, the latest here. It seems to be picking back up potentially. Still no new debris ball, but that's a little bit stronger of a rotation. Right in there. I mean, it still has some rotation. It's outside of the tornado warning polygon. They might extend it, and if they do, that's going to be for like Hudson, Jersey Village, Satsuma, and Lakewood Forest. Yeah, it's just bad timing. I'm not blaming myself for missing it. Just absolutely terrible timing. The one time that I take a break of more than a minute, the entire stream, a tornado drops. Like the worst timing, period, that you could possibly get. Oh wow, look at this on Storm Owner Media. Big tree down here. This is still near Sargent, Texas. There's a decent amount of tree damage out here. I can't really tell if the eye is wobbling to the east. It does kind of look like it is, but again, unfortunately, we don't really have really good pressure data on this. So it's going to be hard to tell exactly where the center is, but it's definitely in this area. And the fact that it's in Bay City means it's still kind of pushing up to the north slowly. It's going to go north-northeast eventually, but initially it should continue on that northerly trajectory. Been watching on TV, but your phone has other been occupied, so you haven't been able to chat. Well, welcome back. Power went out still. Oh, geez. Yeah, still getting some stronger wind gusts pushing into the Galveston area. And it's only going to get stronger. You know, where it's probably going to get pretty intense is right here in this area, and that is getting closer to Galveston. Also, Lake Jackson is still kind of in a pretty intense wind band still. Shouldn't be nearly as strong as it was earlier, as this storm is on a weakening trend, but still probably some decent winds. And there you go. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire. See what that rotation is up to now. Yeah, it's still kind of there, but it's pretty much gone now. That thing formed so quick. Look at that. It pretty much just came out of nowhere. It's like, you know, not expecting anything, and bam, tornado on the ground. So I gotta watch for that. What did it look like before it formed? Maybe for like hints in the future of what we should be looking out for. Maybe a little bit of a surge of wind towards the radar. Yeah, and then that really wrapped up. Got a little bit of a surge. That one actually on the south actually tried to wrap up, and then we had another surge there, and then that wrapped up. So that's what we've got to watch out for, is little surges of green kind of going towards the radar. I'm not seeing any right now, but a little bit of a surge there in the green. Okay, it's in the inflow. Certainly is a little bit of rotation in there. Still keeping an eye on these storms. I do believe there's a little bit of a tornadic potential with them. It should be low, but they are sustaining themselves. Hey, thank you, Soldiers Girly, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Gonna go back out to the Gulf? No, that's not gonna happen. It's gonna go way up to the north. It's getting captured by a little a trough. So we're not expecting it to go back out over the ocean. If it did, that would be historic. As I don't think the models have ever been that wrong ever before. It'll be the most wrong it's ever been. Any rotation in the woodlands? No. As of right now, if any rotations do form on these storms, they're going to be forming kind of in this area here. And so it's going to be a little while before that tornado threat starts to move into the woodlands. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a surge there near Sheldon. A little broad circulation there. Got a little bit of a hook, too, associated with this storm. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Tom, will Houston get the stronger winds? So pretty much by the time this area of the storm moves into the Houston area, that's when the winds are really going to pick up. Also potentially on the backside here too. So, you know, kind of two waves. It should be calm in between if you guys get the direct eye over you. Or it'll just be pretty windy for the next, 1 to 4 or 5 hours as this slowly tracks up to the north. But once you're on the south side of this, those winds will start to calm down. This is the current view in Houston. Still pretty windy, but hasn't really changed significantly over the last couple of scans, or last couple of times we've looked at it. Here is Storm Winter Media, who is still currently out and about. Still some gustier winds where they're at. I think they're trying to push out and follow the winds now, if I had to guess. Thank you, Gilbert, for subscribing as well. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Are they on 45? They're like near Lake Jackson. They're definitely like near a highway of some sort. Just not sure which one. It's always hard to kind of directly track where they're going. And that rain is really going to start piling up here in Houston. Again, you guys are already under a flood warning, but this rain's getting a little bit heavier here. Let's check out the 1 hour. Yeah. I don't think this is like 100% accurate. I think it's a little bit overblown here due to the proximity. But I mean, this number right here should be accurate. Could have up to 2 inches per hour falling here near Addicts and Spring Branch West. That definitely is going to increase that flooding threat. Is Sugarland looking safe from tornadoes? I mean, you guys should be fine near Sugarland for now, but those winds are really going to pick up with this storm. Also noticing a couple areas of circulation north of Sugarland near Alif. Check down the storm relative. Yeah, there certainly is some rotation there. It's not very strong, though. Do a broad look at the correlation coefficient, see if we see anything there. Do you want to check back over here in Louisiana again? Yeah. Still nothing overly concerning with this storm. I think that we're dealing with some side lobe contamination on that. Is Galveston in the clear yet from rotations? I mean, not really. There are still some rotations off of the shore. They're not very strong, but just the fact that there are some still existing, I would definitely still continue to be weather aware as those parts of the storm approach. So interesting how these supercells are just firing in this area. Still keeping an eye out for like Port Arthur, Cimarron, or Cameron, and Lake Charles with those guys. Still nothing overly concerning in terms of like strong rotations with these, but I don't see why they wouldn't try to become tornadic. They might be too far away from that lower level shear, but Brett was around San Luis before he dropped off the Earth. The surge was decently high. Yeah, the surge was very high. There. It was pretty intense looking at his stream. I mean, that water was making it way inland. Building is shaking. Yeah. Those stronger winds are really going to pick up. And you're still not in the core of the hurricane there. You still got, this big old swath here of winds. And that storm surge is going to start increasing for the Galveston area. So just make sure that you are paying close attention to those waters if you live closer to the coast. Yeah, a little area of circulation over here near Sheldon. No tornado on that one, but still keeping my eye out. We're getting some surges here in those greens, kind of like what we saw earlier, but none of them are as strong as that last one that kind of came through the area. Wind gusts are very, very strong. Yeah, I mean, relative speaking to your experience, I'm sure they are. Yeah. Probably don't get these winds very often. Hope all is well when she leaves. Yeah, me too. I do want to check in on those power outages again. I bet you we're over 200,000. Oh my goodness gracious. Significant jump here in the power outages. Now 320 people, or 320,000 people without power. And most of that is due to Beryl. Yeah, Matagorda is almost 100% without power. So is Wharton. And Brazoria County is also close to 100% without power. So a lot of folks losing power with this storm, and that's going to start to creep into Harris County. Is Harris County? I think it's Montgomery. Yeah. Houston is in Montgomery County, I think. Surely. Yeah, it is slowly upticking there for the county that Houston is in. I thought Houston was in was in Harris County, but they just don't track that area too well. Yeah, Houston is Harris County. It only says that they have 4,000 customers there, but I don't think that's not right. There's a lot more customers for electricity in Harris County than 4,000. Thank you, Beeson, Krister, and Drew for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Power's out. Oh, no. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, we're going to start to see power outages really tick up here. Because, again, we're going into an area of higher population. It's not because the storm is getting stronger. It's just because, we do have some still decently strong winds with this storm. Let's see if we have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. We had one 36 minutes ago, still at 80 miles per hour. So those strong wind gusts are going to be moving into the Huntsville I'm into the Houston, Sugarland, League City area here shortly. Also in Pearland as well, Texas City. And those winds are really going to start to pick up here in this portion of the storm. Also could be some stronger winds up here as well near Columbus and Magnolia as that pushes on. But yeah, here's the view from Houston again. See if we see any noticeable changes. Yeah, those winds are a little bit stronger. Winds are definitely... Oh, that was a power flash. We just had a power flash here in Houston. So yeah, winds are definitely picking up in Houston. Power is going to slowly be going out. We are getting power flashes, which means that... Oh, there was another one, I think. That tree in the background is definitely moving a lot more, and so is this little railroad crossing gate thing. Yeah, so Joseph, those are called wind gusts when the winds speed up briefly. Oh, that's another power flash. Wow, lots of power flashes here happening in Houston. There's another one. Guess we got a lot of lightning, but that's like a greenish blue light. Wonder what this camera is powered with. There's another one right there. That might just be one transformer sparking. We are getting power flashes. The camera is piled with oil. Oh, there's a big one. Yeah, the winds are certainly picking up as this storm moves into Houston here. And it will only get stronger. Again, we could end up seeing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts if this camera survives. Now we'll keep an eye on it. Let's come back over here to the radar view. See what the latest is in terms of rotations. And for those little surges. Yeah. Still good to go there. Let's check over here near Galveston. A bit of an area of circulation here. Let me check that on the storm relative. Yeah, right on this portion of the storm do have a little area of rotation there. Keeping an eye on that as it approaches. Check back over here towards Louisiana. I do just want to continue to look at these storms just to make sure that threat doesn't materialize, and still not seeing anything overly concerning there. So that's good news. Yeah, I'm glad you charged everything up too. Thank you, Jerry, for the 2. I do appreciate that. Northeast Arkansas, tomorrow, tornado-wise. Check. I think you guys, yeah. Yeah, you're talking about a 2% tornado risk, so you're going to be on the edge of the risk, and that'll be like late night going into the morning hours. So I would be weather aware, but the strongest tornado risk is going to be down to your south and east, or south and west. Is it predicted to hit Dallas? No, it's not. It's gonna miss Dallas. In fact, you probably won't even notice the storm is there in Dallas. I'm really not talking about any impacts whatsoever. What's a power flash? So that is when a transformer starts to spark. So we were seeing. Oh, there's another one. Jeez, that was a bright one. We switched just at the right moment here. Yeah, we've been seeing multiple power flashes here, and I think they're associated with just one or two transformers that are sparking in the wind here. Yeah, those are transformers that are sparking, and sometimes they explode and they release a power flash. They're usually like bluish green. Thank you, Allison. I appreciate that. Did it get hit by a hurricane? I think the strongest winds went to the south of Cancun, but they did get pretty close to one, I think. It was a category 2 when it made close approach. I might put that camera under me for a little bit here because I think Storm Runner Media is out of the worst of it. Just so we can keep an eye on those power flashes. Now, the camera under me is in Houston, Texas. We're monitoring it because the stronger winds of this storm is approaching the city. The next round of stronger winds are going to be here in this part of the storm. And then probably the strongest winds with the storm as of right now are most likely in this region. Let me check that on velocities. Yeah, most likely in this region. Also, little area of rotation, potentially there near Bonnie. Very brief. It'll probably dissipate there in a little bit. Do you want to check back here with the on the velocities here? That looks pretty good. Still not seeing any new strong areas of rotation. Again, this tornado threat has been very sporadic. We haven't had like any long moment. Also, new flash flood warning here for Treasure Island, Angleton, and Manville here. Just make sure that you guys are continuing to watch those floodwaters as they're going to start piling up. The winds have picked up. You've lost power a couple times. Thank you for explaining that. You've had 2 power flashes. Yeah, there shouldn't be much lightning with this storm. I haven't really seen any. At least the radar usually picks up on lightning if there is some. And we can also sometimes see that on the satellite view as well. Satellite view does pick up lightning, so let's check that out. See if we're seeing any flashes. Yeah, I'm not seeing any flashes in the storm. So if you see any flashes, it's most likely a power flash. It's like a 90% chance, unless you just get a random lightning bolt. There's not a whole lot of lightning activity in this storm right now. The mile per hour with the storm, I don't think we've gotten a 6 a.m. update. Yeah, the mile per hour with the storm is still being held at 80. And it's moving north at 12 miles per hour. It's only going to increase in winds as the day goes on. Concerned about Kingwood, Texas, in Northeast Houston. Elderly mom lives there. Yeah, just tell her to hunker down. Make sure that she is in her safe spot. She won't be able to move that quickly if stuff starts, to go downhill. So just make sure she's, tell her to make sure that she's in the most interior room of her house. As many walls in between her and the outside as humanly possible. Tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. Until it passes. Because, if a tree falls, she won't really be able to react too fast. So it's best just to be safe in the safe spots and wait for the storm to pass. Thank you, Hannah, for the 5. You saw tornado risk shifted to include Wolf City. Should you expect that tornado threat to increase? Oh, no, I don't think. Did it really shift to include Wolf City? Oh, it did. Huh. I mean, there really shouldn't be too much of a tornado threat, but we have been seeing some spin-ups on the northern side of this storm. But there really shouldn't be a tornado risk on the western side. I think it's just there just in case this thing does a little bit more of a westernly track. In that case, there would be a small possibility for tornadoes. But yeah, what were you asking? When should I expect the threat to increase? So if it does increase, the highest risk, at least. I mean, there's no significant tornado parameter. I'm not convinced that you're gonna see a tornado. So I can't really give you timing. So you're gonna be on the west side of the storm most likely. I think the SBC got a little bit too wide with that tornado risk. I just can't see a reason why you should be worried about it. Looks like the winds are starting to pick up here a little bit more on the camera here in Houston. Yeah, no problem, Hannah. Oh yeah, look at that. I just now noticed there is some flooding actually picking up. You see where those little wood pieces are near the railroad? The little shimmer with the light? That is a puddle forming. It's a puddle. Also can be considered as an ant ocean. An ocean for ants. Streaming all night on your phone and just woke up and he's still going. Well, the thing is, I prepared for this. So it's not like, it's not like, I'm really doing anything too crazy. I got a full 8 hours of sleep, woke up at 6 p.m. for the stream. So we prepared for it, I promise. It's not too big of a deal. And, I think we're nearing 9 hours. Yeah. 9 hours and 30 minutes is, it's a long stream. Don't get me wrong, but we've done longer and we'll probably do longer. For as long as I can, at least. Should be good to go till at least 10 a.m. After that, uncertain, because that was the longest time that I was expecting, or that I prepared to be live for. Wow. Yeah, the winds are really picking up in Houston. Look at that. Even that light's starting to shake. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it really is coming down good here in Houston. That's a good way to explain it. I agree. And it's going to continue. And again, this is just the beginnings of that wind. As this part of the storm pushes in, we're going to be talking potentially 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe a little bit higher. And then the strongest portion is for Houston is probably going to be in this portion of the storm here. And that's going to go through. You're going to get a little bit of a calming, probably in eastern Houston, as this part goes over you. And then on the backside, you could potentially get some stronger winds. With this, for eastern Houston, you're going to be in those stronger winds for a while. There'll be really many breaks. And then over here near Prairie View, Waller, Sealy, and Wallace, you're going to be in some stronger winds for a while as well. Curious to see if the power outages. Wow. Yeah, the power outages are still continuing to climb quite quickly. Last time I looked at it, it was 325,000, and now we're at 398,000 people without power. So they are continuing to tick up. I think the eye will pass over Houston. If it continues on at this direction, I'm assuming the eye is somewhere in here. And yeah, it should go over like western Houston. You're in the yellow area, and that means you're in some heavier rain. Let me check the velocities again, just to make sure. You have a little bit of circulation trying to develop here near Cypress. Not seeing a CC drop on that just yet, but keeping an eye on it. That's about it. I have to watch this little. There was a little bit of a increase there initially with those winds going towards the radar. Might have to watch this area down the line there, south of Sheldon. The wind is crazy. Yeah, it's gonna. Where are you at, if you don't mind? Yeah, it'd be really helpful if you guys are reporting wind or power outages to also put where that's happening, just for future reference. It does help out not just me figure out where some of the worst impacts are, but also in terms of just helpful for the people that are watching as well. Close to Texas City. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You are in a pretty decent wind band here, and that's only going to increase. Again, the strongest winds with this storm are probably back in here, so you're still not in the main core. You still got a little while to go with this storm until it really starts to significantly move along here. It's going to be a while. Do you want to check back over here at these storms briefly? Yeah, not seeing anything too concerning anymore. Or really never saw anything concerning with that. Just keeping an eye on those storms to make sure, because they're a little bit discreet, and they could have been in a little bit of better shear environment, but it didn't actually end up doing anything. Power outages in Spring, Texas. Okay, thank you for reporting that. Pearland lost power. Winds sound ugly. Yeah, so you're also getting into one of those stronger wind bands in Pearland as well. Was there any confirmation about that tornado in Bay Harbor? So Brett Adair did go into the area. There was some debris spread around and some knocked over trash cans, but we probably won't get confirmation until this thing clears out and the NWS can go and do surveys. Wind just started picking up in College Station. Interesting. Yep. Yeah, you guys are just getting into that rain band, or the first initial rain band here for College Station. So yeah, that wind and rain will slowly pick up there, and then it'll be at its strongest when this part of the storm is nearby. Huntsville, I think Huntsville is here. Yeah, so you do have that rain band as well. Just move through. It's not going to really pick up, though, probably for a good 1 to 2 hours. Maybe a little bit longer, depending on when this thing decides to start to speed up. Yeah, depending on where you are, yeah, it will take a while because, oh my goodness, we just got an uptick again of 100,000 here without power in Texas. We are pretty much at 500,000 people without power. Holy crap. That's intense. That's a lot of folks. So if you're out power, you're not alone. There's a lot of folks without power as well. Yeah, it was like 100K in just a matter of a little bit. So yeah, I think we're gonna get well over 1 million without power. Especially as those stronger winds move into downtown Houston, we're definitely going to see those power outages take up even further. Hey, Jason, what's up? We should get a new update. Maybe if we're still doing hourly updates. Yeah. So we just got a new hourly update here from the National Hurricane Center. It says life-threatening storm surge, strong winds, and torrential rainfall battering eastern Texas. Still a minimum pressure of 179 millibars and still max sustained winds of 80-mile-per-hour winds. I am expecting that to go down as it approaches Houston, but there might be a brief moment where the winds get pretty intense. It's like Houston's going to get the bulk of this rain. Yeah, they're going to get a lot of rain. Rain is starting to pile up. Looks like in downtown Houston could have even as much as 7 inches of rain, or almost 7 inches of rain, have fallen there, if this radar is correct. And that's only going to pick up. So I can definitely see a scenario where Houston gets up to a foot of rain, if not more. College Station. Yeah, we've talked about College Station. That wind and rain is starting to pick up, but the strongest portion of the storm is not going to move over you for quite a bit. But still be aware, as you guys could get some pretty gusty winds out of this, anywhere from, 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts can't be ruled out for the College Station area. Are people in Houston able to sleep? No, do not go to sleep. The storm's only going to get stronger from here. You guys are not in the main core of the winds yet. And thank you, Jacob and Liang, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Losing signal fast in Galveston. No power still. Interesting. And you're out of wine? Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. That is double bad. Make sure you're keeping an eye on that storm surge, though, as it will continue to increase. Probably when the storm surge will be the highest is when you are in this portion of the storm, which will be in your area within the next hour or two. Gotta plan ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not include that in the preparation plan that I gave you guys in my forecast streams. I will add that, though, for the next hurricane to make sure you also not only did buy enough water, enough supplies, charge your phones, turn around, don't drown, watch the floodwaters, help the elderly in your neighborhood, and also stock up on wine. I'll include that next time. The anxiety rises. I understand it. I'd be doing the same thing if I didn't have to be live and I was in a hurricane. I'd do the same thing. Portable fans. Yeah, I mean, if you can find one that's like battery powered, because, the power's going to go out and that's one thing. Hold on. Let me check something really quick. How hot is it going to be tomorrow for you guys over the next couple of days? Might be a little miserable if the temperatures tick back up. They shouldn't too quickly, but just let me check in on it really quick. Yeah, it cools down. Oh, not too bad, but I mean, if you don't have any power, 91 degrees is going to feel like crap. What are the dew points? 91 degrees and 78 dew points. Jeez Louise. Yeah. Unfortunately, after your power goes out, if it doesn't come back quick, some of the more significant impacts could be like heat exhaustion. 'Cause that's going to be, hold on, let me research that. 98 degrees dew point. What is the heat index on that? I think that's a pretty high heat index, which is the feels like temperature. So 91 and 78. What are we talking about here? 106 heat index. Not tomorrow or not tonight or today's heat, but the day after today or tomorrow could have a heat index of 106. And if you don't have power, that it's normal here, yeah, but if you don't got power, it's not going to feel normal. It's going to feel like crap. Let's go check back over here in Houston real quick. And I'm going to sneak off to the restroom. Give me a second. About 60 seconds. Uh-oh. Is the camera officially gone? Let's see if the other one is working. Thank you, Michael, for the 2. I do appreciate it. Hope it might have came back there. Oh, Michael, I can always count on you. Thank you for the $2 and the witty comments. It's back. Hey, look, the sun's starting to come out. Yeah, winds are certainly picking up here in Houston. You can really see that little thing there swaying a little bit more here. You're gonna try to sleep? Try to get you some rest if you can. That's the latest. There on the Houston cam. Definitely still getting some decent winds, and they're gonna pick up this area of the storm, which will probably bring the strongest winds into Houston. They're going around like this. Is approaching. It's over there near Leaf Sugarland, League City. Also over here near Galveston, the gusts are probably getting pretty intense there as well. Do want to check on the velocities again just to make sure we're not missing anything. A little bit of rotation here near Scenic Woods. Did just kind of start to pick up there. Storm relative isn't showing anything too crazy. Not a breed ball with that yet, but I'll keep an eye on that rotation. That could strengthen, and then we might get another tornado warning here eventually, but we'll keep an eye on it. I don't think it's tornado warning status just yet. Also still noticing some circulations here near Galveston. Still none of them strong enough yet to concern me. You see it outside a little now? Yeah. Yeah, that sun's going to start to poke out, and you'll be able to see a little bit better. I mean, if you got no power, that heat will cause problems for a lot of folks, especially elderly people. Because you got to think about it. No power, that's no AC. So if you lose power, really hope that you get that power fixed as fast as possible, as tomorrow during the peak heating hours, it's going to be miserable. Yeah, the eye is fully inland. An astute observation. If you wonder what this other cam looks like now that the light's coming in, yeah, it's just rain all over it. Yeah, you're definitely going to have to try to find some areas to cool down. I'm sure you're going to have FEMA response. You're going to have people out there that are, providing air conditioning, so just keep an eye on that. If you call your local EMS office, Emergency Management Services, or EMA office, they should be able to direct you where that is. So find that on Google while you still got power on your phone. Try to memorize where it is, just in case you can't get your phone back charged. The power could be out for a while, especially if we get over 1 million power outages. What the heck? Don't really know what happened here. The power outage just went down to 100,000. I don't think that that's accurate. But it might be. I don't think so. That's odd. It was at 500,000 and now it's down to 100,000. So either we just got a heck of a lot of power turned back on somewhere. Not sure what happened. Yeah, still a category 1 hurricane, yeah. What happened to our camera here? Uh-oh. Why did that do that? Oh, that's why. Hold on. Let me get this full screen. There we go. Oh, wow. Look how much that pole over there is swaying. On the right side. Like some sort of communications tower there swaying quite a bit. Yeah, I don't think we're going to hit 50,000 this stream. I do appreciate everybody that has subscribed so far and liked the stream. It does help out. Good morning. Good morning. Some folks in Houston are starting to wake up and also drink their coffees. Hopefully, if your power's still on. Yeah, I don't know what happened with those power outages. I don't know why it upticked to 400,000 or 500,000 and then dropped to 100,000. That is either a website glitch, but I don't know on which end of the spectrum that was a website glitch. Was the 500,000 people without power a glitch, or what is this dropping down to 100,000 a glitch? I'm not sure. Let me check in on that again. I mean, there's still a little bit of rotation here in North Houston, but it's not really strong enough yet to concern me. It did try to spin up there for a little bit, but right before impact, yeah. We got close to 90-mile-per-hour winds. Didn't quite make it to a category 2 though, so this will officially be remembered as a category 1 hurricane, making landfall there near Matagorda. And as of the latest updates, this thing is still has 80-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. Yes, it is still a hurricane. That is correct. We should get eventually some downgrades, but I'm thinking that'll come here shortly. But I mean, it's still kind of organized, so. Yeah, still some decent wins. Moving into Houston. Is Stormwater Media still live? Oh, wow. Look at this. This is from Stormwater Media. Still in that main core of the winds here.
Ryan, thanks for being a member for 4 months.
I appreciate you.
This is what is eventually going to be moving into Houston. They're pretty close to that most intense portion of the winds. And man, look how much that tree is moving. That's... Oh, wow. Still some pretty intense wind gusts here.
You did find like part of the eastern eye wall.
Yeah, I'm torn. I'm like, do I continue after the eye wall and then divert north, or do I just start going north? I'm like, if I'm going to continue the eye wall, I'm going to go west a little bit.
Yeah, that is a little bit further. Oh my gosh. Yeah, those winds are pretty darn intense there. Yeah, but that is over here near Lake Jackson. And this portion of the storm, that's probably still where the most intense winds are. And that's about to push up into areas like Manville, League City, and eventually into Houston. So that will be a thing. So please continue to shelter in place as this approaches. I know it's early. You're thinking, man, I got to go to work. Not today. You're staying home. You're taking a day off. There's a record number of countries hit by the same hurricane. I do not know. That is a good question, though. Hey, thank you, Anita, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Welcome. No text from your boss? You don't need a text from your boss. You're not going to work. Period. Today is your day off in Houston. It's not going to feel like one, though. Stress levels will probably still be high. But yeah, kind of a latest update here. That second band of wind and rain is coming, so it should get a little bit more intense. I am kind of curious to see what the METAR data is looking like. Oh yeah, look at this. Sustained winds of now tropical storm force winds with 64 miles per hour wind gusts being recorded there near Pasadena. 61 mile per hour wind gusts there near Baytown and in central Houston. Oh my gosh. Wow. I was not expecting that. Sorry. I mean, it's not like the strongest wind ever, but I was not expecting to see 81 mile per hour wind gust being reported in Houston this far inland. That's very strong. Very strong winds are moving into the Houston area. Man, look over here on the backside of this. 58 mile per hour sustained, 81 mile per hour wind gusts there near Palacios still. So again, you know, the backside of these winds are going to be strong as well. Wow, 81 mile per hour wind gust. Definitely was not expecting that. Sorry for the reaction there. I was just, it surprised me. That was my surprise reaction. Grab a snack. Yeah, I might get something to eat in a little bit. I'm not really feeling too hungry. We just kind of ate McDonald's, so I'm not like overly hungry right now. Yeah, a little area of circulation has kind of died off there in North Houston. Can I write a work excuse? Yeah. Just screen record the screen and tell me when you're screen recording. You can use that as your work excuse. You can blame me when your boss gets mad at you. I'll be as brutally honest as possible as well. Does seem like the storm is, you know, moving a little bit quicker to the north. Update on the Woodlands. It looks like you are getting into that initial band here, which means the winds will start picking up. Probably within the next 30 minutes to an hour there. Yeah, those wind gusts are really picking up in Houston. And this is the view here from a webcam where we are seeing tropical storm force winds sustained in front of our eyes here. Let's go back to Storm Owner Media as well. Actually, we'll leave it on this cam for just a little bit, then we'll go to Storm Owner Media. All right, let's see here. Look how fast those clouds are moving there. Yeah, still some pretty strong winds where Storm Owner Media is at currently. Still keeping an eye on their feed. As when it becomes daylight, we'll be able to see these winds and the rain a lot better than what we were able to at night. So it'll be easier to track that. Yeah, looks like that secondary band, though, of some stronger winds is pushing into Pearland and Sugarland, but your strongest impacts, again, are here. That is where the most intense winds, at least that we've been able to see from some of the chasers out there, are located. Is Connor still live? Connor's still live, too. You know, we might switch back over to here, actually. Do y'all want to be on this view, or do you want me to keep the radar big and just keep on every now and then coming back to the storm chasers? It's up to you guys. I'll let y'all decide. Gotta take that off. There we go. Oh, wow, we've been live streaming for 10 hours already. Wow. Radar big. All right, yeah. We'll keep checking back in with them then. Connor Croft under me for a little bit. We like the big radar. All right. Fair enough. You like where you can see all of it? Yeah. So yeah, this is the zoomed out view of the storm here. You can really see this thing spinning, man. Feel like it, like Dora the Explorer. Can you tell me where the hurricane is? Point on the screen where you think the hurricane is. I think the strongest winds are currently here near Bay City. These two little bands right here near Lake Jackson and Bay City. I think those are currently our strongest winds. But I mean, we got an 81 mile per hour wind report in the Houston area. Yeah, this is in Texas. Yep. Yeah, storm is training over Galveston. Flooding is definitely going to be an issue. That storm surge is also about to start to peak here for Galveston. Again, the strongest storm surge is going to be associated with this portion of the storm. And, most likely this rain band will probably be the peak of that storm surge. And then the winds are going to go a little bit more in this direction, which the storm surge will probably still stay piled up onto the shore there near Galveston. The pink area is indicating the hurricane watches. The yellow outlines are the tropical storm watches. Yeah, lots of flooding is definitely going to be happening with this storm. Let me see if I have any updates from that. Yeah, we don't have any people sending in news right now. Everybody's asleep. Power outage number. Yeah, let me see if it stopped glitching. No, it's still glitched. Or maybe this is real. I don't know. I mean, this website is saying 101,000. But again, we were looking at this, and literally like an hour ago, it said 500,000. Then it randomly jumped down to 98,000. So I don't know what the true number of power outages are anymore. This website is glitched, which is unfortunate. But it looked like it was 500,000. I think that's pretty accurate, but I'm not exactly sure what happened to the number, and I don't know how to track it. If anybody has any other websites to track power outages in Texas, that would be helpful. This is the only thing I know of. And thank you, Sabina, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. And that kind of area of some of those stronger winds are starting to push into Texas. I mean, into Houston still. So that's going to continue to increase. Any circulation for Galveston? Let me check. We'll keep checking on it. Yeah, still a couple little areas of circulation. They're kind of in the same area that they have been. A couple of weak areas still, nothing overly concerning. Centerpoint Energy will give power outage updates. Where is that? Where can I find that at? Centerpoint Energy Tracker. Okay, let me check that out. Okay, it's just for the Houston area. Outage review. So yeah, and this one says up to almost 800,000 people without power just in this region. I'm not sure if active outages though. So that says customers affected, but active outages are at 23,000 or 2,300, which I'm not sure how accurate that is. I'm not really sure how to read this. There's no clarification on what all that means. Oh, wow. Storm Runner Media's view still pretty intense here. So hurricane's still going strong. That sign's about to blow over, too. Wow. Sheesh. It is still pretty strong. Check in on our Houston view. Yeah, winds are still gusting out here. Around the same strength that they have been for like the past hour. Maybe a little bit stronger. This is Connor Cross view. He's on the highway. He's in downtown. He's actually pulling up into Houston. He's at like near downtown Houston, so we'll have a good view of what the storm is doing in Houston from Connor as well. It's like Storm Runner Media is kind of running out of service there. We'll keep Connor up for a little bit. Wow. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, still some very strong winds being reported. I just retweeted it on Twitter. Yeah, still very strong winds near Sargent Beach. And that is from the backside of this storm. So yeah, I mean, it's not going to be over after this first initial round for Houston. We're going to have still some stronger winds on the backside, most likely. Tornado outbreak possible today. It's in the realm of possibilities. We'll see how it develops. Certainly will be interesting to see if that does materialize or not. Does seem like the ingredients are there. Can we expect here in College Station? Expect the winds to start to pick up here over the next, hour to 3. The strongest impacts will probably be within 4 hours there. Do I have cams in Sargent? No, nobody that's chasing for me is live in Sargent. I don't have any cams in Sargent, no. And thank you, Croc Zombie, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Not necessarily. It's this area, though, where I think some of the stronger winds are, but there could also be some pretty strong winds back in this region. We're still getting reports of some pretty significant winds, and also something I didn't really think about, but we can also get some storm surge going back in the other direction for a brief moment from the bay onto land here. So might have to also consider that as a threat there with some still continued storm surge. Can't believe there's still cars on the road. I can't believe it either. Oh, wow. Hold on. We missed it on the big screen, but I can bring it back. Look at that sign on the top right. Destroyed. This is in downtown Houston. You guys might recognize that sign. He's gone. Tornado watch update. The tornado watch is going to be until about 10 a.m. Still not seeing any areas of dangerous rotation on any of these storms right now. Although I will say, a little interesting area here of some circulation starting to happen south of Port Arthur. Might have to watch those guys for a tornado threat as that moves on to land. Also watching these cells still. Haven't really seen too much rotation on them. A rotation developing over there near Iowa. They're north of Lake Charles. I could probably get a cam on that. Let me see if I can find a cam on that. It's the cam close. It's not very strong, but I am curious. You can actually see the storm. I'll bring it up, but if not, I probably won't even. Yeah, unfortunately, you guys don't really have a good traffic cam network here in Texas. Your traffic cams only take pictures, but in some states, the traffic cams are all video. Like in Louisiana, all the traffic cams are video. That would have been a huge help today with the stream. But yeah, hopefully you guys can upgrade your camera grid eventually. Welcome back, Sailor. Made it home safe. Glad to hear that. Yeah, update here on the radar. Looks like we still have some stronger winds pushing into Houston and Pasadena. The strongest winds with this storm, though, in this region are slowly approaching areas like Sugar Land, Rosenberg, Pearland, League City, and Texas City, Galveston as well. And we're also getting some flood reports here. Officers in high water vehicles have been dispatched to do water rescues, and that's in Rosenberg, Texas. All right, RG5, thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. It's like Stormrunner Media's feed is back up. Still in some pretty strong winds. They're in that area where we've been highlighting some stronger winds are located, and they're still ripping. Yeah, 116 power outages. Man, look at those trees, man. Those are big trees, and they are swaying a lot. This is near West Columbia, Texas there. And that is in this portion where some of the stronger winds are currently located. So that's what's coming for Houston. So prepare. You need to hunker down. This is the view in Houston, Texas. Winds are definitely getting a little bit gustier here. That more intense rain band starts to move through downtown. About to come over this cam. I'm gonna use the restroom for 60 seconds. Give me 60 seconds, please. I'll be right back. This pillow fell off my chair. If you heard a thud, that's what that was. Thank you, Michael, for the 2. I do appreciate it. Always helping out with the channel. And Michael is still continuing to push the conspiracy theory that I do not wash my hands, which is what we expect. What we expect. I appreciate it. We thought I fell? No. Just the pillow. It's a pretty heavy pillow. It's like a Tempur-Pedic. Yeah, that heavier band is coming in. And again, the most dangerous portions of this storm are going to be right in this region here. Let's try to push into Sugarland, Pearland, Pasadena, a leaf in Houston here. Probably within the next hour or so. So we should really start to see those winds pick up here on Connor's feed as they are near the Houston area, but it does seem like they're continuing to go north. And we're also going to see them pick up here on this feed as well. This is directly in Houston. We should be able to see why the cake emojis. It's just like kind of an inside joke that started when the channel was a wee baby of around, like, I think we only had like 1,000 subscribers when it started. And it's, you know, I made a comment saying that when people donate, it feels like my birthday. And then from then on out, we spam birthday cakes for donations. Just kind of a tradition. Hey, help. Put that reminder for people to go make sure that they are current on stream, because somebody just put radar big, and that conversation happened like 30 minutes ago. They won't see it now, but they might see it in the future. Oh, each channel has its own thing. Yeah. You know, every channel, you know, has different personalities, and therefore different kinds of chats. Like Stormrunner Media is on the move now. I appreciate that, Michaela. The big shout out to Blondie. You know, she's been here modding the channel since it was also a wee babe. And yeah, she's helped develop the culture in chat probably more than I have. I try to read it as much as possible, but she's always there. And yeah. Hey, Nexton, hopefully you're okay over there in Jamaica. Things got pretty intense in the Jamaica land. Power out in Katy, Texas. Okay, thank you for the update. Yeah, 116,000 people without power. So yeah, I think when it said 500,000 people without power. That was either a glitch, or there was a lot of people without power, and then the power came back on somewhere. Yeah, you missed the landfall. It happened at about 4 a.m., about almost 3 hours ago. The one who took the night shift, yeah. Yeah, I told Blondie she could go to bed, and I think she did. Do you want to check these circulations? It does seem like we're getting a little bit more intense rotation on some of these storms out and around the Galveston region. It's not really showing up too strong in the correlation coefficient, though. It's been kind of pulling up onto the shore. Looks interesting, but on storm relative, can't really even tell it's there. So not sure how legitimate that is, but still some rotations ongoing out there. I do want to check back in over here. We had some rotations forming earlier. Yeah, those ones have not really amounted to much. Also want to check on that little area of rotation north and east of Lake Charles. Yeah, that's gone. Okay. The good news is a lot of these rotations are brief. Other than that tornado we had on the ground for about 14 miles earlier, that's really been like the only time where we've had a rotation last for really more than a couple of minutes. Almost lost power. Well, I'm glad it's still on. Power outages are increasing, though, for Harris County, which again only says it has 440 or 400 or 4,400 people in with power are tracked there, which is a lot lower. So I'm almost certain that the power outages are probably a little bit higher, but yeah, so even stronger winds are going to be pushing into Houston. Pretty much every bit, every frame, every probably like 10 to 20 minutes, those winds are going to uptick a little bit more. But we're starting to see a little bit of a stronger portion of the storm push into Houston. This is the view out of Houston, Texas, right now, currently. Not as strong as it will be, but certainly still seeing some stronger wind gusts here. That tree is now almost permanently just bent there. It's like it's not even a broken tree. And that's because of those sustained winds. Yeah, CCG Aqua, just make sure that you are in the high point of your house as that water rises. So we're getting a lot of reports that there's some crazy winds in Caddy. Where's Caddy? Or Katy? Is it Katy or Caddy? Let's see where that is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys are entering in kind of that northern portion of the of where the eye wall is right now. So those will only get worse as we move forward in time. So continue to hunker down. Katie, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no joke at all. This is a strong storm. I mean, it's sustained 80-mile-per-hour winds, potentially still with the storm. Let me see what the latest update is. Yeah, we still don't have a new update. We might get one here within the next 8 minutes, which will either see a downgrade. If we don't see a downgrade in the next, the next 8 minutes, then we're probably going to get, potentially up to 80-mile-per-hour winds sustained here in Houston. I do want to check the latest METAR. information. See what the winds are currently at. Oh wow, 51 mile per hour sustained here north of League City with 61 mile per hour wind gusts. Over here near Katy, we're getting 58 mile per hour wind gusts and 45 mile per hour sustained. South of Pasadena, 64. 59 there in North Houston. South Houston, 68 mile per hour wind gusts there with this storm. So yeah, some pretty strong winds still pushing in. Along the coast here, little surge update. Still the strongest storm surge will be in this area. And it is only going to pick up. Those winds are probably going to continue to pick up there for Galveston as that moves through the area. I do want to check in on this storm. Yeah, a little bit of rotation forming on this guy here. Not overly strong, but we'll keep an eye on it. No rotations in the Houston area that of note. A little bit of rotation there near Beaumont. Wind gusts in the Woodlands, looks like it'll be somewhere in between like 59 miles per hour and 31. So in between, so probably like around 40 mile per hour wind gusts there in Woodland. Over here near Columbus, we're also getting 47 mile per hour wind gusts starting to move into Columbus, Texas as well. 81 mile per hour wind gusts there. 58 mile per hour sustained near Palacio. I forgot how to, it's Palacious? Palacious? I forgot how to pronounce it. That was probably the worst one. Palacious. Gotcha. That was probably the worst mispronunciation there of the day. Let's see here. Or make sure that I have tropical stuff on. Yeah. Oh, wow. So there was a tornado reported in Bay Harbor. We did get a tornado report. Report of house damage and power lines down due to tornado. So it was on the ground there. We had a tornado report over there in Beaumont. That was way earlier today. Or later yesterday, technically. Pistachio? Yes. 130,000 hours. Or 130,000 outages. Thank you. Now been reported. Yep, right where we called it. Yep. Not surprising. Very typical debris ball signature came out of that. I expect to see eventually, at least when this gets confirmed, they'll probably also, it'll probably skip. It'll probably go like that and then pick back up here in this area, the damage path. But it was probably a water spout still ongoing that entire time. And that was the unwarned tornado. That tornado there in Bay Harbor was not warned, but we got it. Taylor Lake Village, Harris County, large trees broken in half. Oh, wow. All fences blown down in the neighborhood, still blowing. Wow. Where's Taylor Lake Village in Harris County, you say? Okay, so that's like over here near the Houston area. And it's not surprised me. I mean, we've been seeing some pretty decent winds every now and then on this camera. The strongest winds hasn't yet pulled in. Strongest winds are still over here near Stormrunner Media. As you can see, they're moving. I'll probably stop here eventually near Houston and give us a view of what's happening there. Connor Croft was near Houston, but I don't. Yeah, I think they're pretty much done streaming. They're like in North Houston at this moment, so we'll keep back tuning into to Connor Croft as well. But they're seem to be talking to their audience right now. But the strongest winds in the storm should still be in this area here, and also wrapping around, probably pushing into Manville and Sugarland now. And then eventually into South Houston and downtown Houston. Those winds are really going to start to pick up here over the next hour or so. I was thinking we might get an update from the Hurricane Center in 2 minutes, but it still hasn't come in. So it's probably going to come out. Oh, there it is. Still a hurricane. Latest update. Still a hurricane. 75-mile-per-hour winds. Pressure is rising, though, to 980 millibars. So 75-mile-per-hour winds sustained. And those winds will most likely be in this quadrant of the storm. And those are about to push into Houston. So you're not technically in a hurricane warning, but you got hurricane force winds about to push into your area. So please continue to be hunkered down there in Houston, Sugarland, League City, and also the Woodlands. Those winds are about to pick up a little bit more, get a little bit more intense there with this next little line or part of the storm that's pushing in, kind of in those orange colors there. Starting to rip in Northwest Houston. Yeah, that's going to be from this portion of the line there. It will get stronger. That is the unfortunate fact here. Here we go in the Woodlands. Yeah, it's about to start picking up there in the Woodlands. Yep. Do you want to check out on these rotations? Yep, still on. A little interesting area of rotation here in this portion of the line. Picking up on the storm relative velocities here. Right there. Pushing into Anderson Ways. Got to keep an eye on that. It's not very strong rotation, but we're still watching for that, for those brief little instances of rotations. They are pretty quick. They happen pretty quickly. So we do have to still remain vigilant and keep an eye on some of these areas. Yeah, not seeing any dangerous rotations over there with those storms. It did start to spin over there, but not as bad anymore. There was a zoom level where the Woodlands popped up. There we go. Jeez. Just want to make sure everybody can see their city. Or most people can. Power down in Katy and Cinco Ranch. Okay, thank you. So this been anything to worry about in Tennessee? Nah, not really. Yeah, there's a little bit of a tornado risk for the Tennessee area, but it's just right on the border, the western border. 2%, pretty low. Is it even moving? Yeah, it's moving. It looks like it's stalled because of, you're focusing on this area, but the area you need to be focusing on is the movement of this portion of the line. That is certainly moving pretty decently up to the north towards Sugarland here shortly. Yeah, Sugarland's going to be definitely getting some more intense winds here. Move into the area. And then your most intense, kind of portion of the storm is right here. Oh, just pause this. It's right here associated with this area of the storm about to push into Sugarland. Yeah, it's definitely moving. Does seem like that drier air is pushing into a lot of the storm still, but we still have a decently closed off area of circulation. Between College Station and Huntsville. Yeah, that outer band is slowly kind of moving in through Huntsville and College Station at this moment. Still dumping a lot of rain. Yeah, it's still dumping a lot of rain, unfortunately. I don't know why the zoom levels change when I zoom in sometimes. Like Woodland Hills should still be there. Let me try bringing up so zoom controls here. See if that helps. Nope, it does not. All right, never mind. Hey, thank you, Peter Harvey, for the $30.99. I do appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I do appreciate that. It's a huge help out the channel, man. Thank you. Let's go check out our Houston camera here. Oh, yeah, those winds are definitely picking up. Camera's even starting to move a little bit. All right, back over to the radar. Connor and Freddie, they signed off. Oh, yeah, they did. Just Store Runner Media, still out there and about. The last one standing, as per usual. They're usually the last couple of peeps that are live. And this webcam, which is going to start picking up with winds here as those stronger winds start to push up into the Sugarland area and eventually into near where this cam is. So, you know, if you live in Houston, Sugarland and Pearland and Rosenberg, watch out, as this is definitely the stronger portion of the storm. We lost the woodlands again. I don't know why the woodlands keeps disappearing on the map. Usually when I zoom in here, it's still there. Maybe if I like zoom all the way in and then zoom out. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. Hopefully you guys generally know where you are in the woodlands. You just lost your fence? I'm sorry to hear that. More people. Yeah. Yep. Thank you for staying with you. No problem. No problem. Not an issue. We prepared for the stream. Again, I went to bed at 10 a.m. last night and to prepare for a long haul here. And we're still ongoing. Latest radar scans out here for velocities. Still seeing a couple little areas of circulation that we're still monitoring here off of Galveston. Come check back over here near Beaumont, just to make sure nothing's really getting started too much there. Yeah, still no strong areas of circulation there over near Bowman. But yeah, right here south of Sugarland, you can see the most intense winds of the storm are about to push in to Rosenberg, Pleak, and Sugarland. A Leaf and downtown Houston are going to be after that. We are still keeping a close eye on that. This is the current view. Oops. Current view out of Houston. As you can see, the winds are continuing to steadily pick up here as well. And we also still got storm media out there as well that are trying to stay, right up with the most dangerous part of the storm, and the winds are still going pretty strong. So if you guys are in this area, north, in Sugarland or Houston, you guys definitely need to continue to be hunkering down, as we're expecting hurricane force wind gusts out of this portion of the storm. Start a new stream soon. Starting a new stream in an hour, because we can only go for 12 hours. But I'll start a stream like literally minutes after. It just won't record. Or so you can only do 12-hour live streams on YouTube, but you can always start another one, which is what I'm gonna do. Probably about to lose power. Yeah, probably. I mean, the most intense portion of this storm is moving in. So, I mean, if you're here, definitely have a pretty decent chance of losing some power. I'm really not that tired. Like I said, I went to bed at like 10 a.m. yesterday. I did an all-nighter pretty much yesterday. Went to bed, got 8 hours of sleep, woke up at 6 p.m. So I still got plenty of energy. I did not do my typical schedule. If I would have woke up at like, when I usually do around like 10 a.m. and then, went live at the time I did, yeah, I'd be beat. I'd be very tired, but that's not what I did. I prepared for this stream, so I am good to go. Got plenty of energy. Although I do want another coffee. I think I'm gonna get one of those. I do appreciate the concern, but again, like I said, plenty of energy. You lost power here in Cyprus a half an hour ago. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. The winds, even like not associated with this area of the storm. Let's kind of look at the latest METAR data here we have available to us. Looks like the METAR station in Galveston has gone down, but we're still getting some of the most intense storm surge here and along the coast associated with this band. It's really going to start to pick up also over here now to the east of Texas City. And still some strong winds associated with these storms. It's still some small potential there for spin-ups, but we haven't really seen that materialize just yet. But, our latest winds, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over here near Pasadena. Same thing south of Pasadena and to the west, south and west of Pasadena. And then also 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported over here near Katy, Texas, where we've been getting a lot of people report that there are power outages there as well. So winds are continuing to blow in here for the Houston Metro. You can actually finally start to see Houston pop back up on this camera briefly, as it looks like we're in a little brief period where the rain is a little bit lighter than it was, but as you can see, the wind is still continuing here on this camera. You went through a Category 2 cyclone in 1974. Wow. And that was scary enough? Yeah, that is pretty scary. Hurricanes, they're interesting. They're not like those lines of thunderstorms that come through, like what Houston had like a month or two ago. We were covering your guys' area during that little burst of wind. Like I think it was like 80-mile-per-hour winds, up to like 90-mile-per-hour winds in the Houston area. That was pretty crazy, but that was really brief. To have these sustained winds for a while, it's loud, and it doesn't really calm down. Yeah, strong winds with Hurricane Beryl is continuing. We'll check back in with Storm Runner Media, see what's happening.
That's the other runner one you take, right?
Yeah, still some decently strong winds here as well.
Yeah, definitely water.
It says they're near Angleton. Oh, look at that sign. That's completely blown over. Whoa.
Eventually had me get back on this highway, but it was just like a...
Yeah, a lot of blown over signs on this road. Some tree debris, tree branches near the road as well. And again, that's near Angleton right here. And that is in this portion of the storm, and that is pushing into Sugar Land. And in fact, Sugar Land's about to probably get some of the strongest winds in this storm here shortly. Rosenberg, Sugar Land, also there just to the west of Manville as well. Keep hearing buzzes in the distance. That's probably your transformers starting to kind of explode, or they could be sparking. So you're probably seeing some bluish green lights associated with that as well. A lot of chasers are stuck in Surfside or Sargent. Only way out, and they didn't get there in time. Oh, that's not good. And we were hearing some reports about that. Is it still ongoing? Are they still stuck? The storm surge should be going down eventually, but we still could get some storm surge going the other way, kind of on the northern side of the island there, but not sure if that's going to be as significant. Do you think we could have a water spout next to Galveston? Potentially, yeah. I wouldn't be overly surprised if that was a water spout. It's over the ocean, less friction there. You don't need as much rotation to cause a water spout. Let's see where that's going. I'd be kind of going towards like Beach Town there. I'll keep an eye on that. A lot of the circulations haven't been lasting to land in this part of the storm, but still worth monitoring for some little spin-ups, especially like in this region here. Seems to be where the most vorticity is happening. Storm runner is going up 288 from what it looks like, coming towards Pearland. Okay. Thank you, Gen B, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Are the storm relatives behind again? Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it is a little bit behind. But yeah, that could certainly be a water spout about to push into kind of this little tip here of Galveston there near Beach Town. It's going to be there shortly. Could be a water spout in there. Watch out for a brief tornado to make it on the land here, and then maybe down the line, same with Port Boulevard. It'll be interesting to see if they issue a tornado warning for this. It's not an especially tight area of circulation, but it could certainly try to really tighten up as it gets closer to land. This has actually been one of the stronger areas of rotation we've seen in a while. It's been a little minute since we've seen really anything tornadic out of this. Anything in Baytown, Texas? Let me see where Baytown is. Some decently strong winds are probably pushing in there right now. Probably somewhere in between like 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts being possible there. You want to check back in with that circulation again? Oh, wow. That went through there quite quick. Look how fast that's moving. It's already over there in Port Bolivar. That is moving quick. Debris being picked up here on radar. I don't think that made landfall as a tornado. You can see we're starting to get a little bit more circulations again off the coast. But again, as those push in, well, most of the time they've been dying as they've made it to land. Also noticing a little bit of circulation here south of Beaumont, too. Here are the woodlands. What's the highest gust measured inside the storm? 60 mile per hour winds in Houston. And we're suspecting that those 75 the hurricane force winds are in this region, moving into Sugar Land and Rosenberg right now. Probably the most intense would be just now pushing into Rosenberg. No, we probably can't use that cam. It's moving to the north. Yeah, due north at 12 miles per hour still. That was the latest update as of 7 a.m. Thank you, Stephanie, from sharing. Can you upload? I don't think it's working still. The storm photo thing. It's been down. And people have been saying that they've been posting photos, and I haven't seen any. I don't think it's working. No, it's just moving north. Again, the area that we're watching here is this area of circulation. This isn't the area of the storm we're worried about. The main low pressure, though, is moving due north. Oops. At least as best as I can tell. Due north, it's going into Sugar Land. The worst part of the storm is probably gonna push into Sugar Land, Aleph, and Cypress there. That's gonna be associated with this portion of it. Okay, it looks like they did put a special marine warning on this area of circulation. Not as strong as it was, but still keeping an eye on it. Also another area of circulation here too that we might have to watch. Also not overly strong, but you got to watch these things. They can spin up sometimes a little bit quicker than not, so definitely worth keeping an eye on. Any update on the storm chasers? Well, Connor Croft got offline, but we do have Storm Runner Media still out and about here near Iowa Colony, Texas.
We're just doing our best to get through safely. So far, it's added about 8 minutes to our ETA. I'm sure it's probably going to add another 20 by the time we get out.
You can see the winds are still happening where they are. I just don't know exactly their exact location. Fortunately, it's not really showing up on their radar on the bottom left. They usually have a little blue dot down there that indicates exactly where they are. So I'm not exactly sure where they are at this moment. I would assume they're over here, somewhere between Angleton and Manville. Where the hash browns go?
I would have liked it if they would have there. He's staying home.
I think he wants to go outside. Thank you. Big shout out to Mama Fry. Get me a little breakfast. Hey, thank you, Casey, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. And a new coffee. There we go. A little bit more energy for the stream. Oh, gotta love it. Rain starting up in College Station. Yeah, it's going to continue to intensify as the storm moves up further to the north. Hey, thank you, Dan C, for the 10. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. We try our best on this channel to go the distance. Can be difficult, but I'm just glad I changed my sleep schedule for this, just so we can stay live as long as possible, covering the storms when they're at their most dangerous. Your power's out. Oh no! Again, just a quick reminder, guys. If your power goes out during during this, I would save your power, because for some folks that power might not come back on for a while. Probably not as good as when I first got it, but still pretty good. Yes, there was a tornado that was most likely on the ground for 14 miles. That was unwarned. We caught it as soon as it happened here on this channel, but started off over here near Bay Harbor and then pushed into Danbury and Liverpool. And yeah, it was on the ground for a pretty long time, and they never put a warning on it. And we are starting to get tornado reports out of the area. They're near Bay Harbor. A report of house damage and power lines down due to tornado, rating unknown at the time. But they'll probably figure that out after the storm goes through. Latest update here on some of the most intense portions of this storm. Now pushing into Rosenberg here, and then Sugar Land is also still continuing to get those impacts. It seemed like some stronger winds could also be moving into a leaf. Oh, wow. Yeah, still a couple little areas of circulation happening out in the ocean. Also another one moving into the Galveston region. No CC drop on that, but we're still keeping an eye on these circulations. The tornado threat thankfully hasn't been too consistent with this storm. It's been really just like an off and on type deal. So I am thankful for that, although we've had most likely at least up to 3 confirmed tornadoes today. One in Beaumont, one down here near Bay Harbor. Wait, was that again? Yeah, Bay Harbor. And then another one in northern Houston. That one, we haven't gotten any reports out of that one just yet, though. Rosenberg, gotcha. Hey, Blondie's back. Welcome back. Did she get some good sleep? Probably not. I think I told her to go to sleep at like 3, and it's now 7, so 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, they can happen fast, especially around a hurricane like this. You get those little spin ups, kind of move onto shore pretty quickly, and then it can also just kind of spin up pretty quickly as well on like the northeast quadrant. Still not seeing any indications of that, picking back up just yet. But that tornado threat should eventually start to pick up a little bit more, at least according to the latest models, especially over there in like Beaumont, Port Arthur, going to the north towards Jackson, and eventually later on today near Bossier City. Yeah, no problem, Richard. No problem. We've literally been here all day, all morning. I'm gonna try to go as long as possible. Whether after 10 a.m., I have no idea what's gonna happen. I don't know where my energy levels will be at, but I will keep going as long as I physically can. Hmm. Over 1 million power outage customers in the greater area of Houston. Very interesting. So yeah, I wonder if there is a glitch happening on this website. Because it only says 153,000 people without power in Texas, but I don't think that's correct. We could already be at 1 million. Thank you. Isn't the majority of Houston below sea level? I don't know. I haven't looked at a topography map for Houston. It's a good question. I don't think it is below sea level, though. Maybe some parts of it are. I don't know. Here's the view from Houston. Oh yeah, the winds are certainly stronger here on the camera. These are some of the stronger winds we've seen across the camera here. Since we've been watching it. This cam is located in Houston, Texas. See those winds kind of streaming across the view here. You got a water leak in the ceiling. Oh wow. Time to pull out the buckets. Man, even those little train lights are shaking there as well. Winds are definitely starting to pick up. In Pearland, it hasn't even gotten to the worst yet. Huh. Yeah, not sure. I know the website that I usually use is certainly not accurate by this point. If we're getting reports that over 1 million people are without power in Houston, as a website that I'm using says 163,000. So I don't know. Unsure on the power outages. This website is usually very accurate, but for some reason today, something's gone wrong. Some sort of data collection issue, I would guess. 12th hour approaching. Yeah. Yeah, just FYI, I am going to have to end the stream briefly in about 30 minutes, but then I'll come back live immediately afterwards. But I can't allow the stream to go over 12 hours or it stops recording on YouTube. So just keep that in mind. But I'll be back live momentarily after that. Your stupid YouTube thing. I think it has to do with like server space or something. I can always make a new stream, which I will. So guys, make sure you are subscribed so you get that alert. Hmm. All right, just checking to see if we have any. I gotta figure out what's going on with these cams. Not the cams, the what's it called? The power outages. See if I can find any new information on that. Nope. No new information. Thank you, T. Sanders, for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. You would think Texas would invest in power infrastructure, but I mean, they do. But you know, it's hard to make a power infrastructure strong enough to handle a storm like this. Well, they record it locally on their computer, but I don't do that. So I can't, you know, I want it to be logged in on YouTube, the entire stream. So I have to end it and then restart it. Just something that has to happen if you want it to stay on YouTube. Everybody has to do it. All right. Latest on the storm here. Looks like those winds, the strongest portion of the winds are now in Sugarland, Leaf. Things should start to slowly calm down there near Rosenberg. And then Lake Jackson, Angleton, and Manville are going to be after that. On the velocities here, still seeing an area of some circulation off the coast here of High Island, not quite making it into coast just yet. But we're keeping an eye on it just in case it does try to get its act together again with some rotation. Okay. The 1 million quote is from the emergency manager. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, we certainly have over 1 million people without power at this point. Also, someone from chat saying Cleveland, Texas has lost some power as well. You have family in Sugarland and Alif and Katy all around that area. Yeah, well, we'll keep you updated on what's happening. Those stronger winds are also slowly moving into downtown Houston as well. Not quite over this camera yet. This camera is kind of in central northern Houston. But as you can see, winds are still pretty decently strong, but it's probably going to uptick here as the center of the storm starts to come over this camera. I think the eye will go through woodlands. It could technically. We are expecting this thing to kind of go off to the northeast, but right now it's going to the north. If it continues to the north here in the short term, you might get the right side of the eye. Let me see where Stormrunner Media is. Okay, so Stormrunner Media is now in Houston. I think they're in southern Houston now, or south of Houston.
We went to Lake Jackson. It is okay, Jeff. Yes.
Yeah, still some pretty gusty winds where they're at. Not sure exactly which area of the storm they are in. I would assume they're in this area here, somewhere around Manville, or Manville, there. Is on H in between 110. What did you say? 110 and 6061 BW8. Okay, so yeah, they're there in like southern Houston, pretty much. Winds picking up in the northwest, yeah. You guys are getting this band still in the northwest of Houston. Looks like the worst is almost over for Sugarland, at least with this portion of the storm. But remember, still going to have some gustier winds on the southern side. But I have a feeling this area of the storm will be stronger than that. Especially over there near Pearland, Sugarland, Manville still. Is the inner loop around the whole city? Okay, so that's like this here. Oh, okay, I see it. 610. So they're like in between this area. So they're here. Pushing into southern Houston. Someone in chat is reporting power out on I-45. Yeah, no problem. That long box over Crystal Beach. This here. Crystal Beach here. Not sure where Crystal Beach is. But the pink here, this is the pink outlines, that's the hurricane warning. The yellow outlines, that's a tropical storm warning. These purple or pinkish, I guess it's more purple outlines. It's a special marine warning, warning for the potential for water spouts, which we are seeing some still try to spin up here, going into like High Island. Nothing too much happening there though. And then these green kind of polygons here are flash flood warnings. Yeah, no problem. Somebody lost power in Magnolia. Okay, thank you for that report. I also just got a donation on Cash App of $10 from Ann. Thank you so much. It's a huge help out to the channel. Thank you. Yeah, eyes fixing to go right over Houston. Yep. See, it's slowly starting to fill in, though, at some of these latest scans. But yeah, pretty much over, I'm assuming, west Houston. How am I still going? I changed my sleep schedule for today. Came prepared. Still got plenty of energy. Also got a little bit of coffee in me too. Lake Charles getting impacted. Not quite yet. Some winds are probably picking up, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some storm surge pushing into like Cameron a little bit, starting to pick up there. Nothing too bad. Considerable flash flood warning for Houston has been extended for 2 more hours. Okay, thank you. It's not a flash flood emergency, but we do have a life-threatening flash flooding ongoing here. Between 4 and 7 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible. Life-threatening flash flooding is happening. High water rescue was reported in Rosenberg earlier this morning. Were there any tornadoes? Yeah, there was one near Bay Harbor. And that one went up in between Liverpool and Danbury. And then there was one over in Beaumont as well. And potentially one in northern Houston earlier today, too. Saw a debris ball on that one. Hey, thank you, April, for the 15 on Venmo. No, I appreciate those kind words, April. Thank you. Thank you, Sot, for the $4.99. Thank you. You guys are being very generous, and I do appreciate it. It does go a long way, helping keep the lights on, so thank you. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad you're safe, severe storm filmer. Pretty intense storm that went into the Yucatan. I don't think it's going to hit Oklahoma, no. I guess, like, south. Yeah, it could technically go into southwestern Oklahoma. Extreme southwestern. If it takes the northern track, or southeastern, sorry. They're near, like, Tom, Oklahoma. Shoot. Screwed up the radar again. Hold on, let me reset it. Appreciate that, Ruby. Yep, still one. I mean, still on. Yes. Not the longest stream we've done, but certainly been a pretty impactful day for a lot of folks out there with over 1 million people without power. Storm surge, major flooding reported, high water rescues, tons of tree limbs, power lines down. It's, been a pretty impactful storm. Yeah, the eye is getting closed in with some moisture. Yeah, no problem, Nam. Thank you, Catnip, Pride Fight, and Lacey for subscribing. Welcome. Glad you found us. Latest radar update here. Seems like Sugar Land is still getting impacted by some of this more intense portion of the storm. For Rosenberg, though, hopefully the winds start to die down for a little bit, but they're going to pick back up from this kind of southern portion of the storm. That southern portion is going through El Campo, Bay City, and Lake Jackson still. Probably getting some pretty intense winds here near Galveston. That storm surge is still probably piling up there and picking up near High Island. In terms of rotations, still seeing a couple area of rotations here pushing into Kaplan, Texas. None of them are necessarily strong rotations. Let me check the storm relative. Yeah, none of them are particularly strong areas of rotation, but definitely something to continue to keep an eye on there. In terms of where the stronger portion of the storm is moving, it's moving towards a leaf, parts of Houston. Here in just a little bit, again, this little yellow area here, that is one of the stronger portions of the storm still currently left in Cyprus as well. It's going to be down the line. This over here is the view from Houston. This camera is not quite in the direct path of the strengthening winds, as it's in kind of northern Houston, but we might just barely see it. You definitely see it's still pretty gusty here. This camera is stuttering.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new tornado warning issued here on this storm. That's that little area of rotation we've been monitoring here. That's going to be for Kaplan. Also over there near Double Bayou as well. You guys need to be going to your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Make sure you're getting there immediately. If you're in a trailer, RV, or mobile home, make sure you're evacuating and seeking sturdier shelter. Thank you, Lee, for becoming an EF General Support member. Thank you. That's the latest there on the tornado warning. Our first tornado warning in quite a while. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, monitoring for a debris ball here. Still not seeing one just yet. But this little area of circulation might try to put down a tornado at some point. So again, next in line is going to be Double Bayou. And that tornado warning is Bayou. Looks like Houston's getting covered up by flooding reports here. We got parts of US 59 flooded near Dunlavy Street. And also parts of I-10 in the Houston area are flooded as well. So the flooding waters are starting to pile up for parts of Houston. Lost power in East Conroe. All right, thank you for that report. Yeah, I believe it's almost been 12 hours. Yeah, it's gone by pretty quick. Wish I had like an accurate counter. Oh, there it is. Okay, finally. The power outage tracker is tracking the power outages, and look at that. 1.5 million people are without power here in Texas. That's a huge number. That is almost 10% of Texas out of power. Actually, it's over 10% of Texas is out of power. It's like 12% of Texas is out of power right now. Sheesh. I do not use that word often. That is only for crazy numbers like that. Wow. We might get to 2 million power outages with this storm. What the heck is on Storm Hunter Media's view? Got a little spinny thing up there? Let's listen in.
Heading away from us, but
Got a supercell?
still not bad looking at all.
It's a good thing, man. I haven't seen a whole lot of tornado warnings, so
Keep an eye on it. Doesn't look too bad. Kind of look like a little mesocyclone, but It's hard to tell with all that rain in the way. A latest scan here with this tornado warning. Area of circulation here to the north. We got another new one forming here and another one back here. So we have multiple areas of circulation. None of them are really that strong, but I can't rule out a brief tornado with some of these circulations. So and those are going to be going over Kaplan and probably east of Bayou. I still want you guys in your safe spots just in case. What the heck? A little low-hanging cloud here. I want to see if that has any motion. This is in North Houston. That thing's got a little bit of spin on it, it looks like. Not touching the ground, though. I don't think it's the funnel. I think it's, man, it might have been just like a little brief wall cloud there. I don't know what that was. That was interesting. Definitely have some movement along the edges. Can we check radar on that? North Houston. Yeah, a couple little areas here of some rotation. Check from this radar. Yeah, not really showing up in this radar too well. The storm relative. Yeah, some circulation there. That's around where they are. So that's probably what they just saw. This little guy right here. Fine to guess if they're still near 45. Rain dome, yeah. Yeah, you guys are probably going to barely even notice the storm exists, to be honest. Even though it's so close. You might get some gustier winds, maybe. Yeah, if you're not a tornado warning, then there's not a whole lot of rotation nearby you. Really, the only concerning areas that I'm seeing were associated with this storm, but there is a little bit of rotation here with these ones near Humble and also over here north of Houston. But which we just saw on Stormwater Media's feed, and this is what those areas are looking like at the moment. A little bit of rotation in there. Not really seeing anything, underneath the storm that's, particularly concerning right now, but we're keeping an eye on it just in case something does try to drop out of it. But, those rotations aren't really that concerning, at least on the velocities. Latest scan here on the tornado warning. Still have an area of circulation, but it's weakening. Storm relative kind of shows the same thing. Pretty weak circulation with this storm. Not overly concerned with it. But I still want everybody north of Kaplan to continue to be in their safe spots. Just in case it tries to get that spin back up. Also, the worst of the storm surge is almost over for Galveston. As the winds start to push more in this direction, the storm surge should, at least peak there near Galveston. But guys are probably getting into one of your stronger wind bands here of the day. Very few people. Yeah, I'm sure, but there's a couple people that live there, so we're going to continue to give alerts on it. All right, looks like the worst should be over for Sugarland. should slowly start to calm down, at least from that portion of the storm. Eventually, you will get in this backside. We're still getting reports of some gustier winds down there as well. So be prepared for that. It's going to feel a little bit calm, a little bit calmer over the next over the next hour or so. But then it should pick back up there in Sugarland. Also, some of the more intense winds are pushing into downtown Houston here as well. So make sure you guys are continuing to hunker down there in the Houston area as that portion of the storm moves through. That is where some of our stronger winds are going to be associated with this hurricane at the moment, which I think we're still dealing with a hurricane. Just make sure we didn't get any updates. We should be getting an update. If they're still doing hourly updates, we should get one in 60 seconds. Mile per hour winds right now near Katy, Texas. All right, thank you for reporting that. How long is this storm supposed to stick around? At least for the next 5 to 6 hours. You know, it'll be on and off, stronger winds, but it should overall weaken. You know, over the next 12 hours. Yeah, help. I'm trying to stay going until this tornado warning expires. But yeah, we will have to restart the stream as we are approaching 12 hours on this live stream. And a new live stream will be up after that. So make sure that you are subscribed to get that alert. Or just remember my name. Either way works. If you guys still want coverage, that is. All right, tornado warning has officially been allowed to expire. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Again, I'm going to have a new stream up. Keep an eye out for the same thumbnail, as that is going to be let me see if I can get that up. Yeah, keep an eye out for the same thumbnail. My name's Evan Freiberger. You search me on YouTube, but new stream will be back up momentarily. Gonna have to set it up and then go back live as we are approaching that 12-hour mark. And again, I cannot be live past 12 hours. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel so you get that alert. But yeah, other than that, it's been a busy 12 hours, and I will be back live here soon. See you guys then.